Hello, everybody, and welcome back to more Aegis coverage of the NACL Open Qualifier here for 2026. We have got day number 5 getting down there, where we will be covering rounds 6 and 7 following the Syndicate squad and their first opponents of the day. Yanni, is going to be Zero Animosity, a fellow ACL team here to make it to the top 10. And yeah, I'm excited. I am joined here by my good friend here, John Yanni Harakidas.
Oh no, you butchered it.
I did?
You butchered the last name.
I tried so hard. What is it? What is it? Help
me, bro. It's Harakidas.
Okay.
You should have just asked me. I didn't know you were gonna do this. I heard you start and I was like, there's no way this man gets it right. There's no way this man. It's okay. It's okay.
My name is really easy. So admittedly, I'm really bad with pronouncing names. It's just 2 syllables on the first name, 1 syllable on the last name. If you mess it up, I think something's wrong with you, but I think something's wrong with me because I've known you for like a year and a half, 2 years, and I still butchered it. So,
oh, bro, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Anyway, what does mean something is this match, because it is win or go home. You are either continuing your run, attempting to get into the promotion tournament for the NACL, or you're donezo, right? And these are 2 organizations that have a little bit of blood between them, with the Syndicate organization with their eternal season roster, and the ACL knocking Zero Animosity out, preventing them from getting into the playoffs. But when you take a look at this NACL run, Zero Animosity had a much deeper run in the upper bracket.
Zero Animosity, I think, shocking a lot of people, making it up this far. It was a pretty big surprise to me to see them make it toward this stage of competition, Yanni, especially from the upper bracket, right? This is going to be the first time we have seen them in the lower bracket. They made it here because they had that deeper run against some better teams. So they have got a decent amount of expectations, I think, tied to them going into this series, obviously having that experience against some of the tougher opponents. Going through kind of what you said, Yanni, though, that revenge tour, I absolutely agree with you. And I think that just compounds the expectations for these 2 teams tenfold, because I feel, at least in my opinion, that this Syndicate squad has looked really good compared to their SYN Eternal Season counterparts. I don't necessarily want to say one looks better than the other, but Yanni, we got to cover Sin Eternal Season on the Saltmine broadcast for ACL, and I think that we have got a good look at both of these teams, and they certainly have their strengths, they certainly have their weaknesses, but on paper, I feel this Syndicate team has performed better in those highs than their ACL counterparts. So Zero Animosity, if they weren't able to beat that team, I think the idea is that they shouldn't be able to beat this one, yet they are the guys who made it further in the upper bracket. So it's kind of just really just throwing everything out the window and looking at these teams on paper and what we expect from them.
Yeah, you can see the Zero Animosity roster here. A couple of different names on the top side. It's Albino Spino in the top lane, obviously playing under a different tag, and then Aeon Crystal in the jungle.
Yep.
But the rest of the squad is Accurate E Samuel in the mid lane, Inferno Dan and Z-Score down in the bottom lane, Quacks. And when you take a look at this roster, I really like E Samuel, right? I think this guy actually has a lot of play to him, a relatively new name into the scene as well when it comes to tier 3. And I always love new mid lane talent that comes through because it is a role that has been pretty underrepresented in the higher tiers of play in North America.
I think it goes without saying that there's a drought in mid lane talent for sure in North America, and to see some, like you said, new blood crop up out of the woodwork and sort of enter in as one of the most exciting mid laners on a team that hasn't had a ton of insane results in the past. I think now Zero Animosity, realistically, like, this should be a legacy player that they look at, right? I think that we look at Syndicate and these are guys that are also new. Both of these organizations kind of starting from scratch in 2025, now building up that reputation as it goes on. As you get a look from these players on this team, Yanni, and Foles, frankly, I think really has been the guy for Syndicate throughout this lower bracket run. I think that his mid lane prowess in the laning phase, his ability to play a lot of these pick mages, a lot of these burst mages that have a front loaded damage profile, has been a key to success for this team so far.
Yeah, you mentioned that you liked things that you saw out of this Syndicate roster and the Eternal Season roster that you have in the ACL. And I think the big difference comes from that mid lane, mostly because it's a different identity you get through your mid laners with both of these teams. Obviously, the complete rosters are different, but that identity really makes a big difference when you have a guy like Foles who is still relatively new competitively, but is very much battle tested, given the fact that this guy has gone to Korea multiple times, achieved challenger there, has gone toe-to-toe with some of the best players not only the game has to offer today, but also some of the best players that this game has ever seen. Doesn't matter if it's a solo queue environment. This guy really has it. I'm really excited to see how deep he can help Syndicate get in this run, because you talked about it. It's been a little inconsistent in the lower bracket. You know, they've had times where they're really good and their early game is so good, but they make mid-game mistakes. They're able to overcome them. But as you get deeper, teams are going to start to punish you. You need to sharpen up if you want to go ahead and get your rematch with Lotus 2 rounds from now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, right? Lotus are waiting at the finish line, ready to spar with you again if you make it that far. And when we saw Lotus go up against Syndicate in that upper bracket run here on the ACL's coverage earlier in the tournament, Yanni, we definitely felt like that mid-game difficulties that Syndicate have had throughout this tournament were super present, right? We saw Robbie Bob constantly getting picks. We constantly saw, you know, Porsche making it difficult for Karsiak to lane. They were kind of putting a blanket under the best, I would say, aspects of this team and making sure that they could propel themselves forward without really losing much. So I really want to see them clean up their play. I think Zero Animosity is a perfect team to see the improvement of these guys. And frankly, I really just want to see what they have still in store for us. I think that this has been a very figured out team here on the broadcast. We know what they like to play. We know how they like to operate. If we can see a little bit more dimensionality from them going forward, I feel it'll be a lot harder for the better teams to actually get a solid read on them and, you know, try and pick apart their weaknesses.
Yeah, and that's not to say, you know, anything negative about Zero Animosity, but this is a big prove it series for them too. You know, again, we talked about how they did make a bit of a deeper upper bracket run than Syndicate. Syndicate did run into Lotus very early, just by virtue of Lotus having a lower seed. We know how good those guys are. They just really don't put that much of a focus on solo queue anymore, which is totally reasonable for players like them. But that did cause a bit of unluck, we'll call it, for Syndicate. You know, they could have just as easily gone as deep as Zero Animosity. I think we're generally expecting Syndicate to have a bit of a stronger roster, a better chance of getting out and winning this series. But listen, Zero Animosity, much like the top side of Syndicate, these guys are a young team as a whole. This is a big prove it game. This is an early game in a lot of their careers that's like, hey, this is going to be a big stepping stone, or it's going to be your first turning point. What's going to happen after this series, whether you win or lose? And I couldn't be more excited for it. Quacks, skipping through a lot of the picks and the bans, Yunara out. We see Syndicate banning a lot of these priority champions. We're going to see a first pick Wukong come out for Aeon Crystal.
I really like the respect they're actually paying over to Samuel. We talked about him in the draft, and already they've banned away the Azir, they've banned away the Annie, they've banned away a lot of these, I think, high agency mid laners once they hit that level 6. So this is a good read from Syndicate, and I imagine that they're probably just going to try and pick up a mid laner along with their jungler here on 1 and 2 for the red side. I would imagine a response to Wukong is most likely imminent. Obviously, you've still got things that are pretty meta, have been meta all year, such as the Xin Zhao. You've also obviously have things like the Trundle, which can really make it difficult for Wukong to look for those extended fights. It basically removes his passive as a factor and removes him as a tank and a main engage. That safety really isn't going to be there if they decide to go for Trundle. But that champion has been nerfed, so I do think that there is a bit of a conundrum there, as Syndicate are just going to throw down Rise. Obviously, having that cross-map play once you get that Realm Warp, I think level 11 is oftentimes where we look at Rise, because level 1 Realm Warp, Yanni, let's be honest here, not the greatest roaming tool in the entire world, right? Has horrible range, but once you get that level 2 Realm Warp, I think that's really when you can start being a factor, being a playmaker, and that ties in right around the mid game. So this goes perfectly from what we want to see from Syndicate going forward. We want to see them pick it up around that timer.
Yeah, it is a really bold early lock-in, though. I will say you rarely see R1 Rise come out typically save for at least for a little bit later. But that's the confidence that the Syndicate team has in their mid laner Foles, that he can pick early and it's not going to matter. Now it's time for their jungler. It looks like Xin Zhao is going to be the pickup. Really no surprise there, given how ubiquitous this champion is. He's in almost every single game, whether he's picked or banned. Generally, a champion you'll see picked into Wukong fairly often. And now the question is, what are we going to see Zero Animosity match here with their mid lane pick?
A pretty common counter pick against the Rise, or basically any kind of short range mage at the moment, Yanni, has actually been Mel, who's risen in priority really significantly over the patch. Obviously, we saw Samakin pilot that with Blue Water in the most recent series, right? With that 3-0 against Supernova. We're not going to get that Mel this time around, but we are going to get the Talia. Not perfectly sure I like this response. Obviously, you do have the ability to link up with your Wukong, but just looking at it from a pure matchup perspective, Yanni, I think it'll be difficult for you to actually get value out of that shove against the Rise in the laning phase. So if you aren't careful with that spacing, if you aren't careful with your cooldowns, Foles could just walk right up to you, chunk you out, get that priority, and then allow his Xin Zhao to let it rip in the early game.
Yeah, and even with the Weaver's Wall, as long as you know that this Talia is moving in an attempt to get down there,
he's the oldest tenured player as far as competitive experience goes, which is super surprising, as I feel his big breakout year was just in 2024, right? He hasn't been in the scene that long. That just goes to show how young a majority of the Syndicate players are. So having that stable ADC like Sivir taken away from you, I think forces Sage Wabe to be a little bit more of an X factor, as he will lock in that Corki. It has really good trading power into the Sivir, but kind of a rule of thumb that I've always kept in my brain, Yanni, is Corki is really only as good as the support that you pair it up with. If you can allow him to, sort of bridge that gap with the Valkyrie, then I think you get a lot of value. But if you're going to be more passive in the laning phase, not allow him to make use of that early trading pattern, then I feel like it's difficult to actually put him as a relevant piece on the board.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, I think it's really good for these early game skirmishes that it looks like Syndicate want to get in. I really love having a Corki with an aggressive early jungler like a Xin Zhao. But again, you mentioned for lane, it's not really that great, especially into Sivir, just because you're going to get outranged most of the time. Most of the time, Shiver's going to be able to shred the wave. And if you've got a hard engaged support, like you said, if you go with a Nautilus here or something like that, it can be a little bit different. You can make it happen. You can make it work. It'll be good. And you'll be able to get some value there. But I think most of the value is going to lie in these rotations, fighting for these neutrals that we know Syndicate really, really likes fighting. Heading into the second half of bans here, we're already seeing Rakan getting taken away. Again, it's a really good ban. Because of this Sivir, you got to take out some of these champions that will really benefit from On the Hunt.
I think that Zero Animosity are probably going to be in a similar vein of just taking away a lot of the engaged supports, because honestly, more so for Syndicate, they need someone that can go in, right? Obviously, you have that Xin Zhao, you have your jungler on something that is very battle and skirmish heavy, but I always feel like Xin Zhao needs a buddy, right? He needs someone to go in with him. And so I think that that is most likely going to lie in the support role. And so now the onus is on Zero Animosity to take away things like the Nautilus, take away things like the Leona, right? Obviously, you're not going to get them all. You're not going to ban them all away, as I think even Rel might still be an option for them, albeit maybe a little less effective. I don't think Corki Rel is the most dominant lane duo, especially with a Sivir who's just able to spell shield a lot of that CC from that champion, but it does certainly help you in those team fights. And I think that mid to late game is where Syndicate are ideally trying to shine. You talked about the early game skirmishing, and I definitely agree, but we need to see these last two picks make that come full circle, right? Because as it stands, I don't think the skirmishing pre 14 minutes is really the best setup for Syndicate, which is pretty bad for the Corki, but it's especially bad for the Xin Zhao, who's on a bit of a timer to make things happen.
Finally starting to see some of these other bans come through. Alistar, the takeaway, making sure you don't get any of that hard engage. Now we're going to see a Nami get taken out as well. I actually like that a lot. I think Nami Corki is like a sleeper, like almost as good as Lucian.
All Calamity Classic.
Well, we are going to see the Bard come through. I like the roaming potential here, but you are kind of opting into leaving Corki alone.
Yeah. I feel like you are sort of screwing over your ADC as Corki is pretty susceptible to actually getting dove. Has that low range, doesn't have the best wave clear until level 9 when that phosphorus bomb can really just start one-shotting the backline and that Gatling gun can start shredding some damage. So you're not going to be able to get a 1-for-1 until level 7 to 9 as Corki. I think until then, that really opens up the gateway for Zero Animosity to say, okay, Bard is going to get milk. Let's go and visit this guy down in the bot lane. His turret will not be able to save him. That really only gets complete with a competent support pick here. I think we talked a little bit about what Syndicate need for a support. Zero Animosity do need to play into that range. So I do like the Sivir and the Seraphine. I think that this is great at getting shove and pressing the issue that Bard wants to roam, and either you don't let him or you punish him every single time he does.
And now if you're Syndicate, you know, obviously Zero Animosity still has a pick. If you're Syndicate, you need a hard engage button, something that can maybe catch out this Talia, this Sivir, or this Seraphine, right? Like, I think like an Ornn for them would tie up the team composition very well, but Zero Animosity could just decide like, hey, if they won something like that, a hard engage top lane, they can take away a good option from Syndicate. So we'll see what their last option is going to be, Quacks, to really wrap a bow on this team composition. I think you should have enough damage. So yeah, I'm in for like a full tank top engage coming out here.
I wouldn't even hate like a little bit more of a battle ready top laner, but they're just going to lock in the tank here. This is the long range engage. I think that the Ornhorn stinks.
Game.
It sinks, but the Ornhorn sinks really well with how Zero Animosity actually want to approach a lot of these fights, right? Do it from a distance, poke them out, and I do think that go button from Albino Spino will be really effective in team fights. But you said it best, Syndicate still really needs some hard engage, and something that also does decent into the Ornn. I mean, you could like stalemate the lane and go Scion. I think that is an option, especially against the Talia. That might work, but barring that, I mean, Shen as well might also be an angle.
Just pick for lane. You could pick for lane and pick like the Gwen. It is available. I don't know if it's in the bag of Karziak, but you know, you've talked about it, you've mentioned it a couple of times. Karziak is, you know, been a really solid late game player for the squad, has been good against some of the top laners that he's gone up against. I wouldn't consider Albino Spino to be a top laner that is so above his skill level that he would not have a good time if he decided to go and pick the best matchup for Gwen here.
You could also do Gnar. I think that also is. You
could do Gnar. It would tie together. It would tie together your team comp well. It does look like it's going to be the Gwen lock-in. I have to say, I love Zero Animosity's team comp much more than Syndicate's, especially for what Syndicate really like to do. We talked about it, playing on these neutrals. Zero Animosity, level 6, so scary to play into these guys.
And not only is it super scary to play into them, and like you said, that level 6 benchmark is really what they want to ideally hit, but they also just have way more options, in my opinion, compared to Syndicate, where Syndicate really have to force a lot of these issues early on to keep the Corki relevant, to keep the Xin Zhao relevant. You are running on empty for these champions. Zero Animosity, they have the scaling advantage, they have the go buttons, and they have the range. They have the decision making to say, okay, if this scenario isn't in our favor, we don't have to go for a fight. We can sit back, we can scale, and we can farm. And I feel like that is, at the end of the day, one of the most important aspects of the game, having a choice. And I don't think that Syndicate have nearly as many options as their opponents.
Yeah, I agree with you. Again, we talked about it, especially for the way they want to play the game. That being said, Zero Animosity's got to be really careful, because we know what Gwen can do. We know what a late game Rise can do. If they're not able to disrupt Syndicate early, they will be in a bad way. They will lose the late game. As we head on to Summoner's Rift for game 1 of this best of 3 series, winner moves on to the next round. Loser goes home.
Zero Animosity, little bit of revenge tied to this series, as they did get taken down, like we said, by Sin Eternal Season in the ACL, who locked them out of playoffs. Now they can get some sweet justice onto the Syndicate organization, who is, like Zero Animosity as an organization, very new to this ball game. So to see one of these guys enter into the top 6 be a huge achievement for either one of these organizations. In fact, I would go as far as to say it's already been an achievement to hit top 10 here, Yanni, being so new to the ball game. As really, I think for Zero Animosity, we do have to keep our eyes out on Inferno Dan, on Z-Score. This is a duo that we're looking to get shoved, looking to get pushed, bully out Sage Wabe, and basically monopolize Prio on that bot side for your jungler to take those objectives.
Yeah, and back to your point about, you know, this being really good for these players, given the fact that so many of them are already really deep into this tournament, right? You know, there's what, 12 teams left. 2 of them have already qualified.
Yeah.
You know, this is a really, really good start to some of these guys' careers, or maybe not start for some of them, but like a really good early feather in the cap. If these guys continue to, you know, play competitive league into 2026, because teams look at that, right? Teams, coaches look at that. They'll go, hey,
yeah,
this
absolutely
person went really deep. Let's go ahead and take a look at their games, and they go and they like what they see, right? So we'll see if any of these guys can continue making some big plays, catching some eyes for the future, while at the same time furthering what they're doing here in 2025. Quacks, I think Zero Animosity is content to just hang out until level 6.
Yeah.
But the issue with that is, it does mean that Kenosis should be able to have a solid enough early game up top, as we see Z-Score already taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, you whiffed that.
Corky has damage in spades.
Z-Score actually whiffed the Q as well, so they don't get a pretty sizable trade back. This just means that Saga can play up like this, knowing that Inferno Dan can't really be protected. And yeah, look at that chunk. That passive damage is just brutal.
Oh, the stun's there. Hang on, Z-Score. Oh. The heal gets burnt. So already the Syndicate bot lane burning summoners from the Zero Animosity bot lane. Quacks, this should never happen in this lane.
No, it really shouldn't. I mean, we should be seeing Inferno Dan and Z-Score pushing them into the lane, leveraging that range advantage, but they play the bushes wrong. The level 1 is an absolute catastrophe, and already the Seraphine is forced to recall, which should mean the Sage and All Calamity can push in this wave, maybe even get an early cheater recall if they want to. That item advantage could circumvent that range and that damage profile subsequently that we warned them against.
The good news is it's not going to mean all that much right now, because Aeon Crystal clearing bottom to top. I would worry for his second respawn of camps if Syndicate decides they don't want to swap up. You have this continued pressure in the bot lane. That means those camps can be under siege, and if you want to go set behind a Wukong, try to keep him away from level 6. It is one of the smartest things you can do. Meanwhile, up in this top lane, Karziak continuing to put pressure down onto Albino Spino. Here comes Aeon Crystal, and here to make a play in the flash. Unable to get the job done, and now he is stuck, and it's first blood going over to Aeon Crystal.
Really good attempt there from Karziak, but was just read like a book. Albino Spino flashes away, so it's a trade of the summoner spells, but looking at the current state of the waves, I mean, Karziak realistically should have shoved, so the moment Aeon Crystal actually finishes up his clear, it goes for that crab, and then returns top lane, it should be a very dire situation for the Gwen, who, like we keep talking about, wants to scale. We talked about the win conditions for Zero Animosity. I feel like...
Here we go. Yeah, we brought in the Xin Zhao. When becomes lightning did not land, but again, that's just more pressure for this Syndicate bot lane here.
Yep. I do think that the bot lane, definitely a win condition for Syndicate, but the solo lanes are really what I'm looking at. I think that the combined scaling, the combined power of Ryze and Gwen is a really scary thought if put in the driver's seat, if, you know, allowed to have that agency. But so far, Zero Animosity have done a really good job. Obviously, that kill onto Karziak and taking him down, burning his flash. I think the next step, realistically, for ZAM is try and get something from Fulls in this mid lane, whether it's even just a flash from Ryze. I think that makes it a lot easier to get that shove combo for the Taliyah, which we said would be really difficult, as Fulls does have the fancy feet to dodge out on a lot of that damage, and Ryze in general is just very hard to catch out, I feel.
Yeah, mostly because they take phase rush, and guess who's got a phase rush this game?
Yep.
Fulls, you know, obviously it's not like a, oh, really smart choice. It is just generally the best choice that you can have on that champion. Another nice stun there from Al Calamity means that Sage Wabe is able to get out without a relative issue. We do see pings over on multiple jungle camps here, just recognizing that, hey, this is where these junglers are, guys. That's good, good game sense right there, good pathing sense. So the teams do have imperfect but perfect information. as we await the first dragon of the game. It is a Hextech dragon.
Yep.
Gives pretty solid enough stats. However, we are already seeing a lane swap come in here, which I'll admit I am a little surprised about given how much pressure they've had in the bottom lane, but Inferno Dan does have the CS lead.
I do think that this is just a way to try and get some more gold injected into the Corki, because we saw how difficult it was for him to actually step up to the wave. Now he'll get maybe half a wave to step up to it before Inferno Dan and Z-Score track him down again and, you know, go for a swap of their own. Now leaving a 3v3 possible for that Drake that you mentioned. BB just getting done with his first clear, so maybe he can go for that, having that prio in the bot lane because Karziak arrived there to push the wave in faster. That would be a good little advantage for Syndicate to sneak away from, especially because we have really highlighted how important that bot side objective is to the scaling and adding another win con into the notch of these teams.
Level 6 for Albino Spino. We're still waiting on level 6 for Aeon Crystal. Samuel already has his 6, so curious to see if we're going to have any movement soon. Do you see that his ultimate is grayed out?
I do. That is weird.
Did he not rank it up yet, or did he just rank up something else? I mean, if you're not going to use it immediately, I guess it's better.
I feel like we're gonna find out at level 7. It's gonna get highlighted, and then we're gonna facepalm.
Okay, wait, no, all right.
Okay.
So he was either holding it or he had it, and there was something weird that happened, but no play to be had. Meanwhile, BB showing up to the top side. Z-Score is in trouble and falls.
No flash on the Seraphine. Easy pickup there for Syndicates. It's just a flash burn from the Xin as well. He won't have that up for the Grubs coming up in about a minute, but I mean, look at how much time that buys Syndicate to actually get conditions on the map for that objective, right? You see them resetting. Sage will come back with items. All Calamity will come back with items. BB will now come back with the Tunneler, which I feel like is a huge breakpoint for a lot of the Bruiser junglers at this point in the meta, Yanni. So they have the wallet gap to prove it, and I feel like Zero Animosity really have no real way of actually fighting this, especially with how much push they're going to have to deal with before entering that river.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. We still haven't seen an objective actually happen yet, Quacks, which honestly, if you were Syndicate, you're totally happy with. You're totally happy with this if you're Syndicate, right? You're allowing time for your Gwen to scale, and Zero Animosity now finally hopping onto this dragon. I think this is a big negative for them, because I think against scaling teams like this, you have to take early dragons, so that way you're trying to get soul by, like, 25-ish minutes, something like that. And the longer you wait, the harder it's going to be to make sure that you're in a position to claim all of them, because by the time that third one rolls around, these guys might be online and ready to go. The dragon will go Zero Animosity's way, as we're going to see a grub trade, and that's really good for Syndicate.
It is really good for Syndicate. Like we said, you need gold injected into your solo laner, so this will just help them all the more, especially if they keep up with this like swap situation that we're seeing. If they have the current lane assignments on lock, then I think it does them a lot of favors, especially Karziak, who maybe he's going in.
We're seeing a lot of fighting going on. All 3 grubs secured for Syndicate, as BB is going to take the magical journey over the wall, and both teams will be no worse for wear.
Nope, and you saw Karziak as well, looking for a little bit of blood onto Samuel, who didn't have that flash, but had a really good shove to get him away. This is probably what we're just going to be expected to see for most of the bot lane, Yanni, right? Just throw another rock. No, I've got scissors, but hey, rock beats scissors.
True, but for how long is rock going to beat scissors? That's the big question. Taking a look here, we have a lot of tier items in this game. Everybody is crying, but for some, it may be tears of joy. For one of these teams, it will be tears of sadness. Remember that they're playing with their tournament lives on the line. Their chance to get into the NACL in 2026 hangs in the balance. So far, a slow, methodical game from both sides. It seems like Syndicate understands their win conditions a little bit better than Zero Animosity for right now.
Yeah.
Zero Animosity, everybody is level 6 or higher. At some point, you should try to force a fight.
This really is the timer that we mentioned, right? You have to be looking for something. You've got to be getting Aeon Crystal around the map to use that Cyclone. I felt like he used it really disrespectfully up on that top side, trying to get a pick after the grubs were already taken. If they were just a little bit faster, maybe they catch BB, who doesn't have flash, off on the rotation, trying to get that third grub and take him down before he can enter the magical journey. But they just were too late on the snap. They took too long on the dragon. They took too long to cross over. And because of that, Syndicate are frankly getting trades where they really shouldn't be finding them, Yanni.
Couldn't agree more, Quacks. Right now they have Karziak locked up with Albino Spino. I mean, this is really good.
Okay.
Oh, great tempered fate here. Samuel completely surrounded. Oh no, it's a disaster for him. And it's going to be Foles getting his first of the game.
Little bit of an oopsie there from BB, misses the wind become lightning, but regardless, it's another kill over to the Syndicate squad. Not only will this be more gold into the coffers of the mid-jungle duo that is Foles and BB, but also he actually won't be able to get that plate. I was going to say the Rise gets a plate with it and manages to reset, but I think... No, he'll be able to shove in that wave. So still
hang on. Oh, good flash from the side for Karziak, and now trying to turn it on to Albino. Spino's got that ultimate. No! Isn't able to get it done. Steps up too far. It's a solo kill for the Ornn.
And the turret helps out with the assist. It's a kill over to Albino Spino. Karziak starting this game out 0-2 on the Gwen. Not the end of the world, as like we've said, the scaling element of this champion makes the early game a little bit more forgiving as long as you can stay within a relative gold threshold of your counterpart. And I think Karziak has been able to do that so far in this game, looking at the CS numbers between these two players. But that plate and demolish gold certainly doesn't help his case. He's got to be very careful from here on out about falling even further and further behind.
And this is something that we don't really talk about with players who are so young competitively, right? Started comp in 2024. This is unfortunately just some over-aggression being shown by him.
On the hunt pops.
With a nice flash there to charm up Alcalamity. Will flash away. They're looking to take down Sagewabe. BB is going to stay around to cover. Here comes Aeon Crystal going in, getting the kill with this flash. And now BB and Alcalamity on an island as Samuel has shown up. Meanwhile, okay, never mind. We looked at the top side for 1 second. Now we have a
good tempered fate.
Going golden with that tempered fate. But he gets knocked up in Inferno. Dan gets the kill. Foles looking to turn it around. Helps out as they get one back on Aeon Crystal.
Really good tempered fate there from Alcalamity. Doesn't ult the turret, ults himself so that it takes longer for Zero Animosity to complete the dive. This allows Foles to catch up with the late TP and they get one back. It's still a one trade for Zero Animosity at the end of the day, but 2 kills over to BB now makes him that much more of a threat around this dragon, which will be up in a couple of seconds, Yanni.
Yeah, and he's the big bridge for these guys, right? To make sure that they get into the late game. It's him and Sagewabe and Corki, right? And he's got this Trinity Force now. These guys, these bridge champions have hit their power spikes to be able to take over this mid game. And if Syndicate can take this dragon, that ruins Zero Animosity's complete game plan, right? And it looks like it's just going to be a free pickup here for Syndicate. Now you've broken any potential dragon stacking. And Zero Animosity can only rely on fights to win the game. Now, that's not to say that Syndicate won't give him the opportunity.
Yeah. Realistically, I actually was going to say around that first dragon that I think Zero Animosity picked a decent time to take that first one because you time it around the area of the ornaments, right? Mm-hmm. So that huge valuable gold item just comes in at the exact time. Now, though, it's a little bit ruined, like you said, Yanni. So Albino Spino will be able to upgrade his teammates, but it won't be as much of a trump card as it would be if Zero Animosity were able to claim their second. So like you said, really good proactivity from Syndicate. ZM get basically nothing on the opposite side. You can see they're really trying to overplay in the top lane, look for a possible dive onto Karziak, but there are plenty of Syndicate members here. Alcalamity also has that tempered fate to do what he just did in that bot lane. So choose very carefully if you're Zero Animosity about how you want to approach this.
Big charm. Here we go. They caught him. They're going to catch him. They're going to be able to take him down, but here comes BB looking to turn this fight around. Knocks two people back. Sagewabe over the wall. Looking for damage. Here comes the Cyclone, knocking up one. Big Root coming through as Aeon Crystal is making sure that Alkalimity can't get in, but here comes Pulse. He's going to make a hero play. He's in the mid of everybody's face right now, but even he is only able to escape on a sliver. Sagewabe killed him. He killed him. He rolled the Valkyrie and the Ricochet. Got it done. Here comes Gold, the Forge God, and Sagewabe's got to step back up, and he's gonna step down as Zero Animosity get an ace at 15.5 minutes.
It's a triple for Inferno, Dan. The win condition for Zero Animosity. This Sivir is running wild into this game. He's on the hunt, and they're going for the Syndicate squad as their prey. 5-0-2. They're gonna respawn with their shiny new items, get back onto the map. That Herald is up, and they want that as their next objective. You gotta believe it, Yanni.
And this is the problem with some of these comps at this level, Quacks. I mean, this should be a very easy for Syndicate, right? Zero Animosity gave them the opportunity to sit back and scale. And I just said it a couple moments ago. Syndicate will give Zero Animosity the opportunity to start fights. And look exactly what happens. Now down 2,000 gold. The Rift Herald going over to Zero Animosity. And now they have an opportunity to break open the game before the scaling truly gets online.
And look at how much map Zero Animosity are realistically able to play with. They're not afraid to walk up to the spot side.
Kill Albino Spino?
I don't think they can kill him. Look, Z-Score and Inferno Dan are coming down.
Okay, they might be able to actually kill him. They're going to get flashes out at the very least. So we've burned the Gwen flash. Double knock up there. Temper Fake to go down. Albino Spino will fall. Z-Score forced the flash out as well. So Syndicate making a solid play.
And they completely section off Zero Animosity from being able to defend this bot side, which should mean that Karziak secures this turret. Sure, he doesn't get the kill gold, but he'll at least get some income from that fight, which you need at this point, right? This Gwen needs to have agency in this game quickly, as it's only just completed its first item. Realistically, you're looking at Gwen to get second item around the third or possibly even fourth dragon. By the way this game is trending, by the way the income is operating here for the top laner of Syndicate, you're not going to get that. So you need some kind of accelerant if you want to put yourself back on pace.
Yeah, and the one thing I'm disappointed about Zero Animosity in that last play, the Rift Herald stayed in the back pocket. I understand you might want to use this Rift Herald to take control of the dragon, which is totally valid and something a lot of teams do. But I think he had opportunities there because Syndicate sold out to kill Albino Spino, and they essentially got it for free. Right, the only thing that happened was they lost a little bit of wave control up top, which has now been fixed by Foles. So I must say I'm a little sad about that play, but we'll see if they are able to make hay on this Rift Herald in 45 seconds. We're going to see another attack onto Albino Spino here, but when you don't land your skill shots, it is going to be hard. They're able to whittle him down a little bit, but nothing more.
Something else that we didn't pay attention to on that bot side that, you know, Zero Animosity managed to force out of Syndicate was actually the flash onto Karziak, right? So this Gwen should have a really difficult time actually playing around this dragon. That just means you're not going to get a member.
Oh, big good coming down.
BB
prevent that charge play. Yeah, BB, this is a weird flank. He took a lot of damage. Now he's going to go on top of Z-Score, who's going to land the charm only onto one. But there, Karziak now. He went in a little too close and got taken down. Albino Spino teleports in. Dragon up in 5 out. Calamity has to burn flash. The dragon will go over to Zero Animosity.
It's only the second one. They're perfectly comfortable giving this up. Sure, you are probably going to be losing out on that dragon stacking. You're going to be losing out on that timing, but you still have. He did this last weekend. Can he do it again?
So bad, bro. He's got 2,000 HP. Here we go. Double spike. Oh my Syndicate. Best BB got in, but he will pay for it with his life. It is 2 kills over to Zero Animosity.
Zero Animosity, they don't get the dragon, but they are going to gain control of this bot side. Realistically, Albino Spino on this area should be able to fix the wave. And Aeon on this side of the map too. If Karziak, I do like this actually.
Oh, he has no idea. But wait a minute. He's not going to realize that he's got the empowered back.
Wow.
Because he's got symbiotic souls, which you almost never see people take nowadays.
Daylight robbery, and that's 2 members of Zero Animosity put up toward the top side, which means that Syndicate off the respawn should be able to get toward this bot lane around this Otacon now spawning and set up some vision for that neutral objective. All right, Yanni, this objective decides the game. Otacon tells you who wins.
Okay, good unstoppable there to buffer that tempered fate. You won't have it anymore, but you got a lot of damage coming down onto Albino Spino. Knockup is there. They're trying to take out Karziak, and Karziak gets knocked up. They will be able to trade out 1-for-1, and that Ornn being gone is a big tool, but Al Calamity might not be able to escape. He's going to go with Magical Journey right into E. Samuel's face, and it's a double kill for Aeon Crystal. And now this Otacon being done, still has a lot of HP. Sage Wabe on the way, but it looks like Zero Animosity are going to pull off.
Yeah, they need to either commit or they need to back off, because Karziak has 13 seconds on his death timer with the teleport. The Gwen can easily join up with the team to get those odds a little bit more in their favor with numbers. I think it's a smart move from Zero Animosity at the end of the day. You still are in control of the gold, right? You're no longer in control of the dragon, so you need another objective that can sort of equalize that count, give you back some income without the possibility of it getting snapped away from your fingers. That decisiveness, I think, going to save them, not only in this game, but in this series. But it's also a good thing for Syndicate as they live to fight another day. I think they really mismanaged that bot side play. They took way too long to take down Albino Spino. But they'll get one more chance, or maybe even a couple more chances, based off of how these Otacon fights in North America have been going, Yanni. I feel like this objective is
stay away if you want to win.
Stay away if you want to win.
Unless you ace them, unless you or you kill, like, you go 3 for 0, maybe 2 for 0 if you kill 2 carries, right? But otherwise, stay away from that thing. It is toxic. Listen, people underestimate how much armor and MR it shreds. The answer is all of it. Like, stay away from that guy. They will be doing true damage to you. I've seen so many LPL teams, good LPL teams, throw in this objective, bro. Tier 3 teams in North America will definitely throw at this objective.
Do you think Otacon is old enough to vote, Yanni?
I mean, he should be. He already has like a large enough like body count. You know how many tears he's got tattooed on his face? Yeah, this guy has killed so many people, bro. He should be able to vote. But I mean, that might make
all right. So
I don't know if he's able to vote.
So nobody pay attention to the you know, state votes, the Electoral College in 2028. Just pay attention to who Otacon votes for.
Hey, listen, Otacon 2028. I'd vote for him.
Yeah, he makes stuff happen. I like, honestly,
he really does. He really does. I don't know if they're good or bad stuff, but he makes stuff happen. Anyway, Temper Fate not going to land because of the spell shield. And right now, Al Calamity not getting good value out of his last couple Tempered Fates. We're seeing multiple members of Zero Animosity on this bot side. In fact, a 4v4 on the bot side. We are seeing Karziak begin to move down here to catch this mid wave. This means that Albino Spino will have the first move down. So things are starting to heat up, Quacks.
They really want to try and bust down this bot lane turret, but BB is trying to defend it.
No ultimate, that's going to be really tough. Oh, this is a disaster. BB is completely cut off from the rest of the squad. Aeon Crystal will get the kill, and it's a 5v4. Don't do it. Don't do it, Zero Animosity.
Hey, it's the jungler. It's the jungler, though. BB is gone for another 30 seconds. They're going to go for the crazy play. The Otacon finally being taken. And I don't think Sin... I don't think Sin have any idea.
They should fight it.
I don't know if they can.
They should try. Oh no, they went mid lane. All right, I understand. We're gonna give Foles gold. He's gonna get turret gold, and we're gonna try to stop a couple recalls here. But would have been a good opportunity to turn things around. I mean, if you're Syndicate, you have the late game scaling, right? So I guess you don't have to fight for it.
And you delay those backs, which means that you'll get prio to set up around this bot side. That dragon, this will be sole point for Syndicate. So it's kind of a mistake turned miracle here, right? You make the mistake of having BB get caught out, but Syndicate managed to stop the backs. They managed to stop the regroup from Zero Animosity. And because of that, third dragon goes your way. Your win con is still alive. All calculated is all I have to say, Yanni. They 5D chest this move into existence.
And the best part for Syndicate is even though they're still a little weak at times, they haven't really hit their full scaling, although Foles is starting to get there.
Yeah.
Now you could give drags. to Zero Animosity. You could say, hey, you know what?
You could trade with Baron too, realistically.
Yeah, obviously giving away Infernal Drake's a little sketchy at times. You know, they're not as big of a percentage as they used to be, but 4% is still solid. But now, I mean, you give yourself opportunities to swipe it away. We've already seen Syndicate take away a dragon, get some cookies out of the cookie jar with the double smite coming through. And if Syndicate secures this next one in 4 minutes, I mean, Zero Animosity are going to have a huge mountain to climb.
And that's really concerning because even now, Zero Animosity, I feel, are still up in this game, right? They secure the Otacon. And they have been, I would say, the team making more proactive plays around the map for game number 1, whereas Syndicate have always been reacting to the current state that they have set up. So to see them get that soul, I think, would be a huge blunder on the side of Zam. We'll see if that ends up happening. I think right now, what we have to be looking at is that mid and bot lane. Karziak just has to keep side laning, right? Get as much gold as you can in the next 3.5 minutes to be relevant. You might be 0-5. You might have had a rough 26 minutes in the game, but hey, minute 27, that's your moment, bro.
That can all change. I know he's got a Shadow Flame.
Yeah.
Curious. I know that we've typically seen a lot of Riftmakers come out of Gwen.
Riftmaker is usually the first item now that Gwen's HP has been like gutted to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, Nashor's Tooth is still good, but I more so have an issue with this Shadow Flame. You know, Bloodletter's Curse when you have double AP is really good too. I mean, obviously they're not super tanky on the other side, so it might not be overly necessary, but I'm curious about this itemization. I want to know your thoughts.
I actually do agree with you. I think either just going straight up Bloodletters would be better, right? Or just going the typical Gwen build. I think that the Shadow Flame loses a lot of value because you're praying for those extended traits, right? You're praying to stack up that pen as time goes on, whereas I feel like Bloodletters is way better for, you know, syncing up with Foles, who is still, I'd say, the carry of this game, right? The Rise is 3-1, is 3 items. I feel like
he's a full level up.
Yeah,
even after losing Otacon.
Well, that's Roa, right? That's just Roa diff.
Well, no, that's not just Roa diff, because you have to keep in mind that, like, that means that he was on an even level, even with Otacon going over to Zero Animosity. Like, if you discount that Roa, they're both level 16. Like, that's impressive. Yeah. Foles has done a lot in the side lanes to make sure that he's this strong.
A little bit less than 2 minutes away from the dragon. Zero Animosity, I think, have really taken possession of the top side of the map. And you could see that Aeon is just looking for any kind of straggler on the side of Syndicate that he can pick off. It might be All Calamity, who actually doesn't have flash, traded his own flash for a smite. So they're really just trying to play on that objective and not get caught beforehand. Meanwhile, ZAM are trying to force that issue, which I think is really smart. Maybe they're just going to do it from the Baron, Yanni.
Yeah, they're just ripping it. This is a shotgun Baron. I think they've realized that we don't think we have enough. You gotta force something. Yeah, you gotta try something. 8,000 HP and dropping rapidly. Al Calamity is in position. BB is here as well. But
Karziak flank TP.
Wait, this flank TP.
He's alone.
Karziak immediately flashes away. He's already put down the Hollow Mist, trying to cut out, but he gets knocked up. There was that redemption. Just gonna heal up the rest of the squad. They're able to get the Wukong low, but not actually get a kill out of it.
And now Albino's going for the re-engage.
We're still fighting. Al Calamity getting knocked up, getting charmed, and they're going to be able to find the Bard too. And it's a 5v3, Quacks.
It's a 5v3. BB is still up. Al Calamity is down, so it's going to be a battle of smite fights, if anything. Zero Animosity, they have to grip this Baron. They have to be with good conditions for the dragon as well, which is coming up soon. Yep.
Full court press right on that Xin Zhao. And at about 4,000 HP, BB trying to find an angle in, but they're doing everything they can to keep him off. And that means the Baron will be secured for Zero Animosity. We see some red pings on the bottom side, but BB is getting held up by Albino Spino. They're on the way. 10 seconds until this dragon is up. And you can see they're selling out for it, Quacks.
But they're going to try and contest it, but the waves are just not in their favor. This is what we go back to. They set up around this bot side. They bursted down the mid waves. They bursted down the bot waves. They put Karziak in a situation where it could 1v1 Albino Spino, and now it comes back to reward them. Soul secured for Syndicate. It's a trade of the neutrals. And Albino is just walking up without a care in the world. This man is crazy.
All right, we got to see what Zero Animosity can do with this Baron. You traded permanent power for a temporary spike while your comp is
you've got to go good.
Syndicate are
You got to go crazy.
You have to do something big here.
And look at Samuel. He's on the top side, but he has the level 3 Weaver as well, so he can easily join up with the team. Meanwhile, Foles is just on the bot side saying, I'll split push. I'll try and get as much gold into my wallet as humanly possible before a fight breaks out. Zero Animosity should be the ones forcing a fight here. They should force that issue and look for a dive on this turret.
Honestly, as long as Syndicate play it safe here, even if you lose the inhib, it's okay. Yeah. We're already seeing BB go in. Oh, good great cancel on the call. The Forge got with the Tempered Fate, and now he's stunned up. Albino Spider's taking a lot of damage. That Redemption's going to keep him upright, but for how much longer? He's got to get out. Knock up over on the side as they are on top of Karziak. Karziak knocked up again, but he's sustaining. He's still alive. Samuel now targeting out Al Calamity. Sage Wabe is low, but Foles is still standing. 2 inhibitors down, and Zero Animosity will walk it out.
That's exactly what Zero Animosity want to play for, right? They use that temporary power to convert a massive advantage on the top side. Now Syndicate are going to be forced to clean up those waves for several minutes to come, and this will allow Zero Animosity to reset, fix that bot lane wave, set up around that that Elder Dragon. Meanwhile, this just pulls so much attention by Syndicate onto that top side. That is a beautiful play. That's exactly what you want from the Baron. I think that was so good from them in a position where the game has started to mellow out and even out a bit. They find their way into a winning position.
Absolutely massive, and now the siege is going to be on this bottom side. Who can really hold this, especially with this Baron still up? I mean, Foles is going to have to get down there, but the problem is
Albino just tanked the turret. Yeah, Albino could just tank the turret if he wanted to, but he's not going to because he's a Giga Chad.
All right, well, now you're really backed up into your base. BB is looking for a big flank here. Samuel is not around, and if they recognize that, it could mean it's time to go. Here comes BB. Tempered Fate lands on the one. Call the Forge God coming out. Albino Spider not going to get interrupted, but knock up some. Oh, BB! He scores dead. Here comes Samuel to try to turn it around. They blow up the top laner. It's Al Calamity. It's Foles, and it's Sage Wabe left. It's a 3v4, and the health bars are strong for Zero Animosity. Al Calamity on the back side, trying to do what he can, but Aeon Crystal's gonna chase him down. He's got to burn the flash, just trying to buy time for the rest of his team.
The Baron buff is gone. They're still going to be able to break open the base and probably get this third inhibitor, but they can't really press for more despite the numbers advantage, despite the long death timers. They are not able to threaten the game. The waves are not big enough. The Baron buff is no longer active. They are going to reset onto the map, take their gold, and set up continuously around this bot side. Now Syndicate, they're playing Call of Duty Zombies at this point, Yanni. They have got to defend their base with their lives, and this takes so much attention away from setting up for that Elder.
No doubt about that, Quacks, and with Karziak down right now, that means he's not able to scoop up any of these double super waves. It looks like Foles cleared out. The super's on the top side, so Karziak will at least be able to get that second one on top side. Foles gonna take care of the middle one, but Zero Animosity.
No, he doesn't have flash.
Press right on top of him. They find the mid laner of Syndicate, and the team might just crumble around it.
That's their main piece. They found the queen. Bulls is gone, and Syndicate are 4v5 as the waves are pouring through on all cylinders.
Al Calamity on the backside. Wait,
oh, what the?
He faked him out. He faked him out, but that means he's just going for the end. He recognizes, hey, well, our team is just ending the game. Al Calamity managed to pull one wave, but for how long? Sage Wabe trying to do what he can. Weaver's Wall, it's not going to do a whole lot as Gwen is now on the wave, trying to take it out. Big knockup is there. BB is dead. Tempered Fate lands on the multiple. Sage Wabe fighting for everything that he's worth, but he's forced to flash away. The rest
minions are too much.
4-2 strong. Down goes the jungler, down goes the Nexus turrets, and down goes Syndicate. Game 1 to Zero Animosity.
And Zero Animosity, it took them a bit, but they set up for their win conditions. They give a little, they take a lot. 10-1 Inferno Dan with that bot lane Sivir pick. And there we go. We talked about the mid-game woes of the Syndicate squad, Yanni. We said it hasn't been punished yet. We said we haven't seen them necessarily get challenged, get out of the deficit that they find themselves in around that 15 to 20-minute mark. But Zero Animosity made it happen. They punished their overextensions. They punished their over aggressiveness, and they managed to find the first win of this best of 3.
Yeah, and credit to them. They played it out quite well. We didn't really see too many of the big wombo combos where Seraphine Encores were hitting multiple people along with these Cyclones, but they were able to make picks happen. They used their ultimates efficiently, right? It doesn't necessarily matter if you hit 5 people. If you hit 1 or 2 and you kill them, that's good enough and competitive, right? And a really good job done by Zero Animosity. On the other side, Syndicate, I mean, top and support gave you almost nothing this game, man. I mean, I think Karziak and Al Calamity had particularly poor games.
I think Karziak really had a lot of options, right? He was R5 counter pick. He had the ability to look at this Ornn, stalemate the lane with something like Scion, go for something a little bit more scale heavy that plays for the team, but decided to go it his own way. And sure, that damage number looks really nice, 28.5k, but realistically, the agency was really just not there for the Gwen. And I feel like if you don't have that late game win condition in prime readiness along with your rise, that confluence isn't able to come together, and you're not really able to threaten post 30 minutes like you would normally expect.
It doesn't matter if you have the Hollowed Mist. If they just walk into you and they CC you, right? So I think that was a great job done by the side of Zero Animosity to really lock this guy down and prevent him from getting anything actually done. Quacks, that's going to do it here for game 1. There is going to be a second game. We're not sure how many games we're actually going to get because right now, Syndicate backs against the wall. Zero Animosity looking to move on to the next round. We'll see you on the other side. were rudely interrupted by a fight. This is what happens when you have really, really young players sometimes, is that they are mistake prone to being a little too over aggressive, right? Oh, why was that? Well, that doesn't line up with Albino Spino. Yeah, it's because he's playing the tank, bro. Like, what? You're going to get aggressive as Ornn into the Gwen matchup? Hell no, bro. You're going to punish aggressiveness like that. Karziak, you were winning that lane already, bro. You didn't need to coin flip some of these plays. All that needs to happen, if you're going to play a carry top laner like that, is that you are given good protection and you don't take chances like that where you're a little too close to the turret and have to play it really on a knife's edge. So I think that was a big reason why Syndicate ended up losing the game. As you mentioned, Foles had a really good game. I think BB had a pretty solid game overall. A couple flanks that didn't work out early on, a couple flanks later that you needed just by virtue of the game. I think Calamity needs to step up big time in this game. Him and Karziak really need to come through and have a big game too if Syndicate's going to even up the series.
And I think it is kind of worrying for Calamity, as we did, I agree with you, see a little bit of a lackluster performance for him on the Bard. Bard is one of his best champions. I would say that's the character that I associate most closely to him. So to see him lose on that as well, I think is a bit difficult for the Syndicate support to actually move forward with. Obviously, he has other characters that he can play in his back pocket, but losing on your best champion never feels good, as Zero Animosity are going to continue on to the blue side. Syndicate actually opting to stay on that red side. I think Yanni really valuing that R3 and R5 counter pick that they're more than likely going to give over to their solo lanes. I think that Foles and especially Karziak this game need to have favorable conditions, need to have that agency if they want to be a confluence that gets them back into this series.
Yeah, I honestly think if they follow their draft strategy like they did last time, they should be in good shape, because I mean, maybe I'd give, I don't know. You left support for like much later in the draft, I think is valid, and then you gave Gwen counter pick, right? I don't think Foles needs it. I think Foles is displayed after that first game. It doesn't really matter. He should be able to just throw down the gauntlet of whatever he wants to play, and the teams need to kind of go and play around that. I think that he warps the game in a really good way, because I think he's the best player on the Rift. I really do. I think he's, not only with what he's done in the past, but what he showed in that game. He was a big reason why this team was still in it later on. But we'll see what he has in store for game 2, and if he can absolutely solo carry these games, or if his team is going to give him a little bit more help. We're finally through the picks and the bans. Once again, I like Syndicate's bans. They're very much meta-centric bans. Zero Animosity going after mid lane, jungle, top lane, so they'll let the bot lane beat them.
I imagine we'll probably see a similar strategy from Zero Animosity going into game number 2. They're more than likely just going to see a snag immediately here from jungle, possibly AD carry. As I will say, I think Inferno Dan has also been an ADC in this tournament who is okay with blind picking, okay with kind of having that counter available for his opposition. But realistically, there are still plenty of bruiser junglers that are meta. Pantheon obviously banned away, and then Wukong and Xin Zhao taken off the board by virtue of it being fearless. But you still got plenty of options, right? You still got the Maokai, you still got the Sejuani, you still got the Jarvan. These are kinds of picks that I think Zero Animosity could take advantage of simply due to their proactivity, propelling them forward, allowing them to make those plays that they did in game number 1. But they're instead going to go for the Scion, Yanni. So having that cross map play available also, I think, is just a really good way to stalemate the top lane. We saw what Albino Spino was capable of in that top lane matchup when it was Gwen versus the Ornn. Now, you've taken away the best tank killer in the top lane, and you still have a tank open and available.
Lilia Tristana, the immediate lock-ins for Syndicate here.
Yeah.
So we're going to need to build some CC around that, Quacks. This does lead me to believe that we won't see something like a Yorick in the top side. We might see a little bit more of a CC-focused top laner. And the problem is it's going to be so hard to deal with this Scion, right? Just because the best champions for him to deal with are gone, as you mentioned. I mean, like Cho'Gath,
they could just take like Trundle
into him. You could, but then you're really just relying on running at Zero Animosity, and there's no Sivir available, if you want to send the Tristana mid. So it's not like you could be like, hey, we're just going to continue to run at you and we're going to boost up everything that we have. I think that Syndicate have really pigeonholed themselves into winning with BB and Sage Wabe in this particular game.
Yeah, I feel like Zero Animosity could maybe go for something like the Trundle just to deny that in the top lane, as we do know that Karziak has a bit of unorthodox picks in the shed that he has been able to pull out Yanni, but Foles does as well. He has also played the Tristana mid previously. They lost that game, but I do want to open up the doorway to this being a possible flex here from the side of Syndicate, and it looks like Zero Animosity might also be prepared for that. They're going to draft up the Aurora, which is a good denial away from Foles, pigeonholes him further into wanting to maybe pick that mid laner. This is not a good matchup for Trist, though, if it does come to fruition in the mid lane. I feel like Aurora is going to be able to clear out those waves, is going to be able to deny you the all-in, has so many tools to get away from Tristana, deny that bomb reset, and overall, I think that just has a lot of damage in the laning phase, right? Which is the main appeal of the champion, and possibly the main thing that turns the Tristana toward that bot lane instead of to Foles in that mid lane.
I like this Jarvan pickup here because it's very hard for these champions to actually get out of the Cataclysm. If you are Tristana and you're jumping away, generally not a great thing. I think Victor's like really good into Aurora, but now that's gonna be a hard champion to pick because you have this Jarvan coming through. So anything with a little bit of movement,
you need someone mobile.
Really, really important.
You need someone mobile and long range. That is a really tough bill to fit, as they are actually going to go for the Victor. So this opens up the gateway for Jarvan to just live on that part of the map, right? Say, all right, I want to get this Tristana ahead, or rather, I want to get this Aurora ahead. I want to set this Victor behind. Hey, I kill two birds with one stone. I go mid and I constantly punish any overextensions that might be had from Foles. And even if you don't get the kills onto Victor, I think the best thing that you can do, or something of equal value, is you just lock him behind the turret. Give the Aurora time to roam around this map. And so I do think that Zero Animosity, with the two picks that they have available, which is that bot lane, you need something that can get that shove, that can join up with that Aurora and can essentially live in the jungle of this Lilia, deny away that gold from BB early on.
Heading into the second half of bans, we see Jhin getting taken out. I really like that. I think that extra utility would have been very good for Zero Animosity to have. With Zero Animosity, I think I'm banning Poppy, and I know that Poppy doesn't get a whole lot of value against the rest of the champions in this game. However, I think denying Jarvan is probably the most important thing that you could do in this game, Quacks, that Riven is going to be taken out. So it looks like they are well aware of what Karziak can do, and they're saying, okay, we're going to sell out to stop you from taking over the game.
Yeah, and as the bans continue, I do want to bring up a bit of an interesting question here, Yanni. What do you realistically think that Syndicate are going to pick here on 4? Because obviously you've already got that Scion revealed, so you're not going to be blinding any top laners here from the side of Syndicate, but you also really want to pair up something with that Tristana. Do you immediately want to snag up that Poppy, not knowing what will be met on that bot lane by Zero Animosity? I think that blinding Poppy is a very dangerous game to play, but it also does mean that maybe your top laner gets something a little bit better, as he will have more information to play with. And as we saw, Karziak had a really rough game number 1, so maybe giving him that R5 does have value. I feel like there's pros and cons to both.
I don't know why they didn't ban Varus. They banned Melio instead. I mean, no matter what Syndicate locks here, this is the easiest Varus Nico I've seen in my life. Like, because Syndicate almost has to go with engage, which means they're just going to be at a disadvantage, right? Whether you go Leona, whether you go Rel, whether you end up going Poppy, you're just going to go up against double poke bot lane, and it's going to be absolute hell for you to try to play through that.
I mean, I feel like you could go that angle, right, with the poke, or maybe if you value a little bit more of that team fight angle, you could go for something like the Kai'Sa and then pair it up with an engage support. As we see, the Zero Animosity top side does want to go in, right, does want to punish the immobility of this Victor, and this Lilia to a lesser extent. Obviously, you've got that movement speed, but you don't have any dashes, so if you aren't careful, you could get hit by the CC train of ZAM. But I do like where your head's at, Yanni. I do think that we, talk about the poke, we talk about getting prio in that bot lane, and so I think Varus, or something along those lines, could work, as they're gonna meet us maybe halfway here. They're gonna go for an engage support, but also a scaling ADC pick that is more than willing to go into a fight despite being immobile. I think this Aphelios pick is actually pretty good because of how well covered you are from your front line.
I think that is true. I think you have a lot of space for this Aphelios, and it's really good. I don't think you're taking advantage of what Jarvan is able to do in this draft very well, outside of this Aurora, right? Where you're now relying on. Whoa, hang on, hold that thought. Darius locked in for your top laner.
Master.
The chips are down. Your tournament is on the line. Your opportunity to get in the NACL for 2026 is on the line here. And you lock in Darius. I love it.
I think this is a really good pick, actually. Not only is this good in the lane, but Darius loves getting engaged on, right? This is a champion who says, come and get me. He'll heal, he'll stack up that passive, and he'll get execute after execute. And I do think that this is exactly the kind of thing. This is the linchpin for sure for the side of Syndicate. If you can get this Darius ahead, if you can get him into a winning position, Zero Animosity, they really have no choice but to go in. We talked about the choices that they had with that game number 1 draft. I feel like this game number 2 draft for Zero Animosity is a little bit more one-dimensional, right? You have to be fighting. You have to be scaling. You have to be going in and looking for these opportunities to get Inferno Dan ahead, to get Samuel ahead. And if you are being met with a fed Darius, well, then it all falls apart, right?
Without a doubt, you are only running at them. That is very difficult for Zero Animosity. I'm sorry. That is very difficult for Syndicate to actually make things happen. One of the things that I really thought could have been good, even before the Darius, was this is the last we'll talk about it because, we already have our champions locked in. Renata would have been a pretty good angle here for Zero Animosity, actually. But yeah, I think the Rel is good too. You've got this nice conglomerate of engage, and it's up to Jarvan and Aurora to bridge this Aphelios into the late game and for Inferno Dan to go crazy, Quacks.
This game definitely rests, I feel, on Samuel, on Inferno Dan, and what a position to be put in, I feel, for these players, right? We talk about how much of a novice a lot of the members for both of these teams are, right? In their competitive environment. Samuel really hasn't been well known for a very long time. This is the first open qualifier I believe I've seen him in. Inferno Dan obviously has been seen before, but we haven't really seen him take that leap amongst other ADCs. If he's able to push Zero Animosity over the line into the next round of the lower bracket, especially against a very, very well-respected ADC like Sage Wabe, I feel like that'll be a massive accomplishment and a massive feather in the cap, like you said earlier in the stream, Yanni, for his career. And kind of going back, I feel that Aeon Crystal and Albino, these are the two guys that are setting up for them, right? These are the ones that want to get the fight started. They are relying on the newer players, their newer teammates who may not have as much experience, to be that execution factor to get the 2-0. So that trust, I feel, that confluence goes a long way. And I feel like that is what could get them into the next round. Meanwhile, Syndicate really just kind of feels like they're putting it on Karziak. They're saying to this guy, we'll give you comfort with our backs against the wall. And I wouldn't even say it's a wall, Yanni. It is a dark void to which there is no return. We go into game number 2, Zero Animosity up 1-0. And looking immediately at the keystones, my friend, Albino Spino is rocking the phase rush. So maybe we'll get some Bowson's Law up in this series.
One other thing is Al Calamity has Summoner Spellbook. And that's quite interesting given the fact that you don't really see a lot of tanks take it. Now, I think Leona is one of the ones that can't get away with it just because of her W giving the extra armor and MR. It is a little worrisome. Now, at this stage in the game, especially early on, you really shouldn't expect to be dying to Aphelios Rel. So I think it's good. But I think Al Calamity is going to have to squeeze a ton of value out of it in this early game. And, essentially roam the same amount as he did on Bard.
Yeah, and I really don't favor the roaming angle here for the side of Syndicate. I feel like with Leona, especially when you have an ADC like Tristana, you're looking to stay in the lane, get those engages off, and be in the face of this Aphelios. Because if you roam, you let him shove in these waves and get this CS for free, he's going to turn into that late game monster, that 200 years machine that we all know and love and sometimes hate.
And with Summoner Spellbook, that does make it all the more curious as to why he didn't opt into Ignite. I guess it just means that if you are taking Spellbook. You are not fighting in this lane no matter what. Which, you know, as you just mentioned, and I very much agree, I think is a little bit of an oopsie into Aphelios. Now, he does have Cleanse, so it will be hard to actually lock him down the first time, as Albino Spino is just taking it to Karziak here. This guy has to be playing with so much confidence after how this first game went in a bad matchup into the Gwen, managing to get a gank for an assist and then getting a solo bolo with help from the turret. I mean, you have to be on cloud 9 right now.
You absolutely do, and it's really difficult for Karziak. I think that this is actually a really big brain keystone from Albino Spino. As we saw the value earlier, he just goes for a trade, walks away, and because that knockup is still doing its magic, that CC from Sion is still active onto the Darius, he just walks away before it wears off, and Karziak isn't really able to trade back. So this is causing it to be a really difficult lane for the Darius, which is never a sentence you want to hear uttered when you have a Darius on your team. If the lane is difficult, it might not be getting any better, as it looks like it will get better.
Is he dead? I think he's dead. Yeah, Albino Spino just bleeds out in the top lane. Like, got a little too over aggressive there, and now Kenosis. Karziak turning it around.
Karziak did have to burn his flash, so maybe this opens up the doorway for Aeon Crystal to pay a visit after he's done with his first full clear. Speaking of those clears, both junglers look like they're just about finished with those, as Karziak burns the ghost. He wants more.
He wants him. He wants him. As Albino Spino is going to
look at the wave. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's so bad for this guy right now. This is an island, and Aeon Crystal's on the bottom side of the map. Albino Spino is in top lane jail right now.
And he can't walk up to the wave, not just because of the Darius, but also because BB is in the area. They know he's in that bush without flash.
Okay, good sidestep there. A lot of damage, but it's only going to really break the shield, as it wasn't in range for the apprehend. So at least they're able to spot out the Lilia. They know where they're at. So Calamity and Sagewabe can choose to fight if they want, because they can assume that Jarvan is on the top side.
Jarvan managed to get the reset though, so we'll have a pretty good macro timer over the Jarvan.
This engage is just not
working. Look top lane.
All Calamities.
BB didn't see him.
Oh no!
Oh, he has it fully stacked. He has it fully stacked. You can't go.
Goodness, Karziak getting it done again. Doesn't matter that he dies up there in the face of a gank, gets a kill, and now on the bottom side we're seeing a root come down. How Calamity slowed up but doesn't actually fall. BB now looking to match Aeon Crystal up here. They'll trade blows back and forth, but nothing more.
I think this is good for BB to try and shove in this wave, force Aeon Crystal to stay on this top side even more, and deny help from the bot lane. Sure, we're seeing the resets come through from Inferno Danas. Don't walk up too far though, my friend.
Just again, the junglers fighting up in the top lane here, just to really get that wave in. We are seeing the top laners reset and head to the bot side. Zero Animosity's bot lane is going to get the first move up onto this top side.
And Syndicate really needed to read that lane swap coming through, because you never want to be a Darius in a 2v1 situation. So this denies a lot of pain from Karziak to just continue with the 1v1 against the Sion, continue to scale on up and snowball rather in this game.
What a genius, bro.
What?
How did he know?
What? Wait.
Yo, this guy's insane, bro. That's crazy. Fully stacked bleed on him too. And level 6. Got the Tiamat. He's level 6. This is so bad here for Albino Spino. He is in deep doo-doo.
Yeah, Albino Spino was fooling around, was getting the better of Karziak in those first few trades in the laning phase, but then Karziak said, "Well, you stop that." And, you know, put the hands on him just a little bit.
Well, Aeon Crystal showing up here in the mid lane. It's a great gravity well, plus the ultimate coming down, that Arcane Storm, will be enough to dissuade them, along with BB, helping out his mid laner get the shove and a recall off.
Yep, so flash burn from the Jarvan. I wonder how Syndicate are actually going to play around them not having that. Is he
Samuel? Samuel walked over where he did not have a ward. Al Calamity going to catch him. Bulls will take a little bit of damage back, but now Samuel is kind of stuck in the mid lane.
I mean, Al Calamity is just going to help him shove out this wave, and then realistically Foles should back. They're probably trying to set up a round for these grubs. I feel like that has to be the primary neutral objective here for Syndicate, not only because you have a Tristana who's obviously turret taker 9,000, but you want to get more gold into that Darius, Yanni. You want to be giving as many plates over to Karziak as humanly possible. He has been pushing in this lane for most of the game, being 2-1. And if you can give him just another thing to play on, I feel like that will, you know, boost up your win conditions tenfold once you veer around that mid to late game, when Darius is famously less of a threat and less scary.
Well, Karziak is now in the 2v1 as Syndicate sent Sagewabe and Calamity back to the bottom lane in an effort to secure this first dragon of the game. 7.5 minutes in. Here we go. Karziak, the dunk, the bleed out. Z-Score is dead. He's got nowhere to go. He will fall. Feet of Warfare claimed by Karziak and only Karziak. The ward getting put down here. My God, can Karziak make the impossible happen? Oh, Inferno Dan, such a good job there. Barely staying out of that range, but still, Karziak putting in work.
And just a few seconds before the flash came up too, that would have been a beautiful turnaround if he was able to just survive for a few more seconds in that bush. But Inferno Dan gets the kill. Finally, Zero Animosity's main win condition will get some gold into his pockets. Ahead of these grubs too, I feel like it's really impactful because you get shoved in that in that top lane, and now look, Aeon is able to play on that wave.
All right, wait, Z-Score has to hop over the wall, and Foles does not really have any mana here, but BB is going to be able to tag two people. Okay, still stuck, can't actually get out. We talked about that, Quacks, is that it's so hard to escape the Cataclysm. Calamity going to get knocked up, and Inferno Dan is going to pick up a double kill. He's got 3.
No, I wasn't talking about that. The Cataclysm was great, but the timing was even more 5-head from the jungler of Zero Animosity as he uses it to completely negate the effects of the sleep. The moment it drops, the Lilting Lullaby does not go through, and the Jarvan is able to continue being a threat on the map. It's a really good fight for them, and now they should be able to wrestle back control of this topside river. But Karziak has more than enough to say about that. This Darius is 3 kills under his belt, so he will prevent the second grub from being taken, and so the objective should go the way of Syndicate because of that.
And if so, that is huge, because now you're starting to see this Aphelios get big. That means that you need to give as much resources as you can to Karziak, and that he's able to leverage them to get big leads, to force Inferno Dan over to him, so the rest of Syndicate can do things on the other side of the map, so that this Victor can scale up a little bit more. The question is, if you can actually get there. These grubs still haven't been taken yet. Only one has been taken off the map, but it looks like Karziak is there to start the other 2.
I feel like the value of the grubs extends just beyond Karziak, right? Obviously, the Darius is the most apparent, but also giving some return gold back over to the Tristana, who's really synergized as well with having that objective, that buff in her back pocket, could mean that while Inferno Dan is plenty strong, is around 1,000 gold up over his counterpart, if Sage can get his hands on some plates, he can really shorten that gap.
Well, he's going to go for an all-in on Inferno Dan. Here comes Calamity as they're trying to CC him, and they'll be able to take him down. They find the shutdown. They kill the Sagewabe. Albino Spino on the top side will fall and will not be able to kill the Darius. I think he healed just enough. And he did. Karziak able to escape. Sagewabe died on the bottom side. Just a lot of stuff happening around the map, Quacks.
It's a 2-for-1 trade, but it favors Syndicate, and most importantly, Karziak will be left alone on that top side. Albino Spino. Oh, hang on.
BB is trying to get as close as he possibly can. Z-Score trying to slow him up, stun him there. Z-Samuel trying to get him away. Here comes the sleepy time coming out here. Z-Samuel between worlds looking to take out BB Swag and manages to find him. Z-Score is still alive. He's rooted. He's dead. And the question is, Samuel, can you kill Calamity here? Calamity with the side steps. Here comes Sagewabe over the top. Calamity unable to escape, but Samuel might not be able to as well. He will, as Foles was unable to close out there. He just doesn't have the damage right now. And now Samuel is big.
And Samuel now 3-0. He's going to recall, get his first item. He's got 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. Suddenly, a new challenger approaches from the side of Zero Animosity. And this is what we want to see. We want to see the Aurora ahead. We want to see the Aphelios ahead. The mechanical novice laners of ZA are being built upon by the old foundation of this top side. And they are trusting them to execute for the chance to get further and further in this lower bracket. And they are doing just that, Yanni.
An absolute slugfest 12 minutes into this game. A dragon for Syndicate. They have 2 grubs, but Zero Animosity's got a lot of heart. They got a Fed Aurora, and they got a Fed Aphelios. That is a very scary prospect to stare down. We talked about how Syndicate, they're only going to be able to run down Zero Animosity, and it's going to be really, really difficult later on for Karziak to actually make that happen consistently.
Yep.
We'll see if that remains to be the case later on. 10 seconds until the next dragon is up. Zero Animosity are in prime position for it, but we are seeing Karziak
is roaming
here. Aeon Crystal wants a piece of the action here, but now he's down to half HP. Cataclysm is down. BB is stuck, but he flashes out. Now Z-Score gonna look to track him down, but here comes the Ghost of Darius, ready to run through the rest of this team. Aeon Crystal is so deep, but he can't hit the Flagging Dragon. He hits by the bowling ball, and BB gets the kill. Z-Score is trapped, and he will fall too. Sage Wabe gets that kill, and we're seeing Karziak make an impact elsewhere.
Absolutely. I love the roam from Karziak. He sacrifices so little to help his team secure that dragon. It'll be the second for Syndicate, so they'll keep that stacking win condition alive. If Bulls will be able to catch up this top wave. That last fight, though, I feel like that Cataclysm was more of a blessing than a curse for the side of Syndicate, frankly, as Karziak almost manages to tag him with the slow, but doesn't, because it frankly isolated Aeon Crystal, right? He thought he had the isolation onto BB, but I feel like he read the fight wrong, and because of that, he gets taken down. No jungler for Zero Animosity means they can't really contest it, and now it's a 1v3 in the mid lane.
They need to make this play onto the Darius to shut him down, and they do. He'll be dead for 30 seconds. Samuel picking up his 4th. He's got that fully stacked Dark Seal. We'll see if he turns it into a Death Note later in the game.
We absolutely will. You know though that he'll probably save it, because frankly it's the mental warfare I feel with the Dark Seal, Yanni, because 10 stacks on a Dark Seal, that's like really scary, right? But I feel like the moment it turns into a book, you lose all the stacks. It just feels like it happens every single time. You upgrade it, you go a little bit for that ego, and suddenly you're at a pause.
That's why it's called the Ego Book. You know, some people call it the Death Note, others call it the Ego Book.
I call it the Ego Book, you call it the Death Note. I think this is a nice...
I think the reason why is because, as old as I am, I just actually finished Death Note like earlier this week.
I actually have never seen Death Note, so... It's
really enjoyable. I think you'd enjoy it. It's really, really fun. I liked it. The second half of the anime was not as good as the first half, but that's okay. Most anime have that problem. The first half is so damn good that it doesn't matter. The first half of this game has been so damn good. 14.5 minutes into the game. 600 gold difference. Syndicate does have 2 dragons.
Yep.
But we're evened up in kills. Inferno Dan is accelerated. Samuel is accelerated. And Karziak, the one who last game had so much on his plate, who wasn't able to finish dinner and had to throw it out while his parents yelled at him. And now this time around, ate his vegetables, drank his milk, took his vitamins, said his prayers, and is absolutely massive this.
He's massive, but this is a champion that really runs on empty, right? You have to keep looking and fishing for picks and plays to continue that snowball. Otherwise, Zero Animosity, who have the scaling advantage, are just going to be able to do that, right? Outscale you, and you will not be nearly as relevant if you can't keep up with this kill counter. So we have to keep seeing these roams from Karziak. We have to keep seeing him make these plays on this Darius. There's a Herald spawning on the top side, has made its presence known. Zero Animosity, though, I would say more grouped up, can just walk up toward that topside river. They just need to look for some kind of ult combination with that Cataclysm. Inferno Dan has flash, so they have prime conditions to actually fight on their terms.
see if they actually take any sort of fight right now. We do have Herald up, so Zero Animosity looking like they're floating over to that, looking to take that out. We saw a blue trinket just get killed over on the top side. That's Darius's blue trinket, actually. Wait, no, that's a yeah, no, that is a blue trinket. It's grayed out, but it's a blue trinket. I was like, oh, wait a minute, you know, but so they're very well aware that Zero Animosity is doing this. It has been started up by Aeon Crystal. It looks like it will be taken without too much contest here, as I think Syndicate are still waiting here for Fulls to get online. He's had a solid game for himself. We're already going to get the cleanse out of Inferno Dan, so now there's an opportunity here for Syndicate to take a fight when they want it.
But besides the Leona, I really think that this is a problem we haven't illuminated too much onto, Yanni. Syndicate don't have a ton of snap engage, right? You really are relying on that Leona to get things started. So without that solar flare, I think it is going to be difficult to find a realistic angle onto Inferno Dam without the Aphelios either face checking or just taking one step too far and maybe getting hit by like a stray slow on the gravity field, or possibly even a bowling ball from BB.
Yeah, you know that swirl seed, that bowling ball can hit you like a truck sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
Next Dragon up in a minute and 40.
Sometimes it's a strike, sometimes it's a split.
Yeah,
Maybe,
but you know what? Even if you whiff them, it's not that big of a deal. You usually get more than 2.
Yeah. BB, I would imagine BB probably doesn't need the bumpers up, right? No, he's good.
I don't know. I've seen some of these. He had an opportunity in the bot lane where he hit the wall. He had the Mies behind him going like, whoa! You know how it is.
Yeah. I always love
so funny.
the stupid animation from the bowling alley. I swear they have not updated that since like the 2000s, but that's the charm, honestly.
Oh yeah, you know,
that like really low quality.
I love the memes about them because you know you get some interesting ones. You know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know.
Yup. If you know, you know. Any knowers in the chat? Absolutely.
If you're a knower in the chat, let's not talk about it. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. This would be Syndicate's third here, Yanni. They would be on solo point. They absolutely do. And look at how well they're setting up around this bot side. Those deep wards by Calamity are giving them so much information. It's making it really difficult for Aeon to look for a pick as this Jarvan before the Drake actually spawns. And if you're going into that bot side river on even terms, if you can allow Karziak to roam on down here, give that Darius the ability to link up with his team, I think this is realistically the best thing Syndicate can do at this point.
Karziak is going to get shoved out real quickly because everybody is going to descend on him. Brodin had to flash forward toward the Darius. He's in trouble. He dies for it. Oh my goodness. Karziak will die on the backside. And here we go. Fulls is starting to get the full extent of his damage down. The Arcane Storm will claim Albino Spino's life, and Calamity will be able to get his Victor to safety as Aeon Crystal is in trouble. Albino Spino's corpse will finally fall. The standard will take out the Lilia. We have 2 kills coming across for Fulls here, but Zero Animosity is forced to recall.
A lot of value was derived there from the Scion passive. He goes down, but he still manages to keep fighting. They even out the kill score at the end of the day, but nobody will claim that Dragon. Syndicate, though, are going to walk out on top. They'll get this mid lane turret, and on top of the 2 kills that the Victor got, he will get himself some tower gold. Has TP available, so Fulls will be able to snap right back toward the fight on this bot side, and I would imagine it's going to continue. The conditions, though, for Zero Animosity significantly worse than they were on the initial attempt here to take control of that part of the map. No flash on Inferno Den, no flash on E Samuel, no ult for E Samuel either. Means that this Aurora is not going to be hopping around.
Yeah, Inferno Dan's got no flash either, so it's going to be really, really tough to play out this next fight. Straight bowling ball going to come through. It's not going to tag anybody here.
That's a strike.
The damage coming through. Fulls has plenty of it. He's got that Lightning Jewel as well to be able to get that penetration. He's really starting to whittle down this Scion. Over on the side, Karziak looking to get in. Here's an ultimate. It's only going to slow up a couple of members. Calamity walks forward. Doesn't take a whole lot of damage as this dragon has been started. Saga Wabe's got to find a way to link up with the rest of the team. Calamity does too. He's all alone over on the side and now down below half HP. Remember, he is not tanky because he has Summoner Spellbook. 2,000, 1,000.
They're too far away.
Secured for Zero Animosity, and Zero Animosity will look to just walk it out here. Another bowling ball, not going to quite land.
They've got the red pet too to slow down Karziak, so it'll be a dragon denied from Syndicate. The stacking stops, and now
Herald.
This is an aggressive Herald. I wonder what they're going to do with it, though. Are they going to try and, prioritize the mid lane, or are they going to go up toward the top side, maybe get some vision on toward that Otacon? Maybe it ran out because that doesn't bring any value at all. Yeah,
it looks like it probably ran out because of the time that they took it. So because I was like, this seems a little questionable, but overall, I mean, I think it's okay. One thing that I want to talk about is we're seeing a knockup come down onto Fulls here is his build, right? Well, Arcane Storm forcing the ultimate out. He has this Catalyst of Aeons chilling in his inventory right now. If he builds that into a Rod of Ages, I mean, that's going to be a long Rod of Ages.
It's going to be a different, it's going to be a staff, not a rod, as it will be Void second here. I mean, this is a legitimate strat. This is an old strategy. I haven't actually seen it used in competitive for a while, but just sitting on that component, you get a lot of value from it. I think it's probably one of the best components in the game, along with like Dirk, right? But
yeah, it's expensive, but what it gives you is so nuts. And then, the passive on it is just so good too. So like, I get it, but it just feels weird because you've invested so much. You don't lose that much gold when you sell it. You lose like 400 gold. So as long as it gives you like 400 gold worth of value while you're side laning, which is hard to quantify, it's at least worth it.
Yeah. As Syndicate will be able to quantify the advantage that they pick up in the top lane, as now they should be able to extend that vision line all the more further up around this Otacon. Again, this really has been the objective that plagues League of Legends over the course of 2025.
Yeah.
But I mean, realistically, Zero Animosity's response, I think, is the best they could do, right? They send people mid to trade those towers 1-for-1. Albino's actually not going to commit for the tower himself. Instead, he might just be looking for any sort of an angle to ult, make a cross-map play with this Scion. I feel like we haven't seen nearly enough of this from the Scion, where he realizes, okay, I have a way to get around the map that Darius does not. And so because of that, we should be the first to making a lot of these plays, and they will.
Yeah, BB forced the flash away. So he's going to be gone for a little while, but Zero Animosity not really in a position to go and take this Otacon. We see a lot of pings on it, but they're not going to go for it. And over on the bottom side, Karziak was able to take that turret. Now he's going to look for a fight with Albino Spino. The fact that he's up a level 2 is going to help. That bleed obviously not doing as much as it once did, just because Albino Spino is so much HP at this point in time. Still good value.
And I mean, the rest of Syndicate, they're redeploying on the top side. If they spot Aeon Crystal on that bot side of the map, they're going to immediately rip the Otacon. So this presents a really difficult equation for Zero Animosity that they have to solve, where you want to deal with the Darius on the side lane, but you can't use your jungler. You have to deploy probably E. Samuel and Inferno Dam, but those are 2 members. That's a 1v3, and Syndicate are just going to take that top side objective anyway. They've started ripping it, and it's going down really fast.
Yeah, that's just a slow response from Zero Animosity, but they might be able to take the fight afterward. Aeon Crystal is looking to get in there, 3,000 HP, but he's going to be locked up by this Leona. It will be secured between worlds. Calamity might be the casualty for it. He will fall. And over on the backside, Karziak stuck in a 3v1. It's Inferno Dan Z-Score trying to run him down, but they don't have any more CC.
Karziak should be able to get out of there, but still, it's a casualty. Like you said, Calamity goes down. It's a 1-for-0 for Syndicate, but still, they get the Otacon, and they are more than happy to take that away, as now E. Samuel may be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, he overstayed, and he's going to flash the wall, but he got hit by the Lilting Lullaby. Z-Score trying to help his boy out. Fulls is going to get stunned up, but the Arcane Storm is going to kill him. And now it's time for Syndicate to have the turnaround. Z-Score in the middle of this Arcane Storm. It's doing so much damage to him. Big double knock. Crystal's Inferno Dan trying to turn it back around. BB Swag trying to escape. He's so fast on Lilia. He's going to kill Z-Score. Inferno Dan sets his sights on Fulls and gets him. Now we're going to look for BB swag, but Sage Wabe is here. He's going to mark up Aeon Crystal. Is he going to flash? Yes, he will. And he will take out the Jarvan. The Baron is up. Albino Spino's on the wrong side of the tracks. His Foles had already died. But guess what? This is bad news here. 4-0 Animosity. Baron is on the table, but it does not look like they'll go for it.
What is going on in this fight at the moment, Yanni? It's messy. It's going all over the place, but Syndicate firmly win out at the end of the day. They find a 4-kill opportunity. They're gonna, instead of going for the Baron, they're just gonna go for the Dragon. They're saying, we value Soul Point, we value the scaling, and I feel like that is the correct call. When we are talking about the late game, how vital it is, how important it is that both of these teams are in prime conditions, I feel like this is what we mean. So Syndicate recognize that how important the late game is, how important getting Soul would be, and they get themselves one step away from being able to accomplish that.
I see another pause come through here, and Quacks, I have to say, I think the Baron might have been better for Syndicate here, and I think it's because, you know, when you talk about having late game conditions, and obviously Foles is going to be strong, Sage Wabe, you know, 6-item Tristana scary, you could really have taken an opportunity to put Zero Animosity completely out of this game. If you had taken a Baron and you had sieged up, because you have to try to siege, you have to try to defend a siege against a Victor and a Tristana when they have 2 grubs as well. That's going to be incredibly difficult. I, for one, think that would have been the better call. However, the Dragon was a little bit safer.
Yeah.
And it does mean that Zero Animosity is not out of the game quite yet.
I feel like it just denies Zero Animosity a win condition, right? Because if you go for the Baron...
It does.
Right, if you go for the Baron, Zero Animosity are going to respawn, and they are going to take the Dragon, and then you are 2 for 2, right? If you take the Dragon, Zero Animosity can't take the Baron. So I feel like it's kind of a rectangle is a square is not a rectangle type of deal, where one is better because you are denying the, you know, something over from the other side. You're denying 2 things, actually. You're denying, you know, that Dragon win condition. You're also just denying the Baron in general. So I think that it's a more safe option for Syndicate. I feel like it's a little bit, obviously it doesn't have immediate returns like a Baron would, but again, we're only 26 minutes in. We're just starting to coast into that late game. So I feel like Syndicate have yet to really hit their stride fully.
I agree with you. They are in a much better spot with that Dragon. But again, this game is still not over yet. There's just so much that Zero Animosity has to deal with. I don't think they have the tools to do so. But they do have Inferno Dan on this Aphelios, who is 2.5 items, who we know will be a late game menace. We have E. Samuel, who has very good damage, has not gone for the typical build that we've seen out of Auroras, but I don't think you really need the Bloodletter's Curse in this particular game. But you see Riftmaker typically built next on them, but I don't know if he's going to go for that. I think he feels like he needs a little bit more front-loaded damage, and that I understand, especially with the conditions of this game.
The next objective, the next thing set on the eyes of both of these teams is that Baron. A Syndicate, though, I think are doing a much better job at, you know, getting vision up on that top side. You can see how lit up it is around that Baron pit. Meanwhile, E. Samuel is just trying to get as much gold as he humanly possibly can. I think both of the Zero Animosity carries, the Aurora and the Aphelios, once they hit 3 items, it gets really dangerous, right? Inferno Dan just now hit his spike for the last Whisper. This is when this character hits Doomsday Clock and the hand goes to 12. So although Syndicate have managed to come back in this game, although they have managed to, you know, win the past 5 to 7 minutes, if you are not careful, Inferno Dan is going to rip your team asunder now.
Take a look at who's on the backside. It's Karsiak. It looks like he's just going to head up to the top lane here. And once Inferno Dan can get a little bit more healing on him, that's when he'll truly be unbeatable, I think. He is in a spot where he is able to dispense tons of damage. He did get tagged by the Lilia. It looks like we'll go for a big double knockup from Aeon Crystals. Here we go. Between Worlds. They're stuck in the Cataclysm. Here's an opportunity. Inferno Dan drops the ultimate down on them. BB is able to escape. BB lives. There. Here comes Foles over on the side. Looking to take out Z-Score. Teleport coming in. Here comes the Scion. They've evened it up. It's 4v4. As Karsiak over on the side won't actually be able to join. Sagewabe was able to hop over. Here comes the Silence. They're going to look for Foles. Knocks him up flush. Who's there to be able to make a play onto him? He's going to get... No! They killed him. He doesn't get knocked up. He escapes with a sliver.
Karziak is on the side.
Karziak on the flank. Albino Spino just running away, making this a 3v2 for right now. It looks like the rest of Zero Animosity will get away.
The health bars are perfectly well for Inferno Dan and E. Samuel, but the health bar for Aeon is not. He's going to sleep him, but just for giggles, it looks like, because they're not actually able to capitalize off of the Lilia ultimate. Really close fight. Zero Animosity trying to go for more. Albino Spino using that unstoppable onslaught, I think, a little too carelessly, and because of that, it's a one fight turned into a neutral trade as Syndicate get one back, and we return right back to normal. The Baron is still up. The Dragon is less than 2 minutes away. I think a trade might be a legitimate angle here for Syndicate if they feel that they can get the Drake and they give up the Baron. This is kind of what we ran into in game number 1. You trade that temporary power for the permanent buff, but it's a matter of how well you use it, Yanni.
Couldn't agree more, Quacks. The pressure is on. Take a look at the summoners. Karziak has everything. Foles has his flash. Sagewabe is going to have his flash in a little bit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Inferno Dan is ready to go for this fight as well. Samuel has his flash, so it's going to be, what can you do, Inferno Dan? How long can you stay alive? Can they keep Karziak off of him?
That is the big question. You have to take a look at Karziak, who hasn't been, nearly as active, nearly as dominant as he was in the laning phase, but still is a massive threat that Zero Animosity have to pay respects to. Yeah. That's it's Titanic Hydra, baby.
Yeah, this Silent does a lot. Hang on. Shotgun Baron. We're seeing a Shotgun Baron done here by Syndicate.
They don't have eyes on it. They need a blue ward, but all of those wards are on cooldown.
Well, let's take a look. Can we see the health on the Baron? 5,000 HP.
Karziak is in the back.
But he's going to get met by E. Samuel. E. Samuel, they find him. Can they find Karziak, though? Karziak is able to flash. Oh! Score. Ultimate goes wide. Inferno Dan could not land the Moonlight Vigil. Baron secured for Syndicate. And now's the time where they might look for more. Calamity's a little low. BB chunked out big time. And now they're going to head toward the bottom side. Zero Animosity know that they do have an opportunity to take this dragon, but they must take it now. The recalls are empowered.
Yeah, the recalls are empowered. They're going to get back onto the map that much quicker. They've got to burn down this dragon. BB went for the reset to the Lilia. They're going for it. They can burst it down quickly. The Aphelios is 3 items, Yanni.
The Aphelios also has no cleanse, so he's got to be careful. Calamity wants a piece of this. Dragon going to go over to Zero Animosity. Now Inferno Dan is stuck here with this Leona on the backside. Flag and drag by Aeon Crystal. But now Calamity's right in his face, and Aeon Crystal, his life is going to be forfeit to allow the rest of his team to escape. And it's Karziak picking up kill number 7 and a man advantage for Syndicate with Baron.
I mean, at the end of the day, I still think that's good for Zero Animosity. You deny the soul. Sure, you give up the Baron, but that Baron, some of the time, was spent trying to contest the other neutral, so you're not going to have to worry about it for nearly as long. You just need to waste time on this objective. Hold off on the siege and look for your opportunity. Inferno Dan is still the win condition. E. Samuel is still the win condition. They retained their flashes. They just need to find an angle to start up a fight.
They're pushing on 2 fronts here, Quacks. I'm not sure I agree with that. They're going to even rotate up to try to take this top inner. Listen, you have Tristana, you have Victor. It's siege time. You should be sieging as 5 now. Obviously, everybody else decided to take their back, so that could allow them time to coalesce together. But in my opinion, you've used a lot of this Baron to take some turrets that don't really matter.
I think at the end of the day, the most prominent thing taking those towers will give you as Sin Eternal Season is just more extension on that vision line ahead of these dragons, which have significantly risen in priority right now, because Zero Animosity need to keep denying these drakes away from Syndicate, and Syndicate one more and they get soul. That should be the game winning objective if they claim it. But that would be so sad for Zero Animosity. 4 items at that point on to both your Aurora and you're a Felios, you just haven't had the angles to actually fight back, because I feel like Syndicate have constantly found ways with Fulls, with BB to circumvent needing to all in you and just very, very, very perniciously picking you off with health bars.
We're going all in onto Karziak here. Karziak will fall. It's a big shutdown.
You gotta go top. You gotta go top.
What's happening on the top side here? You've already lost Albino Spino, and now the base siege is on. You're going to lose an inhibitor turret. Will you lose more? Samuel had gotten tagged. BB, we're gonna tag him again. There's good damage here.
Oh, BB!
Here we go!
Oh!
Put them to sleep and ends game 2.
Inferno's gone! Samuel's gone!
Crazy! Everybody on Zero Animosity has fallen. BB swagged out as Sin will move to game 3.
And it's a miracle play there from the jungler of Sin-Eternal Season. The Lily of Value shows itself, and Sin-Eternal Season will see themselves in game number 3. This series just keeps on giving, Yanni.
That game delivered, Quacks. What a crazy ending there. Huge play by BB to call game there. The Siege was, listen, I think they were in good shape. I think they had a good shot to end it regardless. But just knowing that you still have the Baron and hey, this is our best time. Let's hit the go button. You tag everybody with the lilting lullaby and they die in their sleep. A huge win for a team that could not get it done in game 1. And now
for game number 3, because we are, of course, in Fearless. And realistically, I think after that series, Yanni, we have to have just more eyes up toward that top lane, right? Because on one hand, we had Albino Spino crushing the Gwen matchup against Karsiak, and then we had the complete opposite. We had Karsiak running the game with the Darius being a menace on that pick in the early to mid game and allowing the rest of his team to kind of scale on up and be threats in their own right. So while we have been talking a lot, I feel, about the Foles versus E. Samuel matchup, that mid lane has been, I think, really pivotal to this series as well. I feel like it is off the backs of the efforts of the top laners who kind of just come out of the game swinging, whereas most other lanes and most other matchups, I think, have taken their time more so, Yanni.
You make a good point, Quacks. One of the very interesting notes is that 2 of the best tanks are gone off the board. So we'll see what Albino Spino goes to in this game, because you know, we've seen one of these top laners play only carries, and there's still plenty of carries available. One of these top laners play only tanks, and I think the carries are there's a lot more carries in the tanks than there are in the top lane right now, Quacks. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see maybe a neutralizer top lane, like a Gragas come out for Albino Spino, or if he's going to index into a full tank like a Cassante, because it still has some play to it. And over on the other side for Karsiak, I mean, we saw an Mbessa get banned against him in the first 3 in the last game. That could always be something that he goes to if he wants another carry. As we're rounding out here, we have 5 out of 5 bans aimed toward this mid lane right now. So maybe off the back of these top laners that these games have gone, but right now this game looks like it's going to be Foles and E. Samuel digging down the crumbs in their pockets, pulling out lint and string. Quacks, what's still available?
I mean,
Akali.
Akali is available. Like a lot of the front-loaded damage champions
Galio.
That Foles is used to playing, like he just doesn't really play the Galio. He does have some experience, I know, on things like the Yone, so he could go for that. What I'm curious about, though, is if we're going to be moving that magic damage threat as, you know, either Sin Eternal Season or Zero Animosity up toward that top lane. I think that Karsiak, we haven't really gotten to see this element of him so far in the series, obviously, as we've seen the carry versus the tank matchup in both angles, but he is really good on the Rumble. I think that is another champion, especially with those tanks taken away. I think it provides a ton of value. It's just a question of whether or not, you know, obviously we'll be seeing something like a Galio counter come out from Albino Spino. That really could put a wrench in those plans. But I think that if you are having this mid lane pool pinched this much, you might be best to just look for another angle, go for some magic damage in that top lane, as Syndicate are going to first pick that Yunara. Still really strong on the patch, getting nerfed next patch, but still has a ton of supports that's viable with, has a ton of scenarios where it's good. It's a jack of all trades, master of none, and I think in the hands of Mr. Sage Wabe, it could pull off and be that late game win condition with a bunch of agency.
Caitlyn going to be the lock in here for Zero Animosity. I like this answer. It feels like Yunara gets away with a laning phase too often, and she's able to run away with the game. So put some pressure down. Maybe we'll see a Karma come through. Maybe we'll see a Lux come through. You know, if you know, we're seeing the mid lane get pinched this hard, you know, maybe this Lux was a better option. Less utility, but more damage coming up, because now you're starting to dig to the crumbs in your pockets of mid lane opportunities here. So we'll see what they go with, but it looks like it will end up being the Karma. It's still magic damage. It's definitely not as much, but does provide far better utility.
And now I feel like Syndicate, it's going to be interesting to see what they do here, because obviously they'll more than likely respond with a support of their own just to get that 2v2 out of the way as quickly as possible. Yeah, I think Blitzcrank is a really good opportunity. I mean, even the Nautilus, I would say, is still obviously an option if you want to go for it. It just provides a lot of playmaking. I think if you want another in-your-face aggressive bruiser jungler, they're going to go for the Rakan instead. So a little bit more of an option, I feel, for this champion. Obviously, you've got the engage, but you've also got the ability to dodge and weave throughout this laning phase. I think the struggle for this pick, though, is actually going to be able to get those engages off, right? Because you're staring down the barrel barrel of a very long range comp. You put your body on the line to get that engage done, and against things like Caitlyn and Karma, that can be really consequential for your health bar if you aren't careful. And we've seen how important those early level trades are for the bot lane in relative relevance to things like the jungle priority, right, for that crab, and just getting that pressure down on the bot side in general. Now you have to imagine that Syndicate are probably going to go for a mid laner here because of how hard they've been pinched, and it is the Mel. We did talk about this earlier in the series, Yanni, as a potential answer into the Aurora, but now it's going to be blinded. So I actually wonder what Samuel has in his arsenal to be able to respond to Mel. I mean, there's things like the Silas, but I feel like that's a really risky early blind, especially when you've got a long range bot lane. You want to kind of pair up with that and go long range yourself, but there aren't a lot of those still available, right? Hui was taken away, Syndra was taken away, Azir has been banned the entire series. Ziggs is there. Yeah, I think that is probably the best option, but it's such a niche in the mid lane that I'm not sure they'll pick it. They are actually going to go for it, and yeah, good shout out, Yanni.
This does mean that Zero Animosity does have a bit of problems here with the rest of their comp, right?
Yeah, they have no engage.
Such a long range that you need to grab engage plus a fighter that can kind of fight in the middle, right? And because if you are picking an engage and then picking another person that is on your own backline, these fights typically don't work out that well, especially at this level, because it's so hard to just leave somebody, lock somebody in one spot and then say, okay, we're going to throw all of our poke, right? It's so hard to get to an objective first and plant your feet and say, okay, cool, we have all this poke. These guys should not be able to get in. Zero Animosity are going to have to put a very large emphasis on doing so, which means that Syndicate are well aware of, like, this is what Zero Animosity wants to do. This is how their comp works. They just need to discover a way to beat it through picks and bans. Now we're seeing junglers getting targeted out. It's Pantheon, it's Vi, who have not seen the light of day this series, who will continue to stay away.
Yep, I think Syndicate, you put it really eloquently there, Yanni. They just have to steal away a lot of the high priority engaged junglers at the moment. There are still things that exist, like Skarner, I think, may be left open, and that could be an angle for BB to pick that one up, or Aeon Crystal to pick that one up. I honestly feel like it goes well with both of these comps if they want to slam that one down. But yeah, there aren't a ton of huge options left. I mean, realistically, I don't see any world where like a Viego is possible for these teams either. So, I mean, looking at the jungle, I don't think engage is really an option. You really do have to look for that top lane to be your main source of go buttons.
There are still plenty of go buttons in the jungle.
There are, but none of them necessarily, I would say, high practice or necessarily viable under my definition of the word.
So Maokai, Sejuani are not viable?
Maokai could work for Sin Eternal
Sejuani
season.
Is totally viable too. Now you don't have any of these melee lanes,
yeah, I was gonna say Sejuani doesn't work for Zero.
No, it works. It works. It's just not as good, right? Like I'd much rather have the Maokai if I'm Zero Animosity, right? Because the saplings work with what you would want to do. And given the fact that both of these junglers are available, looks like Zero Animosity is going Sejuani. I think Maokai would have been better. Especially against Rebuttal. Especially against Rebuttal. You're going to throw it down and just go bong right back at you. And you're going to be stuck. Why are these teams flip-flopping their junglers?
So now I guess realistically for Zero Animosity, in terms of what you need to pair up with your top laner, like Renekton might be like a good call here, just because it works well with the slicing dice. You need someone with melee. I mean, Cassante might also be good if Maokai attempts to go in or Rakan attempts to go in. Jace is actually going to be the answer here. So
Jace would have been good for Zero Animosity.
Yeah, Jace would have been good for Zero Animosity. I agree, but it is going to be the Aatrox. This is a decent matchup into the Jace. This is more in line with being like a skill matchup, which I think is going to be really fun to see, given that we have basically had a tank versus a bruiser or just a tank versus a fighter for both games. Now we're just getting fighter on fighter action, which puts a lot more eyes on the top side, which we said we wanted to see. Admittedly, in this game, Yanni, we said we have seen Albino and Karsiak each respectively dominate their lane. Now, when they're actually given keys to carry, who is going to come out on top? top. But I feel like for the case of Zero Animosity, we would be stupid to ignore the rest of the comp that this has been built on. I think that E Samuel, Infernodan, and Z-Score on the Ziggs, Caitlyn, and Karma are going to provide so much priority for Aeon Crystal to actually work with. I kind of wish there was a jungler that could do more with that priority. Sejuani isn't going to have kill threat against the Maokai. So I feel like the main usage of these champions in the early laning phase relative to the rest of their team kind of gets lost a bit because you don't have actual threats that can invade the jungle and maybe look for a kill.
Couldn't agree more, Quacks. Now, the good news is Sejuani, if she's able to stick on you, right, and get these auto attacks off, you can permafrost somebody. And when you take a look at the Syndicate champions, they don't really have a great way of getting away, right? You've got the root, the whatchamacallit, the snare out of the Mel. You have the knockback out of the Maokai. The Jason hammer form will be able to knock you back a little bit.
You have a charm from All Calamity. I feel like that counts too.
Well, right? That's only if you're like, post 6. But yeah, I'm talking more basic abilities. But yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Eventually, Sejuani will be able to stack permafrost on somebody, right?
Yeah. I think so. I think that the difficulty here for the side of Zero Animosity is just going to be looking for engages, because sure, you've got the Sejuani as your main source, right, with that ultimate, but that can be rebutted. I feel like there is a ton of Mel W value here in this game, as the only actual engage from Zero Animosity is a skill shot. And that presents a really difficult challenge for Sin Eternal Season, or rather Zero Animosity, to get over. I still am looking at that bot lane though. I think that Infernodan and Z-Score were really good in the laning phase in game number 2. Now they've got the push, they've got the pressure, they've got a duo with a ton of agency in the first 14 minutes. They've got to put this Yunara behind and get this Caitlyn ahead.
The last chance for both of these teams, Quacks. Sin Eternals, Syndicate versus Zero Animosity. The final match of this best of 3. Again, the stakes, the winner moves on, the loser goes home. The winner, who are they playing against? The winner will play against the winner of Pepe, Dipsy, and Weber. I don't know if we actually have a result. No, Weber won. Weber won 2-1. So the winner of this series will play Weber.
Okay.
Which might be coming up right after this.
Yep. So
we'll see. We'll see.
The action will not stop after this, but the action must start first as minions spawning. You can see both junglers going to be starting on the top side. Aeon actually starting with the Raptors, and the Wolves being started up by BB. So I think both of them possibly just going for an inverse clear here, trying to deny away as much gold as humanly possible from each respective jungler, just in case they get counter jungled at any point. Again, really looking at that bot lane, Infernodan on the Caitlyn. We have to be looking at them to leverage that range to set Sage Wabe behind and make sure that this Yunara is not getting the gold necessary to be that 3-item carry that we know she is.
Yeah, it's going to take a while, this game, but Sage Wabe is going to have to hold tight. You talked about it a little bit. He has really struggled, I think, in this lower bracket run.
Yeah.
Has really lost lanes that we don't really expect out of somebody of this caliber. I wonder how much of it is him taking a little bit more of a leadership role when you are playing competitively. Your mental stack, there's only so much you have in your mental stack, right? It's something that the YouTuber Coach Curtis talks about a lot, is the mental stack, which I really like. When you have so much on your mind and so many different things you have to think about in a game of League of Legends, it makes it harder to play really, really well and play to the level that you're used to. Yep. I wonder if that's something that Sage Wabe has been dealing with.
Yeah, I think Sage Wabe has been by far the most stable member on this team, but as far as carry potential goes, I feel like a lot of that has been directed toward Foles, BB, and even Karsiak from time to time, I think, has also been able to show up. Obviously, we saw that in this series in game number 1, or rather in game number 2, I believe. But we really haven't seen it from Sage, and now they're really putting the ball in his court to see if he can deliver them to the next round of playoffs, or if their run ends here in the lower bracket. As you can see, Zero Animosity still shoving in that bot lane, just leveraging that range. They have Sage to about half HP. Both junglers are finishing up on the crabs. I think that BB understands that he can't really cross over that tri-bush. It's been warded, and Sejuani, if they are there, will just completely trap them. So he smartly goes up toward the top side. We'll have to see if he has an angle onto the Aatrox, because it's really difficult, I feel, to gank this champion early with that triple knockup. He is very difficult to stick onto, even as something like a Maokai, who is known for its stickiness.
Without a doubt, Quaxon, you know, you're talking about BB not being able to help out the spot side. The first plate fell before 4 minutes, right? So it's how much are Zero Animosity going to get out of the siege? How much gold is going to be on Inferno Dan? Is it going to be enough gold to get the Caitlyn through the mid-game power trough that everybody talks about, right? That she falls victim to. Right now, things are going swimmingly for the Zero Animosity bot lane. A large CS lead over Sage Wabe. He's about half HP. No summoners being burnt yet. So Syndicate doing well to hang on tight, but it is a real bumpy ride early on here in game 3.
It is, and you know, we talk about the range versus melee matchups. We talk about that range advantage for Zero Animosity, but it seems like they are also able to play the other side of the coin relatively well, as Gumby Power is actually trading really nicely into Karziak. Karziak is going in, but he has no health and no mana.
Oh, that's one thing to mention. We have a top lane swap. We actually did not mention that at all.
Yeah. From what I can tell, that is the substitute for Zero Animosity, as I believe
I'm
that
sure
Albino
Animosity
was
will
the
correct
starter.
us in chat. I know Animosity's hanging around. He knows who the starters and the subs are. I'm sure he'll let us know. But regardless, it's Gumby Power, which honestly might make a little bit more sense that we see an Aatrox here with this composition.
Yeah. Yeah,
I no
explains
longer feel
everything.
mystified as to why. It makes a lot more sense now. What still makes sense is this bot lane struggles here for the side of Syndicate, and they need a bailout at some point. But the thing is, Foles is not playing a champion that's going to really grant you a bailout. BB is going to find it difficult to get a way in. And with this priority, Zero Animosity going to go ahead and take that first dragon on a nice early timer here. The earliest dragon of the series, I think.
Yeah, no, this is really good from Zero Animosity, using the prio to just secure that own objective. They're actually not going to go for a swap right out of the gate. I am actually a little surprised about this. I mean, obviously Gumby Power already used his teleport, so the timing was off, but I think putting Jace in a 1v2 situation is worse for him than it is for the Aatrox, as we're actually seeing some fighting. Level 6 is available for the Aatrox, but he's not going to pop the World Ender, so it's just some back and forth, you know, rough housing between the two top laners. This is how the neighbor
housing, bro. That's how the
neighbor, dude. That's how the neighbor's kids play.
This is true, but we have heal cut for Karziak, right? So there's no roughhousing here. He wants to get kills. He's like, oh, I can kill this guy if I heal cut him, right? Exactly. This is a little bit more. There's some animosity behind these traits. As Alkalemity is teleported up to the top side, Z-Score had to take the long walk, which means the AD carries will be alone on the bottom side. I don't know if that means there will be opportunities for Sage Wabe to try to turn the ship around down there, but it does mean that Alkalemity has abandoned his buddy.
Yeah.
For how long, we do not know.
And this is really bad because Inferno Dan actually has the Dirk. That's one of the most lethal components here in the mid game. And now not only do you have the range, but those autos are going to start hurting really bad. So Sage, even in the 1v1, isn't really able to walk up to this wave with a good amount of safety. And speaking of safety, there is none in the top lane.
BB positioned himself perfectly. They're going to get on top and get first blood onto Gumby. That does mean that Karziak will fall, and BB running out of space. Knockups to the side. Alkalemity going to look to save his buddy here. The shield is there. Knockup. It's going to be flashed by Aeon Crystal. Going to turn around to Aeon Crystal. BB is out of mana. Alkalemity is out of ways to save his jungler, as he will go down. Alkalemity will be able to survive, but won't be able to trade back.
Nope, doesn't have the damage to look for that last little bit onto the Sejuani. Now is just trying to kind of course correct the waves, but meanwhile down in the bot side, Inferno Dan continuing to just fire away at this Yunara, as Alkalemity maybe in a little bit of trouble.
He had to flash away. It's a bit of a yikes.
That's a really big summoner to lose, especially for the engage. Fultz.
All right, the rebuttal. Wait, he flashes forward. He doesn't land the root, but he looks for a little bit more. He takes a little bit of damage, but he will be able to escape. That was very aggressively played by Foles.
It definitely was, but I mean, I respect the attempt. Samuel has to get away. Doesn't have teleport, so that should mean a numbers advantage along with the priority bot for just a little bit by Syndicate. They're only going to get one grub before they're bullied off in a 3v2.
Ion Crystal looks for more onto BB, but won't be able to get it. These grubs, as you mentioned, will reset as Gumby Power and Arciac going at it. But nothing more than just little trades here, and it'll be 2 grubs to the side of Zero Animosity, which will be very nice for this Ziggs and this Caitlyn. Sagewabe stepping up now. He has ascended. He used that ultimate. See if he wants a little bit more here.
And maybe just using it to try and clear the wave, knowing that Z-Score is on the bot side and in a 1v2 situation. It did, didn't it? But I think now Sage realistically wants to try and look for a back. He has this timer where All Calamity can prevent Inferno Dan from pushing the waves into any disadvantageous spots. So I feel like these are going to be opportunities that come very few and far between, as All Calamity has to be careful. Should be just okay.
Yeah, took a lot of damage there, but he's going to be able to go and get that honey fruit and be a-okay. There's 2 plates left down on the bottom side here. As Inferno Dan and Z-Score linking back up does mean that they're looking to put the rest of this pressure on, but it looks like they're actually going to end up taking it back here. I'm a little surprised. I'm a little taken aback by that, Quacks, but you know, why not? Go get your gold, go get a little bit of extra damage here. We have tier 2 boots for Inferno Dan. We have the pickaxe too. I mean, he's in great shape.
Yeah. Dragon gonna be up here in about 45 seconds, and you could see that Syndicate are faster deployed onto the bot side than Zero Animosity, which I think is really important. I think if you have a Maokai composition, you need to be first to every objective so that he can lay down those saplings, so that he can make it difficult for the enemy team to actually walk in. As
oh my god,
Karsiak just gets a solo.
Yeah, Karsiak with the solo bolo. Jeez, I just wasn't expecting to kill him there.
Are you able to sub in mid series or mid game?
No, absolutely not. You don't want me. You don't want me up there, bro. That's bad. What is bad is Sagewabe is kind of trapped here now. Calamity is able to ghost and link back up with his buddy, but this is a tough 3v2 to try to deal with, Quacks. 1 plate left remaining, 11 minutes into the game. Here comes the Maokai ultimate. I'm gonna root out multiple members. Calamity got caught in a trap again, but Inferno Dan couldn't quite land that shot on him. Now Sagewabe uses that ultimate. He's protected by BB, but who is BB protected by? Nobody. Inferno Dan can't quite get any of these last hits off though. Really close to that turret. Lets these guys.
Still has ult.
Does have ace in the hole. He's gonna target BB out with it. Here comes the Ziggs ultimate. BB so low and will fall. Here comes Foles here. The root gonna go down. Looking to get a lot of this Unari damage out. Arciac showing up to the party as well, and Inferno Dan is going to be marked up here. Is super low. Another root not quite hitting, but it's just so much damage coming out from the smell. The Radiant Volley is doing a lot, but the triple kill is for Karsiak. 4-1-1. This guy is looking to carry his team to a win.
And they should be able to take the Dragon off of that, especially with BB now just respawning, getting back onto the map. They're going to take their resets first, spend their gold, and more than likely to redeploy onto that bot side river. But really decisive reaction there from Sin Eternal Season. They were way quicker to deploying their forces to the bot side. Meanwhile, Samuel, the only thing he was able to witness was the demise of the rest of his team, and that Ziggs had basically no agency. Syndicate got the numbers advantage. They gave the triple over to their top laner and made that summoner worth its while.
Hang on, Z-Score is going to get knocked up here. More damage coming out from Foles. Remember that Mel damage stacks up very quickly. Doesn't have a whole lot of damage himself right now, but in terms of inventory, but has it in the spell casts. Zero Animosity, though, do have full control of this bottom side right now. And it makes it easy for them to play away from this Jace, as Karsiak doing his own thing up on the top side. And it's a problem that Zero Animosity will have to deal with later, though.
they need to try and get some gold back onto some of these other members, right? I feel like Foles isn't, you know, obviously behind to his counterpart, is actually up 10 CS and has 2 more assists than his counterpart, but you do want to give some gold over to that Mel. You really want to give some gold over to that Yunara. I think at this point, your best bet is to try and get another damage dealer who is capable of going band for band with the poke that Caitlyn provides and just out damaging that source, because Inferno Dan got a ton of gold on that bot side. Sure, he went down, but he got a full plate's worth of gold. That is not to be scoffed at, and I think that now Syndicate just need to be looking for him like this. Yeah, this is perfect.
Oh, Inferno Dan is so dead. Everybody shows up to the party, and Jace gets kill number 5.
That's a beautiful reaction there from Syndicate. They get the kill, they give it over to Karziak. There's no real other carry to give the gold to, so I feel like that was still the best option. All Calamity should be able to get, it's a 2v3. I think that if Zero Animosity actually look for a fight here, they are very, very, very far up.
Z-Score is just up so far for no reason. He's gonna die too. Wait a minute, Syndicate, their opportunity to run away with the game has just presented itself. Gonna try to flash away, but BB sticking on everybody. Karziak, 6 kills. E. Samuel on the horizon, a potential death. He flashes away, but Karziak drops the hammer down on him. He dies to Inferno Dan. Inferno Dan will be able to escape with a big shutdown in his back pocket. Ace in the hole, not going to get a kill.
It's a good return there by Zero Animosity, but still the amount of stuff that you lost, not even was it just a bunch of kills over to Sin Eternal Season, but they have completely taken over that top side. With that turret being taken down, it basically means that there isn't a ton of pressure to actually go for that bot lane turret. You can just go for the Herald, use that mid, and then open up the map in your favor. So I love this. Not only does it give more gold over to your win conditions, but it also allows for Sage Wabe and the conditions for members that maybe aren't super accelerated to further themselves, right? We're seeing Sage just stuck here in the mid lane. If you can allow those waves to come in because the turrets are gone, you give more gold to them. So I love this setup from Syndicates. They just need to be decisive around these neutrals. And at this point, I mean, realistically, what's stopping them? I think that we've kind of coasted that mid game, and you talked about it earlier, Yanni. This is when Caitlyn really hates her life. So the win condition that Zero Animosity want to play for is at their weakest. Now is your time to strike.
Yeah, and not only is Caitlyn really weak right now, but you're also down 2,000 gold because Karziak is just so huge right now. I mean, this early game, while it went so poorly for the bot lane and so tough for Sage Wabe, couldn't have gone better for your Jace on the top side. Even Sage Wabe isn't really doing that badly right now. He is certainly hanging around, doing a solid enough job here.
Yeah.
You know, not down a ton of CS. The siege is on. It is important.
Gumby is isolated.
Karziak from the side. Gumby is dead.
Goodbye.
It's another one for Karziak here. Over on the side, I'll try to get some work in. Foles unable to land any of these roots, man. It's close, but he's just barely missing them.
But Foles is just egging Aeon Crystal on, saying, ult me. I know you want to. I will be ready to rebuttal it. And you cannot get this engage off. You can't get this counter attack off as Zero Animosity. And now they're going to charge in mid lane. They're actually going to take the turret, so this is huge.
For an angle. He's got no HP, but he forces a flash out of Z-Score, and he's able to battle dance out. The redemption heals will also help. It's another kill for Syndicate. They have complete control.
That's some real redemption value right there, and I love Syndicate's realization that as soon as they crash in that Herald toward the mid lane, they're able to continue their pursuits. They keep on going for the aggression, understanding that they have the room to do so, and now they have taken both the top and mid lane tier 1s ahead of this dragon. They are sitting very comfortably in the driver's seat. And I feel like Zero Animosity just have to try and get over this hurdle. They have the dragon stacking, so they have bought themselves plenty of time when it comes to preventing Syndicate to actually activating that win condition. That should give Inferno Dan and E. Samuel time to scale on up. But looking at the game, I feel like the dragon might not just be the win condition here for Syndicate. I mean, we've got the Otacon coming up in about 2 minutes. After this, I think that should be their next play, realistically.
Karziak TPing into the mid lane here. Syndicate knows that they need to take this dragon, and Zero Animosity seeing the 9-2 Jace, the imposing force that Karziak is. They say, guys, I don't think there's any way we're going to be able to take this dragon. But maybe they've determined that they must, that they're that desperate. You see Aeon Crystal poking his head in, looking to try to get whatever purchase he can in here. Syndicate hasn't started this up yet. We have a teleport coming in from Gumby Power, who has been having a tough time. He's going to teleport in. Here comes the roof.
All right.
Guy. He gets rooted up. And
goodbye, Gumby Power.
Up. Knock up onto the backside, but Inferno is still alive. It's a 4v4. Sage Wabe in trouble. He's going to flash away. Ace in the hole. Blocked. BB forced off. Foles unable to get in there. The health bar is looking a little bit better on Zero Animosity, but there's still time for them to be whittled down.
Karziak is on the flank.
We get a big redemption heal for the rest of the guys, and now it's Syndicate who are healthier. Karziak, big shock blast. Z-Score taking so much damage.
Syndicate should be able to just claim this dragon. They're going to get the TP from All Calamity on the respawn too, so that should be enough for them to claim that objective. They could be able to move toward this bot lane, possibly even threaten this turret, especially with the resets coming through. Inferno Dan breathing a sigh of relief as his almost got canceled. He definitely would have been found. A kill could have been there for Syndicate.
We're walking up onto Aeon Crystal, but guess what? There's too many members here for Syndicate. The question is, can Zero Animosity get them to hang around while they're low? It looks like Syndicate will be able to cut and run without a problem.
Syndicate get themselves objectives. They will get out. That bot side still going to be the point of contention for the foreseeable future. Otacon up in about 15 seconds. Looking at the breakpoints at the current moment, it's 2 items over to Karziak. This is a little bit of a double-edged sword now for the Jace, though. He's going full lethality, which means although he'll be doing a lot of damage, he is very susceptible to getting picked, to getting found. If he is found out of position, Zero Animosity will have no trouble taking him out of the fight and taking him back to the base. So it does mean that Syndicate are just going to have to be more proactive. They're going to have to be snappier than their opponents. They need to be looking for the engages before Zero Animosity can find it onto them. And we said that was the struggle of the ZAM comp, Yanni, is that they lack the engage. Without having that Sejuani ultimate in tow, they can't really be the ones starting up a fight. So I feel like Syndicate should be in the driver's seat for the foreseeable future until they can find another way to get up those engages.
And they have the scaling too, Quacks. I mean,
yeah,
Yunara we talk about as such great scaling, and it looks like Zero Animosity has realized our only way to win the game is by doing the Otacon. They have started up with immediately the peel off as Al Calamity is here. Karziak over on the side has been spotted out, and that Otacon gets snuffed out.
It's really just a matter of who's able to set up around that area first. The traps versus the saplings, so important for making sure you own parts of the area.
Ultimate charms are out. Here's Gumby Power on the backside, though, looking to make a play on the Fulls. Knockups are there. Big shutdowns coming through. Maybe Zero Animosity has a shot. Sage Wabe trying to do what he can. Karziak looking for a flank, and these health bars are low, but the Otacon has been starting. Inferno Dan is still really healthy right now. We're seeing a recall come out from East Samuel. Gumby Power, though, is sticking around. He doesn't have teleport. He's spotted out. Karziak! Shut down to Aeon Crystal! Here's the turnaround. Sage Wabe's forced away! And Zero Animosity hang on tight for the Otacon!
And Karziak is too squishy! He's a glass cannon, Yanni! He goes down before being able to deal the damage that he needs to. Zero Animosity will turn it around at the 11th hour. They will claim the Otacon, and from the most unlikely of sources, the Aatrox manages to make the win condition alive.
Wow, what a play. Hey, listen, when you're down this hard in a game, when you have caused the problem, you have to find a way to fix it. And Gumby Power coming up huge there. It is now a 1,000 gold game, but the levels up top are even. Your solo laners are even. It's a breath of life to get you back into this game, to try to get you back on parity with these guys.
Yep.
And not only that, Quacks, but you also know, as Zero Animosity, you can win a fight.
You absolutely can. You just need to be the ones setting up around these objectives. Controlling these rivers, I think, has been the name of the game. When you've got the Maokai and the Caitlyn, you have those traps. You have those saplings. You are forcing the enemy to walk into you as ZAM because you lack that initial engage. That has to be the move from here on out, but it comes from controlling more space. You have to be pushing out these waves, especially ahead of this dragon. This could be soul point for Zero Animosity up in a little over a minute. But Syndicate, I think, just took a really vital part of the map. They got that bot lane turret, so that's all tier 1s claimed by them. We'll have to see. Those traps are being laid down by Inferno Dan. The Caitlyn, I think, is starting to get over that mid-game hump, Yanni, so maybe in this fight, we'll really see it come alive.
Things are starting to get tight here, Quacks, as we're getting toward the 24-minute mark. Another dragon in 30 seconds here. But again, you know, as you mentioned, they appear to be maybe inconsequential at this point, right? I mean,
yeah.
Even if you secure a soul, a cloud soul as Zero Animosity, I don't know how much it's actually going to move the needle, especially because you need to really get things done here against the Syndicate team, because remember, they still have the scaling. Even though you won the last fight,
Aeon?
you gotta win another one. Aeon walks up aggressively, charmed up, and they manage to find
He's
one
too
kill.
tanky.
Maybe a second kill, ace in the hole, gets blocked by Sagewabe to keep BB alive. Zero Animosity win another one, and you said it. He is too tanky, man. He is too tanky.
Yeah, to quote Expeke, the man is right. Aeon takes up all the members of Syndicate and remains perfectly healthy at about half HP. They barely put a scratch on my man. The boar took more damage at that point, Yanni. But it will be Syndicate taking the most damage. They lose a member. They lose a dragon. It's now soul point for Zero Animosity.
And Quacks, they don't have a tank, this Syndicate.
No.
What is BB building? I know it's supposed to be good, but you need a tank.
You need a frontliner. Zero Animosity. We saw the value of having one in that last fight. BB, he wasn't dead. He didn't go down, but he might as well have been. He wasn't able to go into that pit. He wasn't able to steal away that dragon. Gumby Power, maybe in a bit of trouble, is actually getting flanked here by Calamity, but I don't even know if they have enough damage. Realistically, Yanni, yeah.
I don't even know if Foles wants a piece of them.
Yeah,
you know,
no.
Foles decided he don't want it, but
that's two members bot side. This is a beautiful play. If Gumby Power can prevent the TP, if he could just keep the Mel here, that's amazing.
All right,
that's what you want.
Here. Wait, no, he couldn't. He couldn't. And now Gumby, he doesn't have a TP to get there. So Zero Animosity, they have to cut and run, and they will. But the question is, can they survive? Z-Score takes so much damage. It's the Shock Blast combined with the Radiant Volley. Now we can see Calamity. Charm. Samuel's in trouble. He's able to.
He has no one with him.
There. Here he goes.
He's got no one
going
with
down. It does big damage. But Syndicate cannot stay. They will heal up off the redemption.
They can't.
They will back off.
It was a good engage there from Calamity, but he had no backup. He had no damage. There was nobody on Syndicate that was there with the Rakan. So realistically, now you just lose your main source of engage, that being the Rakan ultimate. The Maokai is still there, still has the flash, but you want to be keeping BB alive. You want to be keeping his conditions well. So it has to be on the Rakan to get these fights started up, because this objective is the main thing that both of these teams want, and that comes with the junglers. Still though,
one of the things that is really interesting with that play, it was a very high level play by Zero Animosity. You don't see that executed this well at this level. They got both teleports out of the Syndicate solo laners and lost nothing for it. That is massive, because now that allows Gumby Power to stick off in a side lane right now. And if you want to go answer him, you're going to need somebody who's going to be able to move him. Karsiak appears to be the only one who actually can, but I don't know if it still holds true.
I feel like right now, Syndicates just need someone that can chunk through Aeon Crystal. I think that we saw it in that last fight, but that Sejuani having a main tank to just be able to soak up all of that damage is so valuable. In Syndicate, they opted to give Karsiak the lethality build, so this Jace is not effective against the tank, and now Aeon maybe looking.
Here we go. They called out Calamity. He's able to hop out. Here comes Gumby Power looking for a little bit more. Nice dodge, but here we go. Sagewabe's in trouble. He's exhausted. They turn it around. Samuel's in trouble. The Golden Eclipse lands true. Another knockup more roots, big damage, ace in the hole, claims the kill, but Z-Score dies too. It is a 3-for-1 Syndicate winning the fight.
At Syndicate, they want to look for the Baron, but I mean, BB is really low HP. Aeon is going to try and heal up with some of these jungle camps, but he is still going to be in the area. The steal, the idea that is still very possible, and you only have 2. You don't have the highest damage profile. You've got about 15 seconds on the soul laners of Zero Animosity, but you have to burn this faster, Syndicate. You have to rip it.
BB is having a hard time tanking this too. He's using his passive a lot to heal. Go over the side. Oh! He gets blown up. Hero play made by Karziak, keeping them away, taking them out, securing the Baron for Syndicate.
And now the soul laners for Zero Animosity are up, but they can only watch. They'll get a return kill onto Karziak. The Jace goes down ahead of this dragon. That'll be soul for Zero Animosity, so they fail on the top side, but they'll get another crack in a few seconds, Yanni.
Syndicate now with this Baron, now with a near 5,000 gold lead, are in prime position to put this one away, Quacks. There's still a lot of structures up, but that means there's a lot of standing gold for them to take and put this game out of reach.
Absolutely. Syndicate gonna push out that mid lane. They're gonna now set up the Maokai saplings on this bot side. So Zero Animosity, they're gonna have to walk through proverbial fire in order to get toward that dragon. This means Syndicate are so much more favored in this bot side river play. And Zero Animosity, I feel like, cannot afford to lose a fight. If you give up this, it is not as consequential as if you all die. So they're gonna smartly back away from the bot side river, realizing that a lost fight is way worse at this point because they have so few chances left to actually get back in this game. Z-Score gets chunked out with half his HP by one shock blast from Mr. Karziak.
Yeah, that is just so brutal to deal with, right? And because of how strong he is, Zero Animosity can never set their feet. You know, we talked about that early on, like being able to do that with this Ziggs, with this Caitlyn, with this Karma, you know, for objectives would be so huge, or even anywhere setting up. They just can't. Now we see Aeon Crystal using a lot. They do burn the ultimate.
Whoa, that's a really big flank TP from there from Foles. Wait, Inferno Dan is caught, maybe.
Inferno Dan is in so much trouble. Golden Eclipse takes him out alone on the side. Samuel will be able to trade back, but that could be the domino that ruins the game because 2 members of Zero Animosity are down. It's a 4v3. Sage Wabe standing tall. Karziak standing tall. Samuel, Z-Score, and Gumby Power, the only ones here to defend. Samuel has to do what he can to try to kill these minions, but he just doesn't have the damage. The first Nexus turret is going to fall. They're getting in position for the second one. And here comes the wave, trying to do what they can to keep them off, but the second Nexus turret will fall. Here we go, we're engaging onto the Aatrox. The knockouts are there. Sage Wabe, do you have the damage? Able to not put him away, but it doesn't matter because Karziak is the one who knows what needs to be done. He hits the Nexus, he ends the match, and he ends the lives competitively of Zero Animosity, a 2-1 victory, and they will be able to face Weber in the next round.
And have you ever heard of a flanking Mel? Neither have I, but Zero Animosity, they're going to hear about it once, and then they are going to go down. Beautifully, masterfully played flank there from Foles. Those last few minutes of the Syndicate gameplay. That's what we wanted to see throughout the entire series there, Yanni.
Wow.
It felt like they really came together in those last 25 to game-ending minutes. Really loved to see it, specifically from Karziak. This top laner has had a really turbulent series, a really turbulent, I would say, just lower bracket OQ run in general, and manages to top off the series with the resounding reminder that this man, like everyone on Syndicate, is here to play, is here to win, and is here to gap.
This guy plays so aggressively, and it burnt him in game 1 on the Gwen, but it was a huge boon in games 2 and 3 on the Darius and the Jace. And without him, I'm not sure if Syndicate wins this game. I'm willing to give him my MVP on not just for this game, but honestly for the series, man. I mean, I think that Darius was so impactful in game 2. And you can really tell when this guy's able to get ahead and he's able to play his game, this Syndicate team just looks so much better.
Yeah, I think when Karziak is able to get his champions, right, even if they are a little bit less common, such as the Darius, such as the Jace a little bit less so, but still, I think that he just turns into a completely different player. That Gwen performance in game number 1 completely washed away because it was a beautiful game 2 and a beautiful game 3 from him and the rest of his team. Now, though, well, like you said, Yanni, on to the next round. There is no rest for the Wicked. They will be going up against Weber State for round number 7. Winner of that is going to be playing Lotus. And for those of you who do not remember, Syndicate lost their upper bracket round to Lotus. So one more series and they can get some possible revenge against the guys who initially took them out of commission and removed the safety net from their tournament.
Right you are, Quacks, but they've got a tough task. You mentioned Weber. I mean, they have a new top laner in Bitao who, has played professionally down in Brazil, right? He played with Furia back in 2023. I mean, he's been on these academy teams too. This guy is really, really good, and it's going to be a big test for Karziak. But we're going to go ahead and take a short break while we try to get things ready for the next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to Aegis' coverage of the NACL Open qualifiers as the teams try to find a spot for the NACL in 2026. We are now in round 7 of the lower bracket, and we get to see Syndicate once again after their win over Zero Animosity didn't come without some trouble against Weber State University, a powerhouse college program that has added a lot of really strong players. You can take a look at the roster here. It's Bito in the top lane, you in the jungle, Goku in mid lane, Sendy, and I believe that is Mystiquez down on the bot side. I think that is what he's playing under.
Weber have had some interesting IGNs for their supports. They've switched them out a lot in Aegis, and then we've obviously had some name changes here and there. But I do believe it is actually Mystiquez going into the support role. And yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to actually see this team making it this far up. I think that Weber State have been a program who have really struggled over the past year to make a name for themselves in a sea of other programs who have gotten really good results over the past year for a lot of tier 3 tournaments, for a lot of open qualifiers. You think of things like St. Clair, right? St. Clair have done, I think, really well in Aegis. You think of Maryville University, obviously, are the big ones, and then Winthrop are the big ones, right? But Weber, I think, have really struggled to find their place amongst some of the top dogs in CLOL. So to see them make it this far in the open qualifier, I feel like it's a huge achievement and a huge monument to their success and their effort that they have put in over the past year. This team participates in basically every single tournament that they possibly can, and I feel like that hard work is finally starting to pay off, Yanni.
Yeah, I think this new roster has a lot of legs. I think that they can definitely make waves in CLOL in the upcoming years. They're already making waves in this open qualifier, right? They're looking incredibly good. You know, they finally locked down their support role. You know, it was Sendy who was their mid laner, then he was their AD carry, then he was their support again, then he went back to AD carry with Snow 2 as his support in the last one. But now that you have Mystiquez, who is a guy that comes from this guy's got so much experience. This guy has been playing competitive since 2013. Like this guy has been playing.
I was in third grade
long time. I was playing some competitive in 2013. This guy was playing in European Go for Lols, and I was playing in NA Go for Lols. Right? Like this is crazy. It's really, really nice to see. He's made some appearances in the qualifiers for the Challenger Series back in the day, back when it was NACS and UCS. This guy has really been around the block. I mean, playing in NA Academy in 2021 with Evil Geniuses Academy. Like, it's a guy who's been around for all facets. The guy whose skill level has remained relatively high. And whenever you have a support like that, they bring a lot to the table, Quacks. I'm interested to see this new look direction of Weber with Mystiquez support.
And I believe it was Nuke Duck that talked about like his sort of method to crafting teams, right? In terms of like experience gauges, right? And I feel like he said something along the lines of like have 2 really solid veterans who have been around the block, and then have 3 newer talents, and then, you know, that blend can really create some fire teams. I think that Weber State have kind of subscribed to that theory, as it looks like Mystiquez, obviously, you were talking about his veterancy, he fills up one of those slots. Goku, who has had, you know, similar competitive experience, obviously in another region, now coming here, he's also a veteran, and I think that pairs perfectly with having newer players, newer blood like U13, like Sendy, like Batao as well, to be able to kind of balance it out a little bit. So I'm really interested to see how this team functions as a whole, because I feel like this is a team where you see them the best when they are actually capable of 5v5ing, when they are able to sync on up. I feel like they certainly have that late game factor in their favor almost every time we see them, Yanni, and I'm curious to see how that'll fare against Sin, who have also, I think, come together in the late game, albeit from shaky mid games, which we did see in the last series. We talked about that being the main hurdle they needed to get over, and I don't really feel like they got over that in a way we wanted to see in those previous games in that previous series.
Taking a look at Weber's run while we have time as we're into the draft. They had a bye in the first round. They took a 2-0 win over the Stardust Crusaders, and they fell to the Royals, who eventually fell to Zenshi Gaming. and then they had to make a bit of a lower bracket run. They beat a Lost in Champ Select 2-1. They 2-0'd Galaxy, and they just beat Pepe Dipsy in the last round just a few moments ago. So these players are nice and loose, and they're prepared to, I'm sure either of them are prepared to take on Lotus, who awaits the winner of this match tomorrow for a best of 5 Quacks. We're seeing Orianna Wukong come out from Syndicate here in game 2. I love this combo.
Yeah, it's really good. I like it a lot more than Orianna Nocturne, that's for sure. Obviously, you have that ball deliverer, but I feel you also just... No, I'm an Orianna Nocturne hater. I do not like it. I am famously a naysayer for that mid jungle combo. Yeah, this guy, whatever, I don't care. Weaver, though, gonna go for the Corki, like you said, and I am interested to see how they actually play into this pick. If they're gonna just opt more into short range carries that complement this Corki, maybe buy him some space, or if they're gonna go for some long range to maybe meet this Orianna in the middle, because I feel Orianna is deceptively long range, particularly in lane. So I'm curious what Goku's response will actually be in that mid lane. Obviously, he's known for things like the Taliyah, but the Taliyah-Orianna matchup, not the most Taliyah favored. It's more of a skill matchup, but you're not able to make use of a lot of the qualities that Taliyah has in the laning phase against an immobile mage like Ori is. Weaver are going to snag up the Zed against the Wukong. So already pulling out some really unorthodox picks here. Zyra and Zed.
Yeah, the Zyra, I was like, okay, cool. Like, this is good. I really like this pick coming out of the jungle. And then I see Zed and I'm like, all right. So it looks like we're putting Zyra in the support role. We could still have Corki mid. I actually like
we could have Zyra in the jungle role and Zed in the mid role. You know, it's always possible.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here, bro. I honestly, I have no idea, but you know, we'll find out. We're gonna see Akaisa get locked in here for the side of Syndicate. I am with that. I think that's good. You know, you get this dive potential here. The only problem is that playing against the Zyra is gonna make this dive really difficult for Syndicate. I think they could have elected to take their draft in a different direction, different but similar, by going more team fight instead of more dive. But it looks like they opted into that anyway.
I also think that this Zyra kind of creates a situation where Syndicate have to be really with each other on the engage, right? Like they have to be going in at the exact same time. Otherwise, Zyra is just going to drop her ultimate and zone certain members from assisting those that might already be in the thick of things, might actually be diving. So if Wukong, for example, goes in, but the Kaisa doesn't click R yet, right? If any other engages on the side of Syndicate aren't there with the jungler of Syndicate, if they aren't with him, then the Wukong is isolated. The Zyra ult does its job. It zones off the rest of his teammates, and suddenly you get a pick for essentially free. So I think that that is another challenge that Zyra presents for Sin here in game number 1. Is looking at Sin's comp, I think they just need to keep hammering home the engage. So I like this Nautilus pickup. I think that it does also offer just a lot of opportunities for Kaisa to get ahead in this laning phase and punishes Zyra, who may potentially be in the support role for being immobile. The one interesting interaction might be the plants being able to block the dredge line. That is a very annoying interaction for Nautilus, and I'm curious to see if it's one that Mystiquez will use in the lane if he is in fact the pilot of this champion.
What the heck is going on here? We see a Dr. Mundo blind locked in for Weaver here. Now with this last pick, all will become clear. It looks like it's going to be a Leona.
Zed mid.
So I'd imagine this means Zed mid. Zyra mid used to be a thing. I don't really think it is anymore. I'd rather take Zed into Ori, but there's always a world where that could happen. Now, Quacks, what's the answer to this Mundo in the top side?
I feel like the answer has to just be something full of engage, right? I mean, I think Aatrox could be a decent option, especially with the Zyra. You get that canister out immediately, allow for the root to come in, and it's a little bit safer. But Syndicate want to throw safety completely out the window, and they lock in the Irelia. So extremely feast or famine top laner here on R5. And we're already into the game. We don't even have time to talk about the draft, Yanni. We just are going straight into the first match of this series.
We went into this match so quickly that our scoreboard operator hasn't even changed things yet. Now we're good. Now I've got a question. did we really expect Karziak to just go play a tank after what he did earlier in the prior series? Like, you know, we're like, oh, play it safe, pick a tank. And then we were like, oh, wait, it's Karziak. Of course he's going to pick something like this Irelia, who, you know, should have a pretty easy time against this Mundo, provided he doesn't put himself in position to die like he did last time. If you can just farm up, you'll be all right. That's not Karziak's game, though.
I also think that it makes it really hard for you to actually gank these lanes, because you as Aurelia can use your Q on the plants to get stacks for your passive. So in a 1v2 situation, it's really hard to kill this champion. I actually think that this is a bit of a big brain counter here by Karziak. Not only does it punish the Mundo, but it makes it so difficult for you to assist in the lane. And it also just opens up another win condition for Sin here for game number 1. Obviously, you've got the team fighting, you've got Sage Wabe on the Kaisa, you've got the 5v5s, but having another factor that can win you the game, I think, is really important. It just gives you more options.
Immediately get into a pause here, Quacks, as we were so ready for this game to take off. We rapid fired through everything, and now we gotta wait a little bit to see what's gonna go on. So now we actually have some time to digest, right? We talked about how Syndicate's composition is really strong, great team fights, you know, regardless of the fact they ended up picking Aurelia. She's still a great team fighter in her own right. Now let's take a look at the Weber comp. It is very discordant, we'll call it. It looks like it's all over the place.
Yeah. I think the biggest struggle that I see here is just being able to contest a Syndicate in any 5v5, right? Like you just plain and simple don't have as effective R keys. Obviously, you've got the Zyra ult, you've got the Leona ultimate, but Corki ult, the rockets aren't great for 5v5s. Zed is single target. Mundo, if he's ahead, I think can be really effective to just buy space for Weber to go in, but you're staring down a very difficult matchup for Batao. So I think that it is going to have to be Weber coming out ahead in the early game and using that to snowball, because if they just let Syndicate scale, if they let them play their own game, they're going to be matched in the 3v3s, 4v4s, or 5v5s, and they're going to find that those level 6s, it makes a really big difference.
I think you're right, Quacks. I think that those levels, teams spiking where they are. I mean, the good news for Weber is that there's a couple of ways that they can make Syndicate's engage kind of fall flat on its face, right? And they can, you know, play quite carefully, find a way in, find a way out, and, you know, allow Wukong to just kind of sit there and spin around while not actually having a lot of impact. One other thing I want to notice is it feels like these solo laners are a big step up with what Syndicate had to deal with earlier, right? Goku, a veteran's veteran. This guy's almost as old as me. No offense to you, Goku, but this guy has played at the professional level. You know, this guy has been there, done that. I mean, you know, he's gone to Worlds, man. Like, this guy, really, really excellent player, and he has continued to be an excellent player for Weber. He has really been the guy who really makes this team go for the longest time. Bringing in you as well has been a huge boon to Goku. It's done so many good things for him. So I think this is a big team to watch going into the CLAW season in 2026. And, you know, they're a big team to watch now, even in this tournament, right?
They have just very, very slowly improved. With each time we see them, they get better and better. And I feel like a major caveat to that improvement has been Goku. I think that shout is very accurately placed. I think that this guy has been so stable for this team. It has allowed players that are a little bit more in the X Factor category, such as you, such as Sendy, to experiment a little bit, to limit test a little bit in their games, knowing that their mid laner will be there to kind of hold their hand, back up their plays, embrace their chaos, and help them win through all of it. This game, though, is a little bit of a different tempo than what we're used to seeing from Weber. I think Goku is most known for those control mages, the Talia and the Azir. He's famous for those picks. The Zed is a really, really large leap in the other direction for playstyle, and so I'm wondering how he's actually going to circumnavigate this matchup and how we're going to see him on a champion that is very uncommon for the playstyle we're used to seeing.
so far. 3 minutes in, nothing too crazy, although Yu is showing up to the bot side here. Good CC, forces the cleanse and the flash out of Sage Wabe. So a great first gank being pulled off here by Yu.
And you should be able to just go toward the crab as well. He had a very fast clear. That is one of the biggest advantages for Zyra. It's just how quickly you're able to traverse the jungle. He's actually just going to get that crab. Mystiquez was there to rotate up with him, so this will be a really good timer for the Zyra. Should be able to reset, get those faded ashes, and just continue doing his own thing. As long as his lanes are in a pretty stable spot, I see no reason why you can't just continue farming and leveraging that CS difference to get a gold lead over BB and possibly get onto the map sooner.
Sendy might have been in trouble, but Al Calamity was too. He's forced to flash away, so we got a lot of summoners out in the bot lane, but Syndicate have none. Well, we still have flashes for Weaver.
BB is now just resetting, so he will be on the bot side, but like you said, those flashes are available, and realistically, it's difficult for Syndicate to actually go for a trade here, because All Calamity is going to have to put himself very forward if he wants to start an exchange, and will possibly just trade his life for it. So I feel like you as Syndicate needs to be confident that you can get more than just the 1-for-1 if you actually decide to commit to that play. But taking another look, the junglers, you is about a camp and a half up in tempo compared to Wukong. So this Zyra, that's a very important thing to keep track of, how fast he is clearing. So this may open up the doorway for him to possibly look to take control of that top side and maybe own a dragon or two. I think that would be really impactful before Syndicate can get those level 6s. If you can steal away a Drake, you sort of just undergo the wow, it is lagging for me.
Oh yeah, same. Don't worry. We don't know what's going on, but we can still talk about the game.
Are we getting taken over by like Freddy Fazbear's like pizzeria?
Dun, dun, dun,
is this Springtrap's work?
Dum, 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 dum. I do not know what's going on, Quacks, but I can tell you this. I know you were just talking about dragons, but I can tell you that Grub's going to be very important in this game. So we cut away for just a moment while we go and attempt to repair what is going on here. Yeah, I think that giving Karziak Grubs is going to be very, very difficult for Beto to deal with, because you can already see early he's struggling a little bit. You know, we talked about like, oh, being able to move this Mundo. Well, with this Aurelia pick, now the question is like, can you move this Aurelia? Yeah. And so far, obviously early on, we're not expecting that to happen, but even as the game goes a little bit later, right? Like I think Goku might actually have some problems with this Aurelia. I don't know if anybody's actually going to be able to do anything about Karziak unless we see a multi-man play where we're using a lot of our CC, and that will allow and open the door for Syndicate to maybe get things on the other side of the map.
You know, I'm a little surprised that Weaver actually haven't gone for a swap yet. I'm curious if they will go for a swap in the future. I think that the 1v2 lane, you were talking about things that could stop the Aurelia. I think looking at the comp from Weaver State, realistically, the only one in the early game that can put a literal and metaphorical stop to Karziak is Mystiquez, right? Using that CC to try and prevent him from dashing around, I think is probably the best tool in your arsenal that you have. And so if you put the top laner of Syndicate in a 1v2 position, I think you can really make use of that. And you could also guarantee priority for the Grubs. I think that you put it really eloquently, Yanni, where you said that Batau probably isn't going to be able to move with his jungler, with you, to actually be able to secure those, because Aurelia just monopolizes push on that top side. So just keeping the option available. I think Weaver State have an opportunity to do that, and it would alleviate a lot of concerns that they have in the early game and allow them to get something pre-level 6 before Syndicate really come online.
Yeah, they need to get something. They need to really get the ball rolling with this comp too. We didn't really talk about that a whole lot, but I mean, obviously a 0 kill Zed is pretty useless. Zyra who isn't really pumping out too much damage is kind of useless. Obviously, Zyra will have uses with, you know, the Stranglethorns later on, but obviously you want to have some damage behind that. As we are back and ready to go, we see the mid laners backing. We see the mid laners no longer backing. I do not know what the heck happened, but all I know is that they are missing some health that they had before.
Yeah, Goku wants to walk up to try and shove in this wave, but he has to be really careful, as I believe both mid laners are really close to 6. So if Foles finds an angle to kill a minion and then immediately snags level 6, gets that shockwave, it could be a flash for Zed ahead of this dragon and this Otacon. Is speaking of dragon, Weaver State are on it, but look at how low Mystiquez is.
That guy is so low right now. He's in the middle of backing. It looks like Al Calamity did not head over to it, so they don't even know.
God bless.
It is going to get secured right now. So I have an idea. As Goku had teleported up to the top lane, and now he's going to deal with Karziak. When I mentioned this, I thought it was going to be a little bit later, but Karziak. Oh, he's getting the jump. He's so damn low. Goku just needs to hit him with a shuriken. We have a TP coming in. He dropped the ward.
Hey!
First blood for Goku, but now Orianna coming through on the teleport here. He decided to stop and back, so maybe he's going to throw him for a loop.
Wait. Is he going to?
Oh my God, is he going to escape?
He got out! No way.
No, wait. My goodness, that guy's crazy, bro.
Yo, it's over 9,000, the skill level. Holy moly, listen, Goku.
Sometimes you just gotta stand there. You just gotta stand there and wait. Bro, instant transmission to the base. It wasn't very instant, but what was instant is that kill in the bottom lane. They took out Al Calamity very quickly.
Yeah, and no response there from BB Swag. The Wukong wasn't there to alleviate that tower dive. It was so instantaneous. But still, the gold going over to you, going over to Goku. These are the win conditions that Weber State, I feel, have played around throughout a lot of their tenure, throughout a lot of their successful tenure as well, Yanni. And to see them being the front runners of gold here in game number 1 is very promising for Weber. We've got the grubs coming up in about a minute. No lane swap detected, but level 6s are activated for the top side.
Karziak once in once again here. Beto is taken very low. Look at all this damage coming in. Goku, though, he went too far in front. They will be able to find one back, will Syndicate.
He will be able to respawn. Oh, hang on. Sage.
Sage Wabe is just dead. All right. What was Sendy?
Barrier? I guess he thought he would survive, but
I thought he was going to live that too.
I didn't.
I thought he was going to live with a sliver.
I thought he was dead there. I thought he had barrier, and he definitely had to.
Right.
Yeah, he goes down. It's exchanges across the board, but now I feel that gives time for Mystiquez to actually roam up toward this top side and possibly join his team to fight for these grubs. And we can see Batao is kind of jailed under his own turret here. Foles, though, doesn't have ult, so I feel like this is a really good timer for Weber to realistically fight. We have to keep our eyes on those R buttons. If they're not up, then I think that significantly increases the chances of Weber actually being able to contest an objective, as it has now found its way onto Summoner's Rift. The Syndicate really want to try and contest it, but they have to push in these waves first.
All right. BB looking to find a way in. He is immediately going to get rooted. Now there's the engage. The knock is there. The Zedult's going to go down. Yu is just trying to kite it out. Buy some time. Deathmark doesn't do enough. And Yu is stuck.
He's in the pit.
And Yu is dead. Beto is very low. Mystiquez is going to be forced away as well. And Syndicate are able to fight back and even up the kills.
Really good response there from Syndicate. Yu, I think, really wanted those grubs, but was willing to die for it. I think it's obvious. He didn't have mid prio. He didn't have top prio. He didn't have teammates around him enough to where I think he had the time to get to. So they only get the one, which is still pretty valuable. I think that'll be going a long way in getting Sendy and Goku
still
ahead.
Fighting everywhere. Al Calamity's
Wow.
gonna flash away. What is going on in this game, Quacks?
It's a bloodthirsty game. It's given me no time to talk about the intricacies of this one, Yanni, but nonetheless, I feel like it's Syndicate winning out in most of these trades, as Batao really wants to try an all-in Foles. Pops that maximum dosage, but I mean, that is just the value of having the phase rush, I think, on this Orianna. You get away from danger so quickly, you're able to lay down your combo and create the space Mundo is not able to make up.
Getting near the 10-minute mark here. 3 kills to 3. A slight gold lead for Syndicate. We got a couple of grubs too. We have the next dragon in about a minute, and you can see the aggressiveness is still turned up to 11. Mystiquez just hunting around for every Zenith Blade. And if these plays were a little bit cleaner, I think Weaver would have a very large lead, but some of the plays haven't been as clean. Sendy, the offender on that turret dive down there that should have been relatively free. Goku has some items, but it doesn't feel like he's super strong, right? Because he's down a lot of CS to either the top laner or the mid laner of Syndicate. Oh no, Mystic was. Oh goodness, that ultimate went so wide. He's in a lot of trouble. Sindelian trying to do what he can to get good damage, and here comes you, looking to turn it around. Can he get a root? No root to be had, but the Strangle Thorns are going to go down. Maybe multiple knockups coming through, but here's the Cyclone as well. Another knockup is there, and it's a 3-for-1 for Syndicate. A double kill for Sage Wabe, and they are rolling, Quacks.
Really, really good maneuverability there from BB and Sage Wabe. The moment the Zyra ult is dropped, they kill her instinct and they decoy out of it. They make up the space, they get onto the Zyra, so even though the damage is laid down, they can punch right back onto the jungler of Weaver State. They will secure themselves their first dragon of the game. And yeah, going back to your earlier point, Yanni, I totally agree with you. I think Karsiak has been able to roam wild and free in this game, but maybe that roaming stops now. He's in a 1v2 scenario.
Oh, it's going to be tough. He did drop his ultimate. He's going to get some help from Al Calamity. He's flashing away. Now he's left Al Calamity. No, Al Calamity will be able to walk out. Thought for a second he might be in trouble, but yeah, he just doesn't die, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
wait a minute. Maybe he does. Nope. No, he doesn't.
Yep. So he'll get out there. Weaver's first actual attempt at trying to punish Karsiak. They burn his flash, but still.
He's turning in the mid lane. Hang on.
Yeah.
Did you see how much damage?
What is happening in this game?
Talented? What is
happening in this game?
Wait, you get a kill. They just went in, they killed the Aurelia. Goku got a kill topside. The Strangle Thorns are going to split things up. Al Calamity is going to be the next target, and he's going to be stunned up by this Leona. They're going to find another. Wait, the shield? Hang on. No, they got him. You got him. And Weaver is now up in kills.
Weaver finding a fight on the most unlikely of timers and the most unlikely of sources. Goku as well getting that solo lane will get him some plates. So the Zed, we previously talked about it, he wasn't getting a lot of gold, he wasn't getting a lot of items, he wasn't getting a lot of opportunities to actually snowball in this early game. He finally found his mark, and I'm curious to see what Goku can do around the map with that extra little bit of gold. And meanwhile, on the other side, Karsiak getting taken down yet again. So they punish the Aurelia for the first time in this game. This is a good look from Weaver. Better late than never, as now Syndicate need to try and find another angle in this game to get their own accelerant ahead. Sage is 3-1, and that bot side is being controlled by Syndicate at the current moment. So maybe they can look for a tower dive. Sendy does have flash, though, so the defensive capabilities of this Corki might prevent an actual aggressive play from coming through, but BB has been found.
Oh wait, he just got knocked up, and now he's forced to flash away. But here's the double knockup coming through. Here's the depth charge, and Sage Wabe's got another one. Quacks, this looks like an LBLCS game.
This looks like an LBLCS game, but definitely not in the executive branch or in the financial branch.
We got another fight going on up here. What is going on?
The Blade Dancer dances no more. Both teams are...
He's died 3 times in the last like 3 minutes. You can't be doing this.
Batal might actually get a kill by hitting the minion into Foles.
Oh, I saw the vision. Oh my god, I thought he had it. Foles, don't let this happen.
Oh, just go. Just do it. Just do it. You have the thing.
Oh, no, he's gonna take the turret.
Wait, Goku?
Wait, Goku? Wait, go.
What is happening?
I need a break. I need a break, bro. I knew I shouldn't have come back. I should have stayed on the toilet, bro.
This game is it's giving me something for sure, Yanni. Is
I'm gonna keep it a stack with you, Quacks. I thought I evacuated all the shit from my bowels before this game, but as it turns out, it's just all on Summoner's Rift. 8 kills to 8, 14 minutes in, 1,000 gold difference. Third Syndicate's up. But Quacks, you may as well throw it all out. It don't matter. Foles is in trouble. He's gonna get taken down as Mystiquez is just all over the map.
Just keep the dive. But how is so tanky?
7. Yeah, they're just gonna wait. They're gonna hit the turret. They're gonna take out the turret. BB is dead. Oh my goodness, Quacks, you take over. I need some water.
Yeah, I got you, bro. All right, now All Calamity is going to land a hook onto him. Sendy, though, more than happy to return fire. The Corki passive dealing damage, and now it's going to be a flash from All Calamity, but it is going to be Mystiquez looking for a play. He flashes, but Sendy secures the kill. My play-by-play might need a little bit of work, but we have to give Yanni a break, ladies and gentlemen.
You did well.
Oh, okay.
Not bad.
All right. There we go.
I'm hydrated.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, you can analyze this too. We do have Rift Herald up, and we do see a teleport bot. Wait.
There's no way.
All right. Oh, all right, Goku.
All right. Yeah. All right. He has flash. We can see an Aurelia moment. All right. Nope.
Oh wait, no. He just gets out of that. Nope. See, that was, out of all the plays that have happened in this game, Quacks, that was the one where I expected a kill to happen.
Well, he didn't have Death Mark, so I think maybe the idea was, okay, he has full stacks on passive. He has all... honestly, speaking from experience, Yanni, an Aurelia, even with Blade of the Ruined King and fully stacked passive, 0 and 3 be damned. That champion is, like, would make Thanos afraid. Yeah, that's a full build champion. That's level 18, like, challenger level mechanics when full stacks are achieved. How can win? I respect Goku having the Aurelia PTSD and not letting go of it, despite the fact that he's played for like a decade and a half.
Yeah, listen, man, that's not PTSD. That's just somebody who knows. He knows ball. You know, yeah. What can you say?
He knows Blade. He knows Blade Dancer.
Oh my God! Hold on. He might not know Blade. All I can say is that Karziak definitely knew Blade there. There'll be flash for flash, and the dragon will be secured by the side of Syndicate, and will be their second dragon of the game. Meanwhile, over on the top side, Weaver will claim the Rift Herald.
Straight up objectives, probably the most normal thing that's happened in this game, but
true. I mean,
Weaver, I feel, probably going to be winning out on that. Sure, Syndicate get the dragon stacking in their favor, but Weaver have done such a good job, I think, of holding this top side and making sure that Syndicate can never really regain control. Now with the Herald, they should be able to place this around the top side, use it to get picks, and possibly just carve out more space ahead of these next few minutes. As now I feel the bot side is almost entirely going to be our focus. That Otacon as well, that Herald could do a lot and just alleviating a lot of pressure from a certain point and allowing you to push on up in a lane and get more vision around it.
Keep in mind that Batal has two items now. He's got that Warmogs and he's got that Heartsteel. He's gotten so much gold from these turrets. He was able to get that turret mid lane, got a lot of plates on it too. He was able to help out with that turret top lane. I mean, this guy's going to continue to split push and really cause a big problem for Syndicate in this game, I think.
Yeah, I think that Syndicate don't really have any answers to him either. Obviously, Sage is going for that Kraken Slayer, so it's good to be able to knock down some of these frontliners, but it's just a matter of how much time Syndicate can actually buy, how much space they can buy for their Kai'Sa to free hit onto a Mundo. And based off the way this game is treading, I mean, Batal is just going to be going straight for him. So it's a pretty difficult world to imagine Batal actually being in danger, but Syndicate are trying to live in that world. As you can see, Calamity is flanking, maybe trying to pair up with Foles, but I mean, I think they know. They're like, do we actually go for this? Like,
I mean, Foles does a lot of damage. Like, you can see he's whittling him down.
All right.
A lot of that is just health. And here comes the rest of the squad, the Shockwave, the knockups. The gray health is not going to be enough to save you, Batal. You bit off a bit more than you could chew. Shut down going over to BB.
But look at the other side of the map. Sure, you get a kill onto Batal and you're going to get a turret along with it, but Herald will be popped on the other side by Weaver more than likely. They'll get some turrets for themselves. They should at the very least be able to trade it. Maybe they go for Sage Wabe.
He's forced to flash as his cleanse was not available. It will be now. That is a critical summoner down. Now we can see them trying to get a little bit of chase on here, but nothing really coming of that, Quacks.
And I think the big thing really for Syndicate is that they just haven't knocked down turrets on that top side. That tier 1 in top and tier 1 in mid still stand. And so because of that, Syndicate really can't get a lot of control over this Otacon to be able to fight for that objective. Meanwhile, Weaver not only have the tier 1 turrets and, you know, tier 2 turret, obviously, in that top lane, they've got Herald, right, to be able to threaten even more than what they've already gained. So I think it's a really difficult world to imagine Syndicate actually being able to go band for band for that objective without losing a lot in return.
2 minutes until this next dragon, 30 seconds until Otacon will be on the map. Syndicate definitely wanting that third dragon, putting themselves on soul point. Being a mountain soul as well would be so good for the way that this game has gone.
Oh yeah,
because it's been so damn bloody, Quacks.
It absolutely has. Just for Batal as well to be able to survive the laning phase with Karziak. Again, full build Aurelia, 0 and 3 be damned. As a lot of trading between the AD carries, but at the end of the day, nobody goes down. Karziak is actually getting traded pretty heavily. The maximum dosage, once that comes on, I think Bo3 might actually have an all-in angle onto the Aurelia. So he's got to be very careful about that.
Might be right, Quacks. One thing that we didn't really get a chance to mention with all the hullabaloo is that when you was able to get to a spot first, it's so difficult for Syndicate to be able to walk in. It's never going to be free just because of those Zyra plants. You know, already having the Leandries, but also a needlessly large rod behind it. Yeah, it's not a completed item, but it's still a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, U is still, I think, at the point in the game where those plants just deal so much damage, right? Not only are they good at creating space, but they legitimately hurt at this point, especially when you look across the board. Syndicate have a startlingly low amount of magic amount of magic resist. Really, they only have like a Merc Treads from BB at this point in the game. That just means that you will hit that much harder.
Here we go, Mundo teleport.
Mystic Quest flashes in? What?
Yeah, he's up a little far. Sagewabe with an instant cleanse, but guess who's over the wall? It's Sindelian. He gets knocked up, though. Knocked up a second time as the Wukong putting in so much work. Stranglethorns doesn't hit anybody, but it splits the fight apart. And now Foles is stuck, and he is marked for death. Splat! As Goku is able to take him out and regroup with the squad.
Karsiak has to run for the hills. He's got to dodge these cleavers, but the first one hits. Good Lord, Heartsteel.
Ridiculous. He's dead. Karsiak falls. Otacon secured for Weber as they will break this game wide open, Quacks.
And Weber, it was looking a little bit crazy. Mystiquez going very far up, flash queuing Sagewabe when nobody was around. But this is what we talked about. Weber, they have that synergy. They have played together so many times that they are able to back up each other's craziness. When one person goes in, they all dive on top. This is a tightly knit unit, and we got to see that synergy in real time on that top side play. Otacon secured. They're going to reset and play on this bot side. But Tao is actually going to threaten this top side. So even if Syndicate managed to secure this dragon and they get Soul Point, they are going to possibly lose a turret in return.
All right, Foles backed off here, but that dragon going to be secured to that Soul Point. Absolutely huge. Wait, late stun on the backside here on the Al Calamity. This is a nice play there by Weber as they now have a man advantage. They've got so much map control because of Bo3, and he is on the flank here looking for big damage. He's locked in on Foles, doing a lot of damage, but guess what? He doesn't have a whole lot of resistances. He's forced away. Gonna have to wait for that Warmogs to kick in.
Yep, he's got the Warmogs, he's got the health stacking, but he doesn't really have the resistances like you said, Yanni. He also doesn't have the maximum dosage, so isn't able to sustain in that fight, isn't able to really tank up the damage without backing off. Weaver State will get one, but they will lose the dragon. Now Syndicate, they have a clear pathway back into this game. They have a clear way to get back into the driver's seat. It is with those dragons. We talked about how important it was to have the Mountain Drake, especially for the side of Syndicate. I mean, I feel like the extended trades, you have to be looking at BB Swag. You have to be looking at Sagewabe, stacking that plasma, getting that stone skin, allowing you to go for the extended agency. That is so important for their comp. It's also just so important to take away from Weber, if not for just allowing Bo3 to walk up to an Aurelia with impunity like he is. You know, Mundo can go where he pleases, but it's kind of annoying when Mundo always goes where he pleases, Yanni.
Hey, listen, Bo3 has not had a problem with going where he pleases this game, right? He is, sure, the early game was not, it was tough, right? He was under his turret for a little bit. He had to burn his TP early, but now this Mundo stonks are up, baby. You know, he turned that little chart the other way. The stonks are high. He's not using the corporate Mundo skin, which is a shame. But
it is. Ice Prince is good though.
Ice Prince is pretty solid. He has had a solid game himself, 2-1-4, but he has just done so much more than his scoreline indicates.
Yeah, scorelines are fake. Bausch said it best as
sometimes they are.
Sometimes, especially when I play. I'm a KDA player.
Well, I mean, when Bausch plays, yes, but yeah, when you play, especially, you'll have good KDA in any game. You might have no objectives, but you'll have kills.
Yeah. Because that's, you know, I can blame my team at the end of the day. But anyway, nobody on Weaver.
Jungler.
Yeah, I know. You know, you gotta take it and dish it out sometimes. But anyway, Weaver are taking up and dishing out a lot more than I think we expected. Obviously, Weaver, one of the only CLO programs in this tournament, but I love the persistence that this program has had over the past year, participating in just about anything that they can, looking for any opportunity to just play some League of Legends. And that is what has allowed them to get incrementally better as the year has gone by. And now they are possibly, if they win this game, 1 win away from that match against Lotus. Winner of that will be going to the promotion tournament. It would be huge to have a CLOL team participate in that. It is a very uncommon thing to happen, but it would certainly be exciting, as Batao is going to be going with some thrilling Dr. Mundo gameplay where he just takes the turret.
There we go. Knock up there by Al Calamity. Stun on the backside is nice kill there by Mysticless. Sagawame onto the backside here. Stun, cleanse, able to get away. Knockup's coming through, but guess who's coming from behind? It's Goku trying to make a play. Over on the side, Dr. Mundo gets this kill. The death mark not quite enough to get a kill on the Fulls, as Goku has to run.
Goku does manage to live.
No, Goku knows.
No.
Goku knows. Oh my goodness.
In the wise words of Twitch, sneaky, sneaky. But now Batao, in the wise words of Mundo, this man goes where he pleases, knocks it down, busts open Syndicate's base on the bot side. Now has to exfiltrate. Should have no problem doing that. Weaver just got away with not 1, but 2 war crimes.
Only 2 war crimes? This is... It might have been
in the last 30 seconds, okay?
True. All right. Now we have Baron up. We have 40 seconds until this dragon. That is Syndicate's soul. That's what they need to play for. This Baron has been started up here, but it's only by Goku and Beto. As Mystiquez over here just trying to keep everybody out.
It.
But
now
it looks
it's going to
like...
be up.
Quax, I'm curious. Syndicate not fully setting up around the dragon here.
No.
They split their focus.
They're not. I mean, they have the wave in mid under their control, but I feel like Weber with the Baron empowerment have no problem giving that up, right? Because they can just immediately fix it when the time comes. TP is going to come out from Al Calamity.
Al Calamity! What are you doing? He's dead! Karsiak can't find a way in. Down goes BB. Karsiak now in the area. In a 43-minute wave! Falls with a 3-man shockwave! But I don't think it's gonna be enough! The Mundo is too tanky! There's too much damage! And Weaver's gonna win game 1!
And the Mundo goes where he pleases. 5-man shockwave. That is irrelevant. Weber State University. They're going to go to game number 2 with a win in their pocket. Syndicate will go down. And the program that so many people have discounted, have put and cast aside, the one that has worked so hard to get better time after time, they are 1 win away, 1 chance away from being able to go against Lotus for a possible spot in the promotion tournament, Yanni.
This game 1 was crazy, Quacks.
Wild.
It was back and forth, a kill here, a kill there, over aggression here, over aggression there, a failed dive, a successful 2v1. This game had it all. It even had a great team fight at the end. Big respect to Foles doing whatever he could in that last fight to try to turn it around, to try to get Syndicate back in this game, to try to secure that soul. Who knows what happens if they're able to get that soul, but the ill-advised Al Calamity TP, the immediate pick onto BB, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, we said it was a feast or famine champion on the Aurelia, and Karsiak, despite his damage, wasn't really able to find an angle, I feel. Like, this is a very, very, very consequential pick to have behind, and I think that Batao played the matchup beautifully on the Mundo, not only being able to hold his own against the Aurelia, but being relevant afterwards, understanding that he has the ability to just go in, that his team will have his back. I think that the decisiveness from Weber at the end of the day is their best quality. And they really showed it here. I was really impressed with how willing they were to go in. Things like the Leona flash queuing and then the rest of of Weber off of that one play that looked bad at first, managing to make it work was absolutely insane to me.
Me too, Quacks. I could not agree more. And Karsiak, once again, falling victim to just his early over-aggression, dying. Yes, he was able to get his and had a lot of CS, but when you die like that, you're giving gold away for your enemies to be able to use elsewhere and take advantage. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go take our break, Quacks, as Weber is 1 win. Welcome back, everybody, to Aegis' coverage of the NACL qualifiers. Quacks, I don't know what the hell we saw in game one. It was crazy. I loved every second of it. Even although I guess I can't say I loved every second of it because I had to take a break for a minute. You know,
Yep. I got to play by play.
Appreciate you. Needed it because of how crazy that game was. And we'll see if Weber's just going to come in and smack Syndicate around again.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, it was about in like the early to mid game, but it felt like the late game prowess from Weber is what really carried over to that win, right? We talked about this in the draft. We said how good these guys are when they're actually able to group up together. They back up each other's craziness. They embrace the chaos and they go as five. Even if the play looks suspicious, even if the conditions aren't the greatest, Yanni, they're going in together and they're committing. And I feel like that is more than we can say for a lot of teams in the open qualifier at this level that aren't necessarily always on the same page. And frankly, it kind of felt that way for Syndicate in the last game. It felt like they were a little all over the place and weren't able to rebound, regroup like Weber did after that turbulent and tumultuous early mid game.
No, Quacks, I love the point that you made about teams playing cohesively, because that is a big differentiator between a really good team and an excellent team, right? A really good team has like five really solid players who know how to play on a team, but don't necessarily play together because they have different ideas about the game, right? When you have different ideas about the game, it's very easy to see a play and go, I should not join this play because this play is not going to go well, or I think has a low chance of success. But if you do that and your teammates solve a different way and they keep dying because of that, you're going to get behind. You're never going to be able to win. You may as well go down swinging. You win as a team and you lose as a team.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I feel like Weber embodied that mindset that you just said, Johnny, in game number one. And they ended up winning because of it. I felt like that decisiveness probably caught Syndicate off guard. The Leona flash queuing. What the heck is he doing? Oh, wait, we're all dead because they decided to commit to that play. That's something that you wouldn't see a lot of open qualifier teams do. And I feel like that is something that separates Weber from a lot of the pack here in the lower bracket. And it's possibly the factor that will allow them to play Lotus tomorrow if they win this game. As we are on to the draft for game number 2, Weber maintaining themselves on the blue side. Varus, Riven, Bandway, Syndicate, their problem is that they just need to be able to come together after the mid game and challenge Weber in these team fights. These bans, though, I think we're going to be seeing the Pantheon just taking away a lot of the B1s, right? Also just banning away you, who has a lot of really good preferential picks like the Belveth that he is very famous for, Yanni, that I think a lot of teams have respected and appropriately taken away.
That ain't doubt, Quacks. Is Syndicate, you're going to need to be careful when it comes to these bans. They're going to have to really, really be on top of what they want to get rid of, because this, again, you are up against the void. You are teetering on the edge. Your run could end here. And with that, you know, you're looking at just playing ACL maybe in the fall and waiting for, you know, next year. And to say in September that, you know, like, yeah, we're waiting on next year is so
never a good
sad.
feeling.
Yeah, it's a feeling that you're left with the twinge of regret on your tongue. That Belveth did end up getting taken away, and a Bard gets locked in here for Weber.
I mean, honestly, it's worse for Syndicate, right? Because Weber have C-Lol, so they have the ability to pair up, practice with each other. I think for the side of Syndicate, like you said, it's September and their year is basically over. You have ACL fall, obviously, but it's really difficult to swallow the fact that these players who are extremely talented, right? I think that the Syndicate top side in particular, I think, you know, I'm going to just extend it to all of Syndicate because they deserve it. All of Syndicate are extremely talented, and to see them kind of locked out of competition, gated away after this loss would be such a tragedy for careers that are just now getting their start up here in 2025. So there is a lot riding on the line, not just for the organizations, not just for their run in open qualifiers, but for their ability to have action for the rest of the year, to get more reps in ahead of the 2026 season, which is, you know, still like 4 or 5 months away, Yanni. So it's still a pretty good distance, as we are going to be going on to the picks now. Weber going to go for the B1 Bard just to deny, I think, All Calamity his comfort pick. But that is a very uncommon champion, Yanni. But it also does signal to me that they want to put you on something aggressive here in the jungle.
No doubt, something that they'll be able to link up with pretty easily. We're going to see Jin Rakan. So you've got great CC to build your team around, but what are you going to pick to make sure that this CC works, to make sure that you're making plays? It looks like both teams are really going to lean on their jungles this game. So let's go through the roster and see who you really want as a carry. You being the jungler, who are you going after in these particular games? Maybe a Kiana on the table?
Oh, I'm going Kha'Zix, bro. If you're asking me personally, like,
no, I'm asking you as the jungle player,
bro.
I'm asking you as a jungle player, bro. Come on now.
I mean, honestly, if I'm going for a bit more of an aggressive jungler, like, I don't think there are a ton of them that are meta, but Viego is one that comes to mind. I think if you can get a little bit more lockdown on your comp, if you can surround that pick with something that allows him to get those heartbreaker resets and hit those heartbreakers, most importantly, that could be a pretty good angle. Trundle is also up on the board, but I feel like I have a lot of woes about about blind picking Trundle. It always worries me if you go for that, though. It won't be blind picked here if Weber decide just to straight up not go for a jungler. So we'll see, as they are going to go for that Viego. Yep. So surround it with lockdown, put your soul laners on something that can make sure he gets the resets on that ultimate and runs over these team fights.
All right, let's see what the move is here for Syndicate, because if you don't lock your jungler here, you're going to be locked out of a couple junglers. I mean, Zin is still on the board. Taking a look at our meta options here.
You can go like
Lilia
Jarvan
is still available. You could go a tank if you really wanted to, but I don't really think that's the move, especially with the setup that you have coming out of your bot lane.
I mean, Jarvan is kind of a two-pointed spear, right? On one hand, you've got the tankiness, you've got the engage, but you've also got the carry potential in the early game. I think that I would totally put Jarvan in that category as more on the carry side in those first 6 levels. I think that he really has the ability to take over the game, be super ubiquitous, and just demolish and lock Weber State out of a good early game. But they're going to think better of it. They're instead just going to put Fulls on his Syndra. They really want to try and give him a pick before this mid lane pool gets pinched any further, because we saw teams are really willing to go hard in the paint to gate Fulls' champion pool.
Yeah, you got to go and snap that up right now, and now they're going to go and pick on Goku a little bit. They're not convinced that this is a mid lane Ziggs. It still could be, right? There are a couple of AD carries that you can pair up with the Bard, Ezreal being one of them. You'd be like, hey, you're gonna hang out, have a good time, and then I'm gonna leave you. Sivir is still available on the table, so I feel like Syndicate might be getting baited here with some of these bans.
Yeah, me too. I also am kind of surprised Weber aren't taking away some of the really good jungle pairings from this Syndra. I think that Xin Zhao still being up and available for BB is going to be a bit of a conceit on Weber's side, as I think that Syndra, Xin Zhao mid jungle is super effective at making plays and also just denying away the Viego. You have to keep in mind, not only are you getting ahead the Syndra and possibly whatever pairing we see, but I feel like by doing that, you're making the game harder significantly for you, as we're just going to be seeing Fulls roam around after clearing those waves, be in the jungle of this Viego and lock him out of any kind of XP that he might want. So you do have to be very mindful about the pairings that Syndicate might go for, as now bans finished up. They really just focused up on the top side for the side of Weber. They're probably going to be just trying to snag up a jungler here on 4, Yanni.
There's our carry jungler. It's Lee Sin getting snapped up here for BB. Backs against the wall. You got to win 2 games. In the first one, you're going to go for Lee Sin, trying to even up the series. I like it. I don't know if it's going to work, but when the chips are down, you know you got to get a dub. You say, give me Lee Sin.
Yep, I think Lee Sin is, we talked about it. We used this term a lot with the Aurelia in game number 1, Yanni, but feast or famine. You get ahead early, you take over the game, you snowball out of control. It's a success, but if you aren't able to be proactive in the early game, if you aren't able to find those angles, Viego will outscale you. He will get that level 6 with the damage profile that Weber State are building up here now, confirming that the Ziggs is in the bot lane. It means that bot lane should have a good amount of priority for Viego to actually look for aggressive plays into the Lee Sin's jungle, which we said would also be very important. I feel like this Lee is going to not have the conditions that we ideally want for him to have agency in this game, Yanni.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Quacks. Now we're going to see this Akali getting locked in. You know, it's a strong mid jungle duo. You have a lot of power behind it, but
not a lot of CC though. That's my big concern.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You have a lot of damage, and I think that this is really good at getting a free reset onto the immobile targets of Syndicate, like the Syndra, like the Jhin as well. I think that this game is going to be absolute hell for the side of Sage Wabe, especially with that Ambessa locked in. You're just going to get public execution at every single available fight. If you curtain call and you're just a little too close, or the Ambessa is just sitting in that corner waiting to ult you and you stand still, it's lights out, it's a free reset, and Weaver can really get going on that fight. So you have to be very careful about that. The Syndicate, though, I feel like their win con has to revolve around this top side, right? You've got the Jhin to try and just kind of stalemate the lane with the Ziggs. You've got a very, very proactive top side, though. Syndra, Lee Sin, Renekton are playmakers who have agency in the early game. Use that to try and get BB ahead, to give full side lane presence and allow him to stack those splinters. And I feel like you as Syndicate could take us to game number 3. Weaver, though, it's all on Goku. It's all on you. This is their comfort zone, relying on their mid jungle, and it's what will take them possibly over the finish line and give them a date with Lotus tomorrow.
Quacks. Mr. Quez is going to be working overtime this game.
Yup.
Because he's got no CC on the rest of his squad. We're talking Viego stun. Got it. We're talking Ambessa ultimate. A little bit better. Got it. We're talking Zig Satchel charge. That ain't enough, bro. He's going to have to be everywhere. He's going to have to be all over the map.
Yep.
In order to make this team composition run. You have so much horsepower in this top side. But you actually need some gas for the engine to go.
Yep. I think that the snowballing is going to be, particularly for the junglers, is going to be really, really indicative of who will be in control of this game. The goal difference between these junglers should tell the story of this match. Here in game number 2, Viego versus Lee Sin, 2 extremely high economy dependent junglers, now going to either give Weaver the keys to the kingdom against the Lotuses for tomorrow, or we'll give Syndicate a way back into this series. They have been on a tear in the lower bracket run. They have run into problems. They have run into issues, but they have still made it this far. But unfortunately, the road has to end for one of these teams in this series. One more game, and Weaver can end another one. And it would be so exciting for this program to be able to make top 4. They have slowly but surely been getting better, been making a name for themselves. This would be a huge deal for them in perception and standing going forward into the 2025 year. And frankly, would definitely carry over into 2026 as well, Yanni.
You'd think, right? And I mean, you know, Weaver... Credit to these guys who, as you say, playing pretty much everything they possibly can, right? You know, they finished top 12 in the NACL championship this year, which is a very, very solid standing. You know, we expected them to hang around there, maybe be a little bit better than that. But you know, they had some changes with their bottom lane that again required Sendy to go and play support, and you know, this team has been steadily getting better, right? This is a organization, a program that, you know, in 2023 didn't make the CLL championship. 2024 made it, bounced out in the first round. 2025 made it so much farther. 2026 with this roster, if this is your exact roster, sky's the limit, man. I think that they can certainly be a contender and a team that you need to watch out for in a deep run like this. You know, a win over Syndicate, a match, a competitive match, or even an upset over Lotus. That would really get the heads turning, the people talking, as we've made it on to Summoner's Rift here for what could be the final game of the series and the final game of the day for us, as Weaver look to come out firing in Syndicate. They got to execute their game plan. As you said, it starts with BB. Both of these junglers integral to what's going on.
U13. Really, I think that level 6 marker for the top side of Weaver is going to be when we expect them to start pulling the trigger a lot more in this game. Obviously, you still have some strength with Akali pre-6, Diego pre-6, and Ambessa pre-6, but I think that those R buttons are going to be really just the break point that allows them to look for these aggressive plays, to look into BB's jungle, and really start putting their foot on the gas. I think that Syndicate can get going a little bit earlier, obviously, because they've got the lockdown with the Scatter the Weak and the stun from Renekton. This will give BB, I think, a lot of angles into the top side earlier than U13 can actually respond. So if they can make something happen, you know, before that Heartbreaker comes online, before level 6s come online for Weaver's top side, we think that'll put them really in the driver's seat and will allow them to carry on that snowball even after the level 6s have been reached.
The jungler starting on the bot side, and away we go as the first damage has been dealt for this game, Quacks. As we've talked about how impressive Bard has really been in some of these lanes. You know, we saw Bard earlier was a very solid lane coming out from Calamity earlier, even though the game didn't really go the way that they wanted.
Yep.
Mystiquez should be able to put in some similar work, and you can already see Calamity getting backed off of.
And you can tell that Mystiquez really wants to be on the offensive in this lane, right? As Karsiak will hit level 2 and get a good little chunk onto Batao, but going back to Mystiquez on this Bard, has the Ignite, has the Electrocute as well, so really is just looking to trade as much as humanly possible, and that'll be enough to actually scare them off and get them priority.
Well, big fourth shot.
Yeah.
On to Sendy there. Ignite got burnt onto Calamity, but he still got the heal in the back pocket.
Yep, so good trading coming out there from the Syndicate bot lane. I think Sendy also taking the first strike is really interesting as Karsiak.
Oh my goodness, Karsiak is really putting in work here, Quacks. Really wants to get it going for Syndicate, knows that he needs to be the guy. A lot of these games have hinged on him. You know, the 2 losses that they've seen today, he hasn't played his best, and he was on champions that really had opportunities to take over the game. And now on this Renekton, you have all this priority. You know you're going to pull so much. You have to lock in, son.
Yeah, Karsiak really has been, I think, the big guy that allows Syndicate to keep on going in these games. As now Batao didn't finish his recall, he has a significant health disadvantage. Karsiak is going to bully him off, so now the Ambessa is going to get a really late back, which means that you can't contest for this topside crab. You know, priority be damned, the health bars really are what make the difference, and so he'll be relegated toward the bot side. Sendy will have to recall possibly, but he has teleport, so maybe there is an opening here for you to put some damage on toward the bot side of the map.
Here we go, BB heading up to the top side, looking to put Batao in the dirt. Has been spotted out though. So that first gank attempt is going to be foiled, and the junglers will just recall. All quiet so far, 4 minutes in.
And that's exactly what Weaver want. No action first 4 minutes of the game allows them to get closer to hitting that level 6 while on even footing. I say even, but I think for the top side, I have a bit of an asterisk tied to that, as Karsiak has item advantage and has a huge CS advantage as well. This man is already double the CC, or double the camps and CS score of Batao. So it's been a little bit rough for the Ambessa, but he'll finally get his reset off. Both junglers, like you said, resetting on the bot side, should be looking just get up toward that top side. We expect very little action from the bot lane, and I think that's really good for Sendy, who's taken this first strike. You'll get some of that passive gold if you're able to land those bombs.
Batao TPing back up to the top side. Now he is the one with the item advantage, and he's got the health advantage too. There's no teleport available on Karsiak, so this is where we could see Karsiak and his over-aggression potentially cost him big time.
Meanwhile, Calamity's not on the bot side. This wave is pushing onto Syndicate, so they need to be very aware that Jin walking up toward this comp is very dangerous. They are. BB is actually wrapping around, maybe looking for an angle.
Yep, here we go. Okay, gonna get rooted. Oh, BB gave up on the play. They'll force the flash out of the Bard, but he did not think that NECC was going down on the Mystiquez.
You can see he's actually sticking around, hoping that Weaver's bot lane will continue pushing on forward. He's going to turn his eyes onto the dragon, knowing that you went toward the top side because he paid a visit in mid, and is now going for those respawned raptors. So all in all, I think this is good for Syndicate, getting that dragon stacking as early as possible. Weaver, though, should try to crash this wave. They're not going to be able to, though, as Calamity holds it. Now it's in a neutral state.
Uh-oh.
They can't even look for a dive. I mean, now the Dominus has been, you know, there, and you don't have Heartbreaker, so that execute won't be available to help secure the kill.
And you're just going to give up, what, Krog's over on the other side? Maybe not even all of them, as Karziak is able to clean up a lot of the small ones. They give you a lot of golds. Oh, wait, hang on.
Goku
We can see a kill happen here. Foles is all up in the face of Goku, is trying to get BB close to him. Goku with the sliver. Flash Q. BB is close. He's going to go and manage to get the kill with a nice little ward hop with the cripple. There's a stun. Good damage coming down as you will die. A 2-for-1 for Syndicate.
Really good there from Syndicate. Great decisiveness, understanding that Goku was pushing up too far. I think he wanted to try and crash the wave. Oh, hang on, we're not done.
Here we go. Yeah, not at all. Karziak looking to chase down Batao. Will flash at him, and the feat of warfare to Syndicate.
Really good decisiveness there from Karziak. Knows that he has level 6, knows that that is such a huge break point for the Renekton. Gets the solo onto Batao. The Ambessa not flashing either, so will retain that summoner spell when he gets back to lane, but still the top side of Syndicate is getting the gold. This is the win condition for them, and they are playing to it, Yanni.
Really, really strong start from Syndicate. Things were quiet about 3 minutes ago, and they've since exploded. And this is what we said. We thought that, Weaver didn't really have great setup for you to be successful in this game. Their solo laners just don't have that sort of CC. You're just an all-in aggression, and when you're down like this early, it is so hard. You start losing these opportunities to continue to be aggressive. Your windows get smaller and smaller.
But now Weaver do have level 6. We talked about this being a major timer for their top side, with the Heartbreaker now active. We'll have to see if that actually pays dividends. Batao does not have the public execution. They're going to be looking for a bot lane play. Sage has flash.
All right. Is he going to end up using it? He will, to avoid the Heartbreaker, as Calamity will be able to hop back. Now here's the root. BB showing up here. There's the Dragon's Rage, and you might be left to the Wolves. He flashes away, but the curtain call. Looking to call curtains on the squad of Weaver. Up against the wall. Good stun coming through. Mystiquez ends up being a 1-for-0, but Syndicate getting advantage here.
It's a bit of a sus portal there from Mystiquez, but it is not a sus play from Syndicate, who managed to find a kill on to U13. And yeah, honestly, I feel like the Viego used his Heartbreaker really carelessly there. He knew that Sage had flash. He knew that the Jhin had some form of defense, and he just sent it. He full committed when there was not an angle to do so. And now Sage, maybe a little too far up, doesn't have flash now.
He's got no mana either. The charm going to come down as Batao is still alive. Ow. He will finally fall to Calamity, and Mystiquez is going to get a kill on the backside.
So good response there from Weaver. They don't get the full stack of grubs, but they do get a couple of kills in return. You can see you knew that BB went toward that red buff, saw the sonic kick. I don't know if you have an angle here, my friend. You might just be able to steal away the red buff. Yeah, but I don't think he gets the kill. So it's a little bit of gold into the pocket of the Viego, but still missing out on a majority of the gold you need from this pick in order for it to snowball, Yanni.
Yeah, it's so tough, and he elected not to stick around. He's gonna go try to make a play onto Fulls here in the mid lane, who's stuck in a 3v1. Doesn't really have too many places to go, as he is just trying to buy time for the rest of his team. Batao will be the one to try and close out a kill. Scav of the week will knock him away for just a little bit, as Goku looking to fight this Renekton down a level. Okay, now we're gonna cut back and look to kill Fulls here.
Don't tell me he executes.
Wait, no, he is gonna execute. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yanni.
That's tough.
That's really rough.
You let him off the hook.
Yeah, I mean, they could have given. I've realistically, I feel like he was trying to circle around there to prevent Foles from burning the flash, but honestly, even if you don't kill him, I feel like burning the flash from the Syndra is still super valuable.
Yeah,
right?
They don't
Because
lose anything off of that, Quacks.
No, they don't. They don't even get the flash from Foles. So at the end of the day, it's really bad for Weber State. They can try and look on the Syndra again, but then he'll just use that summoner, and he might be able to have it because now the Drake is up in about 5 seconds.
All right, if they make this play on him and he flashes away and gets a kill, just throw the whole game out.
We will freak out.
It looks all right. He's gonna flash out of the week here, so he avoids out on the Tempered Fate.
Amazing, man.
Been a kill. That would have been a kill.
Yep. That would have been a kill.
You got to trade Tempered Fate for it, so you don't have it for this fight.
No, you don't, but your team is backing you up. The Rakan is going to have the heal as well as the ult, so there are plenty of peel tools there from Ult Calamity to be able to buy space for Foles. And my friend, you are walking way too far.
He's going to get hit with the Dragon's Rage Heartbreaker over the wall, but the Unleashed Power kills him.
Just not the correct
baby,
place
what is
to
you
be.
doing?
You in the wrong place at the wrong time, disrespecting Syndicate. Batao is TPing. They're gonna look for a fight.
Big charm from Ult Calamity. There's the public execution, but the charm continues. Batao is now on the jungle. Goku will be able to get a big shutdown, but now he's gonna get stunned up and on the backside trying to deal with the Renekton, but he gets cut to pieces. Batao is in there, sees a lot of low health bars, but also sees his health bar rapidly dropping. Rooted up, curtain called as well. First shot misses, second shot lands, and BB Swag cleans it up. And now we're gonna start going after this Ziggs with the stun, but here comes this Viego, misses the stun. He finds a kill. You gotta be kidding me. There's no way he gets away with this. He's gonna slice his way out. Oh my goodness! They're just doing tricks on it.
A Karsiak is dancing on the graves of Weber. Here in game number 2, he slices, he dices away from U13, who still is not able to find his kills, is not able to get his gold. The main win conditions for Weber, they're suffering, Yanni, and Syndicate, theirs are thriving.
Dude, I don't know what is going on here. Mystique was getting away. I don't know how he got away, but then he just dies. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know anything about this game anymore. So many times Syndicate has been let off the hook. And it's only a 2,000 gold lead, but it's 13.5 minutes into this game, Quacks.
And I mean, it's just, I feel like Weber, they're putting their tools in the wrong places, right? They sent Batao to TP and look for a flank on that Ambessa, and the result was 1 kill. You didn't even win out in that kill department because Syndicate got way more plus the dragon. So now you don't have TP. It's halfway off of cooldown. You're not able to make a cross map play. And this gives the door over to Syndicate, who can make so many more aggressive, proactive plays, knowing that the Ambessa for the foreseeable future can't actually join up with them. So this pernicious effect.
Goku.
Oh, Goku? Yeah, no way.
The TP.
Wait.
He just gets out.
Wait.
I mean, you can't actually.
You know, a real gamer would have waited for the TP to finish and then followed him across the map. Maybe you don't get the kill.
He already used his shuriken flip.
Yes, he used the shuriken flip, but then he took it when the TP was being channeled. A real gamer, even if it doesn't get you the kill, no, use it instantly. Even if it doesn't get you the kill, it looks cool.
Yeah, well, I'm saying it may have expired by the time the TP finished.
Possibly. I don't think it would have. But anyway, regardless, it's a denied kill from Weber yet again, and now Syndicate, they're looking for a dive onto Batao.
They're going all in for this, man. He's going to get tagged up by BB. Dragon's Rage to take him away from his turn. He's desperately trying to get back, but he is going to fall to Foles. Now the Heartbreak coming up, the big scatter of the week. Weber has been deemed weak by Syndicate, as they are unable to close out on any kills. Here comes the curtain call. It's only going to be able to hit 1 shot, do a little bit of damage, but this top turret will fall. It is more gold. The pockets of Syndicate. Just hang on. Syndicate electing not to stick around for it.
No,
Said we'll head over to the Rift Herald.
The wave clear from Sendy is enough to dissuade that for the time being. Syndicate, though, like you said, have another avenue for gold to continue their entourage of pressure. They're going to pick up that Herald You on this Viego, just his Heartbreakers are too early. I feel like he is under the impression that he does more damage than he actually does, and because of that, he hasn't been able to get the resets. And I feel like if that is not there for Weber, they don't have a lot of other damage. Obviously, they've got Goku, but this Akali over time is going to be less relevant as that armor continues to grow for the side of Syndicate. So you need to get this Viego some type of lead at this point in the game. They have tried, but it has not been enough.
I don't really know how they're going to be able to get that lead, Quacks, because it's just so hard for them to kill anybody, right? And this is the problem, because this team has theoretically a lot of damage, right? Batao is
but no lockdown.
To get these guys low. Goku is supposed to get these guys low, but you said it, no lockdown. We said that Mystique was going to have to work overtime in this game, being all around the map, and we haven't really seen it that much. We weren't really able to see him make these early plays, right? He's got 3 out of 4 kill participation. That's great, but there's just not enough kills on the board for Weaver.
No, there isn't, and not enough of that gold is going over to you. So the Viego really doesn't have a place in this game. The Dragon is going to be up in 15 seconds, but I think Weber smartly say, we can't really fight for it. Let's try and go for the Renekton, but do they actually kill this, though, is the question.
I don't know. They're certainly going to try. Karziak trying to keep himself alive. Look at the sustain. Oh my goodness. He's got one in the 2v1.
He's angry.
He will not go any further because Mystique was able to keep him off his jungler, but that's just FF, bro.
Yeah, this is Karziak is just too strong. You and Goku can't find the 2v1 because the Dominus plus, I would say, the Eclipse Shield plus the Ninja Tabby is just, it's a recipe that Weber State cannot seem to get over. And because of that, if they're not able to take down the front line, like, those are your 2 main damage dealers. Batao is like irrelevant at this point in the game. My man went first item Death's Dance. He is not looking to deal damage. He is just looking to take it a little bit more with every fight. You're relied on as the Viego and the Akali to deal the damage. And if you're not able to deal with the Croc, you're not getting to that back line.
18 minutes into the game, 12 kills to 4. We just saw Syndicate get their 3rd dragon of the game. It's a Hextech Soul too, so they're able to claim the final dragon in 4 minutes time. That will wrap a bow on this game quite nicely. It's Karziak 4-0-2. We said this guy needs to step up. He's brought so much pressure into this game, forcing multiple members of Weber up top, and he has slain almost every single one of them.
Karziak has been doing such a good job at not only being able to apply pressure onto the map, but taking pressure from any of his opponents, right? I feel like in the 1v2 situations, when he's getting ganked, he is able to, even if he goes down, he makes the enemy team work for it. He buys so much time for his bot side, for the rest of his team to make a cross-map play. Look for an objective, look for a dive, look for anything on the map, and I feel like that is so valuable to have in a top laner, and it's also super promising for a new top laner, right? You have to keep in mind, Karziak has only been a part of 2 teams in 2 separate open qualifiers where he didn't make a particularly impressive run. So to see him on a team stocked full of new talent like him, and him making the most of it in this open qualifier, really reassuring, not only for the series and the chances of Syndicate here in this open qualifier, but for their futures as well.
He's a young cat too. He's turning 19 in next month. Here we go, Al Calamity going all the way in. We'll be able to land the charm onto Mystiquez, but over on the side, Yu is just dying too. Karziak, as Mystiquez is still alive somehow, will get hit by a curtain call shot. As Beitao is also probably dead. Public execution, but he is the only one getting executed. As it's just more kills over to Syndicate. They are so far ahead. They are doing the Otacon. They are up 6,000 gold. Is there anything more we need to say?
I think that this game, just at the end of the day, fell apart because Weaver weren't able to make use of that top side, right? We said that the win condition was in this mid jungle, and they never gave an opportunity over to you. Goku wasn't really able to flex the early game Akali either, and because of that, Syndicate just outscaled. I felt like they had the better top side early game. We're seeing that snowball in real time. It has netted them 3 dragons. It has now netted them the Otacon. It has netted them, like you said, Yanni, that 5,000 gold lead. And I think, yeah, at this point, we do have to be thinking about game number 3 and what we as Weaver say are going to be doing, because momentum is such a key and underrated value in these lower bracket runs. If you are able to go into a high pressure match, high pressure series in general with your spirit lifted, that can do you wonders in the next game.
Without a doubt, but it also, on the other side of the coin, Quacks, you have to do it again. You have to perform about this well again, because you know none of these wins are going to come easy. For Weaver, it seemed like them, they realized that, hey, we'll take a mulligan. We know that we're not always going to play the best. It's a team that has a lot of veterans that have played at various different levels. You know, talking about their top laner who's dying right now, talking about their mid laner and their support. And these guys know and have been through the ups and the downs. I think that they'll be able to bounce back just fine going into the next game. I do wonder if Syndicate is nervous that they have to go and they have to play this damn well again. It's not the flashiest recent play in the world, but it's going to get a kill all the same. Goku is stuck here. Oh my goodness, Karziak.
Yeah, Karziak 8-0-2 on the Renekton, and putting pressure on the top side. The 4-1 split here for Syndicate in game number 2. 20 seconds until the dragon. Frankly, you're in no rush to burst this thing down. I think you as Syndicate understand how little of a threat Weaver posed to you around this neutral. And realistically, if you don't have anything else to do, then, you know, there it is. But
well, we landed in Tempered Fate, and the Tethered Stun. We're not actually getting anything out of it, is the problem. Okay, wait a minute, we have Viego resets.
Wait, hang on.
Oh, good scout of the week, bro. That's gonna ruin pretty much everything that they were trying to do, is you will not be able to survive. Mattel actually still alive, still fighting for everything that he's worth. But BB with a nice flash there will be able to clean up the rest of this.
Yep, they still managed to win out on the fight. Still, though, it's some gold into the Weaver State squad, not enough to save them. Goku doesn't have ult, but is still looking for an angle, understands that it's do or die time. They have to go for the risky plays if they want to keep their chances at this game 2 alive.
That's crazy that hit him, though. Oh my goodness, not another one, bro. They supposed end.
That's like the 3rd insec of this game from BB. That is,
you know, bro,
insane.
No, it's not, Quacks. You know why? Back in 2013,
all right.
2035, everybody. I can do. I'm 30 years old and I can do that, bro.
No. I don't mean insane like mechanically. I mean insane by the fact that he has had 3 chances to do it and done it every single time. Yeah, usually you don't have a lot of moments where you can realistically insec, or it's not the best play.
Yeah, no. You're absolutely right about that, because we say, hey, listen, if you're playing Lee Sin, every opportunity once you're past 6 is an opportunity to insec. Because you may have just died because you went in 5v1, but it looked cool.
Yeah, at least you looked cool doing it. As now Syndicate.
That's half of League of Legends, right? Unless you're playing at the highest levels or up there in solo queue, half of playing is doing cool stuff. You know how much I love to do cool stuff in Emerald? You know how much I love to call people from 100 to 0? Like, come on now.
I get it. As Syndicate are looking mighty cool here, as Karziak maybe in a little bit of trouble. Really good spacing here from Goku.
Quacks, Goku wasn't going to be able to kill him anyway.
Correct.
It doesn't matter how good the spacing was.
What about Batao? Nope.
No. This guy's out.
My man is level 17, by the way. Wow.
Yeah, he's absolutely massive. Oh, okay. All right, hang on. We might actually have a play here. Good buffer on the scout of the week. Okay.
Nice.
We got one back.
All right, Baron time, boys.
Yes,
I feel
Baron.
like
it's Baron.
They have to rip it. They have to rip it. This is their only play. And this is a comp that doesn't even take
please.
Baron very fast.
Guys, please, what are we doing? Why is my mid laner mid? Why is my mid laner bot and my bot laner mid? Do the Baron! Oh my goodness! Please! What are we doing?
What are they hoping to gain here on the top side? Maybe they're looking to try and pick someone on Syndicate for, you know, responding to the Ambessa. The pings are actually coming through, so maybe they found an angle, but there's no Heartbreaker available.
Hey, wait, yeah, this play might work, actually. Might be onto something here. Never mind, BB is just unkillable. Oh, Calamity managed to charm one of them, but he charmed the most important one here. Yeah, it's cooked. I don't know. That should have been a Baron angle. You just 5v4 and hope to do it because it's your best angle you're going to potentially get.
Goku.
Oh, hang on. Oh my goodness, Goku.
Goku styling on Karsiak, but still, the problem remains. Syndicate are on the Baron, 4 members strong. There's 3 on the side of Weaver. They don't have
a lot of damage.
Mystic Quest does, but not enough to smite it realistically. He didn't take the spell book. He's not all Calamity.
Nope, but again, Ziggs has a lot of damage. Let's see what Centillion can do. He's gonna drop the ultimate back there. Bulls is dead. Oh, Baron up for grabs. It's secured by Syndicate, but they might actually lose this fight. Quacks out Calamity trying to get Sage Wabe out of there. They're gonna hit the portal. Sendy is just so low on mana. Vital on top of Sage Wabe, but Sage Wabe will be able to get out of there with the slows from that soul that they claimed, but okay, I see a little bit here. I don't think it's enough for them to actually win, Quacks, but
I feel like
fight in them.
I feel like there is a glimmer here. I mean, there's Elder in 3 minutes. Anything is possible when that objective comes up, Yanni. If Weber State can still hold on to around this like 5,000 gold deficit that separates the 2 teams, by the time that comes up, they might be able to look for an angle. It is a very slim chance. It is practically non-existent. But anything is possible. But it does exist. Anything is possible with Elder, even if it is you flash smiting it over the wall. That still revives your hopes to maybe win the game as you now put Elder on your teammates.
Max, are you telling me the percentage is 0.01% for them to,
you know, to go for a little bit of a older movie or older pop culture reference here? I'm telling you that the chance is more like 1 in a million.
It is.
You're not getting it? You're not getting it?
No, bro.
You're supposed to say, so that means there's a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been from anything though.
All right, fine. But you know,
see, all right, I'm gonna school you here a little bit. That was an opportunity for you to tell me, so you're telling me there's a chance. That would have gone over much better. You're getting real-time coaching right now.
All right. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, pop culture references, something I never thought I would need to get coaching in. By the way, as the young caster in the scene at the moment.
You're like Tom Holland's Spider-Man when he has.
Oh, shut up! I hate that guy, bro.
You see this really old movie called Aliens?
Oh yeah.
You ever watch this really old movie called Star Wars?
I do.
I know that wasn't the line, but
I know. All right.
So Syndicate are shoving in right now. Weaver has really had no response. His inhibitor is falling on the bottom side. Inhibitor falling in the mid lane as well. But you're willing to give those up for a chance in 50 seconds to burger flip the soul. That's all you can hope for in NA. Sometimes the game does not end. I'm sorry, the Elder. The game does not end after the soul gets taken. We get an opportunity to burger flip for Elder, and who knows what can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen on this bot side objective. All of Weber are grouping up to try and fight for it. Syndicate are doing the same. This will be do or die time for either one of these teams. Weber are so far behind, but they have managed to survive 30 minutes in this game. We'll have to see if all of that pain will be worth it, if they will be able to get some euphoria on these grubs. They're spawning, or on this Elder, they'll be spawning in about 5 seconds. Syndicate are just looking
OTP
for a death brush. Yeah, Karsiak has to walk his little croc legs over to the bot side. That means he'll show when he's crossing, so Weaver will have that information going forward as Sendy is kind of just isolated from the fight. He cannot walk here. Look at where Karsiak is positioned.
He's only level 15. All right, Elder Dragon tethered It's gonna reset.
Oh boy, this is the worst feeling in the world as a jungler, by the way, Yanni. The worst.
Without a doubt, but you do have minions pushing into the base here. All right, this Elder, it's getting lower. You need to see what the... Okay, there we go. 7,000 HP. Goku...
Oh, they see Goku!
They spotted him out! They have spotted him out! He is gone golden, but the light will be snuffed out from his eyes.
They're gonna get Karsiak!
Karsiak, if you can trade him out!
They got him!
It's a big shutdown. You is stuck in the back of the pit. He's got a Heartbreaker over, but he's got Flash to be able to get back in. Wait! He goes back in for a Calamity!
They don't get the reset!
The life scout of the week! They take him out! You is dead! In the pit! Stuck! Is the Bard. BB trying to let a Cupid, can't quite do it. Here we go, current call. Last shot's got to be there. Can you hit it? Sequez in trouble, will fall to the auto attack. 4,000 HP.
Teleport.
But here's teleports into the base. It's Foles looking to end the game. They've already pulled off the Elder. Have Weber Elder secured. First Nexus turret is falling, but Tao kiting back, looking to stop Foles as best he can. But he is marked by the Dragon's Breath. Calamity still trying to distract, but the autos and the minions are on the Nexus. Patience displayed by Syndicate as they force a pivotal game 3.
And it all comes down to this, Yanni. 2 game 3s on the day for Syndicate. That has got to be, and for the side of Weber, actually, this has got to be an exhausting day for both of these squads. But Syndicate breathing a sigh of relief as it was looking a little bit dicey for a few moments there on that Elder after the Renekton fell. They maybe had an angle, but luckily Syndicate managed to finish the job, take us to a 3rd game. Whew, this has been such a insane day of games, Yanni.
Without a doubt, Quacks, and I thought for a second that they would be able to make some magic happen, but no magic to be had for Weber in that 2nd game. And now it all comes down to this, Quacks, the final game of our day, the game to determine who is going to face Lotus in an effort to make top 4 and lock their spot for the promotion tournament. I am so excited, man. I don't know who's going to win this series after these games. All I know is that game 3 is going to be a banger. We're going to go ahead and take our final break of the night. And when we return, one final game between Syndicate and Weber for all the marbles to see who gets to move on and who is going home. Welcome back, everybody, to our final. Don't look at me like that, Quacks. Welcome, everybody, to our final match of the night. We have made it. It is gone very, very long. 2 best of 3s that all of them went the distance, and it's Weber and it's Syndicate for this spot to go and take on Lotus. Quacks, dude. I was gonna say, are we already done the draft? Is that how long we took on the break? Quacks, I know we've been following Syndicate's story and their tournament run. I gotta say, this Weber team excites me a little bit. Obviously, game 2, not that exciting. They still have a lot of holes. Quacks, I hate to do this, but I have to ask: can any of the teams actually beat Lotus?
No, Yanni, I don't think these teams are looking Lotus ready at the current moment. I do think that we are going to need to be.
All right, everybody, thank you all so much for. I set you up for that. That's my bad.
You did set me up, right? Like,
I think it's a valid question. I think it's a very valid question.
I do, because realistically, I think that Lotus are full of players who have really skirted the line between being able to go into tier 2 and go into tier 3, right? I think a lot of people think back when we were covering the Lotus run, one of the main things that we talked about was Robbie Bob and Porsche being on that Polestar team last year, who wanted to try and get into, or no, not Polestar, that Lotus team last year that lost 2-3 to Polestar to get in to NACL. They have made it basically as far as you possibly can in tier 3 before actually getting into the NACL. So I feel like if you are looking at those players who have gone the distance, they have literally gotten as close as you humanly can to tier 2, and you are trying to compare these teams to that level, they're not at that level yet. I think it is pretty safe to say, and I think for whoever wins this game, we're going to need to see that level out of them, because you only have, like 16 hours before now and when you potentially play Lotus. So it's not like there's time to improve upon what we're seeing today. We need to see the winning team at their best if we want to be optimistic about their chances tomorrow in the best of 5.
And Quacks, one other thing to mention is that Weber, as good as they are, and obviously they will be able to get better as a team by just playing together more and more. Yeah, as players, they kind of are who they are, right? Like, this is a team that's got a lot of veterans, right? Like, yeah, Goku is just slightly younger than I am, right? I mean, Mystiquez is, a little on the older side too. He's 28. Like, these players kind of are what they are in terms of like League of Legends development, right? So I don't know if their current level is going to be enough to get over Lotus unless the team really comes together and starts firing on all cylinders. Meanwhile, Syndicate, I think these players, they still might be able to pull it out, but I'm excited for this game 3. We're getting a first pick Yunara coming through here for Syndicate. No surprise.
Yunara, like you said, no surprise, goes well with basically every single support in the book right now, is the main win condition whenever it is drafted. You think back to Yunara with 3 items, and that in itself is a hyper carry, I feel, Yanni. So Syndicate have a clear identity drafting this one up on B1. I like what I see from them so far. It's just a matter of what they surround with this champion. But kind of going back to what you were saying about Weaver being on the older side as a conglomerate, I feel like Sin are the opposite, right? We were talking about how young Karsiak is. This guy is like 18 years old. BB and Foles are not on the older side. Neither is Calamity. Sage Wabe, a player who really made his debut year in 2024, is the oldest tenured member of this squad. So I think not only does it show how young this team is, but also just in general, how much development they have left, in my opinion. They have so much time, and to see them kind of come out of the gate swinging to start their careers on this much of a high, even if they were to lose this game, get knocked out of this open qualifier, every single team that is serious about building a roster should take a look at these players as a potential investment.
Yeah, they can be very happy with what they have put together, regardless of a win or a loss. And I think Weber can too, to be quite honest with you. But I'm sure that this would do a lot more for Weber as a program. Yeah, as I know, as we've mentioned how young the Syndicate players are. We do see a Zin get locked in here. So we'll see what the options are going to be for pairing up this Varus a little bit later. I am a little surprised that they match the Varus early with the Yunara pick coming in. They could have saved that a little bit later. We're gonna see Jarvan come through for some.
This is a baller Lulu angle, by the way. If they actually want to go for it here on 3, they could just decide to blind him mid here for fulls. Obviously, things like that Aurora are available. That is something that I think he really did well with last week. So they certainly have that option. I think that Jarvan Aurora is also a really strong combo. So it has a lot of tools in that part of the map. But if they want to get a good pairing up with the Yunara in the bot lane, if they want to play for that bot side, I feel like Lulu would be a really good slam here, not only because it's good in lane, but also because it creates kind of a bouncy house along with the Jarvan. They're going to go for the Rise instead. So I don't know how I feel about this pick. Yanni, you were talking about it a little bit earlier in the stream. You're not a huge fan of the Rise blind, and I kind of have to agree with you. I think with a good amount of long-range mages still on the board here for Weaver, and particularly Goku, who is known for his mages, right? You could just slam something that gives him a hard time. They're going to go fire for fire. They're going to fight fire with fire here, though, or, you know, magic with poison, as it will be the Cassiopeia, which is not only really good into the lane against Rise, but amazing at denying away these engages from BB on the Jarvan.
Yeah, great scaling too. So you're able to actually stand up to the Rise in the side lane. Really like this pick. It's not something that, you know, Rise doesn't have a ton of bad matchups. I wouldn't even say this is bad, but it's just something that matches, right? And I really think that's important. Especially coming into this last game and making sure you shut Fulls down, right? Fulls has been generally pretty good, I think, over the course of the day so far. He's been solid, and I even had a couple of moments where it's like, you can tell that this guy is the best guy on the Rift. We'll see if he's able to do it again in this last game where he gets his coveted Rise. Going through the second half of bans, supports taken off the board on both sides here. The best supports for Varus are gone with the Nico and the Karma off. Now, Quacks, we are really left with a lot of scraps, right? I do wonder if there's an opportunity to just pick a Lux and say, you know what, we're going to go full damage here.
I think that there is an opening here for Weaver to just go another poke support, and I think that Lux is probably one of the better ones available at the current moment, as Nico and Karma were both taken away. So you could go for something like Nami here. Hell, if you wanted to, with the amount of front-loaded damage that Syndicate have, you could even go for something like a Braum if you maybe want to switch up a little bit. I also think that there is an angle to do that. But frankly, I think that Weaver State don't want for much right now. They've kind of got a good amount of their bases covered here. The first 3 picks, they've got a good amount of magic damage with Cassiopeia. Varus has mixed damage as well. They've got Engage with Xin Zhao. The Chains of Corruption can also act as that pick tool to start up a fight. So they can go for some of these more stylish, more extra picks that might be curveballs for the side of Syndicate. They will lock the Thresh, which is a little bit of an inconsistent laner at the current moment. I know that Thresh really is only as good as the wielder, Yanni. I had to save myself there, as I know you were mentally telling yourself, choose your words carefully, boy. But
you're right, though.
But I feel like it's just a kind of a test of how strong Mystiquez can be in the lane, because this is a very skill-dependent champion, but it is also very good into the Jarvan. So it gives you peel, it buys space for that Varus, and I think combined with the Cassiopeia, this is going to be a really difficult game for BB to actually play, Yanni.
Counterpoint, Quacks. Thresh is probably the worst thing you could pick into Yunara. You can't
I agree with that. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Lockdown. You have to hit these hooks. Like obviously, when you have a hook-based champion, it's like, okay, cool. You hit your hooks, you're in good shape, right? But picking a Thresh into champions like this, where you really need to lock them down so they do not take over the game, Rise included, Yunara included. Obviously, Rise can speed up a little bit. It's easier to catch him, but Yunara with the ultimate, with the dash, able to get away, it is very, very worrisome. Melio is a tough lane to deal with. Everything else, not too crazy. You're really good into the Jarvan specifically, and you can also make creative Lantern plays in this particular game. I think the Lantern plays are going to be the most important thing in this game to see if Mystiquez can actually go ahead and make these plays happen, right? But I am very excited that he did pick up the Thresh. It's my favorite champion, and I always love seeing a good Thresh in action. I really hope I'm not disappointed.
I hope I'm not disappointed either, as I've seen good Threshes in my time. I won't elaborate on who, but I do think that Weaver State, the big thing with the Scion lock-in that I'm looking at, I can't help but feel, Yanni, like it might have been a better Ornn angle. right? Because if you get cataclysmed, right, then you just immediately punish the Jarvan with slamming into the wall, knocking him up and locking him down. And then you also have that long range engage, right? You aren't nearly as committal. And I feel like for a comp that Weber have drafted, where you have things like the Thresh, like the Varus, having that choice, having that ability to opt out if the situation doesn't benefit you is really, really valuable. But with them going to Sion, that means you are in it and you are not out. And this is a mentality that admittedly Weber have really stuck to throughout their tenure in the OQs, where they are on the same page. But I feel like it is a difficult world for Weber if they are constantly having to commit to engages against things like Ryze, Jarvan, and Rumble, who can easily turn around to fight if they aren't careful.
Yeah, never mind the fact that Syndicate has the hot pot combo. We didn't really mention that.
Yep.
You know, you talked about being able to punish Jarvan in a Cataclysm. Well, now you get punished if you are stuck in the Cataclysm, right? Your Cassiopeia, your Varus, your Thresh, they don't have anywhere to go. Your Xin Zhao only has one way to go, and that's by if you win becomes lightning out of there. I mean, these guys, when they're in the Cataclysm, they're stuck.
Yeah, they are definitely stuck, and I think that is a really good point. I think that means it's going to be really up to just Goku and Mystiquez to prevent the Cataclysm, to prevent that hot pot combo in general. We talk about the win conditions a lot for Syndicate, and we are mentioning names like Fools, like Sage Wabe. We have had a pattern hit us, though, throughout the day, Yanni, where it is Karsiak or bust. This player, when he is online, he really shines. And I feel like on this Rumble, this is going to be the ultimate test for him. He is in a counter matchup. He is in a position where he can be a massive damage dealer if he plays his cards right. And I feel like a win here, a performance here on the Rumble would propel his team forward. Every time he has been ahead, Syndicate have looked so much better. So my eyes are glued to the top lane. Screw the Ryze scaling, screw the Yunara scaling. This top laner is the good luck charm of Syndicate Esports, and they have got to wear him all the time here in game number 3.
Quacks, I completely agree with you. Sometimes you got to call a game based on the logic. Oh, they have the scaling. Sometimes you got to call the game on the vibes. And Karsiak has done nothing but provide good vibes to this team. When he is rolling, the team is rolling. You are so right. We've seen every good Karsiak game has resulted in a win. And clearly this means
Karsiak is the win.
Have a good game. Karsiak win game. Go get Karsiak every single time. I want to see a 2v2 in the top lane. I want to see both junglers up there all the time. You're not even farming the camps because BB, you got to get them going, and you got to stop them from getting going. So it may as well just be 2 in the top lane, 1 in the mid lane, 2 in the bot lane. You know we're not going to get that, though, as we're on to Summoner's Rift for the final game of this best of 3 series. The winner moves on to face Lotus. It could be an execution date, but one of these teams will be executed right now, but not actually, only in game.
Yep. And already, I really want to yell at Karsiak for using the Super Galaxy Rumble skin. I was going to say he's the good luck charm, but now I got to vote against him. I hate that skin. Rising Yordle, Rising Yordle Phoenix Fire. Rising Yordle Phoenix Fire. So annoying, bro. So annoying, man.
Why do you hate fun?
I love fun. I play Assassins.
You play Assassins.
Yeah, wait a minute. That means I love fun.
This Spider-Man pointing me. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. This guy. No, wait, you know something?
Don't like people having fun.
Wait, you know something that I don't. Well, I value me having fun. Okay.
Yes, Dorado Zol in the chat. Man's hating on the best Rumble skin. Couldn't agree more, bud.
Zol. Pause. Ooh, boo, did I scare you? Anyway, Syndicate. I had to do it to him. Boo, buddy.
Oh my goodness. That was great, bro. That was so good. Both junglers are going to be starting on this top side. So if we're not going to see an immediate level 2 gank, you know what that means, Quacks? It means these top laners are going to be all alone.
It does. And honestly, I feel like Karsiak likes those odds. He has been so good in the 1v1. Even when they swap, I feel like he has just constantly been able to have time with his lane opponent. And although we've seen him at his worst, we've also seen him at his best. And I feel like more often than not, he has been able to get the better of his lane opponent here. As we're actually seeing BB path up toward that top side. Maybe he wants to look for an early play in top lane, as it really is just a matter of looking at that heat in that case, right? Is Karziak capable of getting toward the top half of that heat, able to deal that much more damage if a gank does actually come through? Because I feel like if not, Batao should just be able to survive. They're going to think better about going for a gank, as Karziak doesn't even have level 3 yet. We've talked about the top side, but still, we would be remiss if we didn't mention the win conditions down here in bot lane. Yunara, always a point of attention whenever she is picked in the current meta, Yanni, and you have to believe that this game is no different.
Yeah, and again, she's going to have such an easy time this game. And, you know, one thing that I mentioned is, you know, we talked about, like, hey, you must land these hooks. It is critical because of the type of champion Yunara is. But even if you do, Al Calamity can just use the Breath of Life at level 6 to be able to get Sage Wabe out of a bad scenario. I mean, he already has Cleanse, but, like, you have so many ways of actually escaping danger if you are Sage Wabe in this game, that this game is set up for him to carry. But if Karziak does not have a good game, it won't matter. You'll just lose.
Yep, of course. That is just the logic of the game.
That's, for what it's worth, everybody, that's not necessarily true, but it's just how it's been with this, with Syndicate this day, today. It's been crazy.
Yeah. We are actually seeing you cross over up to the top side, understanding he doesn't have prio in bot lane, so BB will secure that crab for himself. A really good timing from Karziak as well. Ooh.
Yeah, this is a problem. See, so what happens when you step up a little bit too far? Thresh has like no combat power, man. This is like not a lane that is easy to fight. Yeah.
I also feel like Varus is just such a difficult champion to maximize. It really just relies on you being able to space correctly, and that's a pretty difficult task. All right, let's see it.
Can Thresh defend the dive? He's going to drop the Ignite down, waiting. Good flay here. Lands the hook on the target that was targeted by the turret. Really well played to make it a 1-for-1 in the end.
Yup, so I feel it's support for support, but both AD carries end up getting the kills. Neutral, I would say, trade at the end of the day. I would say the biggest beneficiary of that dive is actually you, as he is now onto his tier 2 camps. BB had to go for a very late recall, and so will be slightly behind in tempo. Sage using that flash does mean the Xin Zhao could pay a visit down toward that bot side and possibly force the issue. That would be really good for just trying to get Sendy further and further ahead. As we have said, it is difficult for Varus, I feel, in the current meta to actually get some wins here.
Make this lantern play. Oh, come on, bud. You got to get your boys in there. I know there's Fog of War, but still. Also, Mystique was my goat with the spellbook on Thresh. As you know, Quacks, I'm a big aficionado of that. I think it's fantastic.
Of course. Yeah, I think this is good, especially if you want to roam, and we're seeing that in real time here.
This is a problem, though. You leaving Sendy alone like this is going to be real bad, especially with the extra auto attack range you get from the campfire.
Ooh, they see BB. Really smart flag, though. Gives him vision and prevents him from face checking into that bush. So at the end of the day, yeah, you get to camp up over his counterpart, but BB will still be on the bot side, so if Weber stay over-aggress for a play to maybe try and even out the health bars because Sendy was taken so low, they will be met by a Jarvan. That dragon, now coming up just a minute ago, does mean that both of these teams likely have it in the back of their minds to go for it. That Realm Warp also available for Fulls means that he could easily join up in a fight. I think Syndicate really want to be the first toward that bot side river to look for a play onto that neutral.
See a lot of Karziak up in the top side right now. He's just hanging out. They're having a farm lane. Hasn't really been able to move this Scion quite yet. I imagine once he gets a little bit more damage, it will get a little bit easier, but the Null Magic Mantle versus the Amplifying Tome essentially makes things a wash. The dragon has been aggroed, and it looks like it will be started up by you. We do see that BB is in the area and is aware that this is happening, but Fulls cannot move right now.
Yeah, Fulls only has level 1 ultimate, which does not cover a very wide distance, so Ryze really isn't able to actually help him. I think it was really smart from Goku. He was essentially hugging the bot side, preventing Fulls from getting anywhere near that dragon pit, forcing him up toward that top side where the range is very far away. It'll be first dragon going over to Weber, and now they're going to start up the swap here, which does mean Syndicate really want to play for these grubs. Not only do they want to give some gold into the coffers of Sage Wabe before that happens, but if they can get this, I feel like it is really good for Karziak. In fact, I would say it's good for just about everybody on Syndicate. This is a very high economy reliant team. You get those 3 items, and you can really start putting the hands onto Weber State. Grubs will certainly help in that department, but I feel like the caveat to that is having the Scion, right? Batao, if he's able to roam, can just as easily circumvent not needing that teleport and unstoppable onslaught toward the top side and start up the fight for Weber, and probably in their favor if that hits.
We saw the Weber bot lane lose a couple of minions, but other than that, it's just the bottom lanes that have really had the CS differential. I mean, we're dead even in the mid lane, essentially. Once Foles receives this wave, once Beidou goes and farms up this wave, we're going to be dead even once again. I mean, these laners have been so good when it comes to just picking up whatever CS they need to. They haven't really been moved. It's so hard to move these Weaver solo laners, right? Because Beidou obviously has this spectral cow. He's going to heal up quite a bit. But even Goku, I mean, he's got this catalyst. He's got the tier. Like, he wants for nothing.
No, realistically, I feel like Goku doesn't want to be moving, right? He wants to be first to the position. He wants to be scrapping in the 1v1. I don't think that that Cassiopeia is great in multi-member fights. So Weber are going to be giving up that objective on the top side. This will be really good for Syndicate, as like we said, they'll be able to get that much more gold into the vast majority of their carries. They're also just going to keep playing with confidence. Really good step up there from Sage, though it might not go unpunished.
It's good damage coming through, as you did mention the grubs a little bit earlier. Syndicate went and they cleaned those up without too much of any disruption, and Yu is doing well to take away BB's chickens. It's the second takeaway that he's had of them. See what he can do. Stay just a step up on the opposing jungler here, but so far, Quacks, this has been the quietest game of the 3. 9 minutes in, just 1 kill apiece.
It absolutely has, and you have to believe that more than likely favors Weber. I think if Syndicate aren't actively making use of the grubs, as we can see at the current wave states, a lot of it is pushed in favor of Weber, which means that those plates are going unanswered for the side of Syndicate. If they can continue to just scale up, stack these dragons, they'll be in a really good spot being able to play for that bot side objective. And I love the confidence that Yu is playing with on this bot side, understanding that Goku has his back. This is the mid jungle duo that we keep on circling back to, Yanni, and it's the one that could carry Weber to the next round of the lower bracket if they are allowed to play together and play these objectives.
Unleash teleports proccing on everybody who's got him this game, as Karziak trying desperately to do something to Beidou, but it's so hard, man, especially now that he's got the Bammy Cinder. If you're in his face, you are taking a bunch of damage too. Unfortunately for Karziak, I just don't think he's going to be able to remove the Scion anytime soon. And the bad news is, generally, that means that Foles is going to have a hard time if you try to swap these lanes up a little bit too.
Yeah, not only that, but I feel like having the Bobby Cinder combined with the Spectre's Cowl makes it so easy for Batao to get pushed in that top lane. This will make it way easier for him to get that unstoppable onslaught down in a cross-map play if he needs to use it. Meanwhile, Karziak obviously will have the ability to teleport, but he doesn't currently have it up. So if Batao can shove in this wave, push in, Weaver start the dragon, and if Syndicate try to respond, they'll have a numbers advantage because Scion should just be able to roam on down toward that part of the map.
There's the flay, the box is out, good hook, but the breath of life, plus the cleanse, they stacked those up together, but that got rid of the
Karziak.
Meanwhile, Karziak is just gonna die over here on this top side, although Beidou does not have any mana left. Karziak trying to put himself in position here. Oh my goodness.
What?
He got him, he fooled him.
BB there to save him as well.
Oh no, Hook splits the gap. Sagewabe flashing forward. Great sidestep on the flay. And he'll be able to get a kill. Takes an arrow to the back, but he will be able to walk away.
You had the opportunity to maybe look for a flash when becomes lightning, but he's going to think better of it. Not going to commit. Wants to save those spells and those conditions for the dragon. Up in about 10 seconds here. Syndicate, they get some murder done on their side, and they get away with murder as Karziak stays alive on the top side. So Weaver don't get a lot of gold. They will be the first ones to start up this dragon, though. We'll have to see if Syndicate actually try to respond. Their bot lane is really late to the play.
Oh, BB's going in. He's alone.
Oh my!
Cookies! Cookies! Out of the cookie jar! He got him. He just picked his pocket.
I think it was that like 46 or something like that?
It was so damn low.
That was insane. Syndicate get the dragon. That stops the dragon stacking for Weaver, right? I mean, this is a comp that admittedly gets outscaled, I feel, by Syndicate, who have insane 3-item spikes. They need something to play for, and they need something to match. And so if they're not getting those dragons on spawn, if they're not threatening with that soul by, you know, the 25 to 30 minute mark, they will be pretty far behind in damage. As, yep, you said it, another potential dive available here for Syndicate.
Oh no, they got the chains of corruption too. Hook not gonna land. They have no cooldowns. Mystiquus, you can't stop the cataclysm, buddy. Oh my goodness.
It's a cataclysm onto 2, and it's cataclysmic for all of Weaver, as not only will 2 members go down, not only will it be a double for BB, but with those grubs, they should be able to knock down that plate and more. They might even just go for the turret. They're all 3 staying here, Yanni. This would be huge.
Yeah, they're gonna get this turret because they do have the grubs. So this is all of this gold filling into the pockets of BB, Sage Wabe, and Al Calamity. They're gonna be walking back to the base like a cowboy with their legs spread wide because they got a lot of gold weighing themselves down.
Little sus, but anyway, I do think that I feel like it is an absolutely massive thing to inject gold into this Yunar who is going Blade of the Ruin King first, right? Because you are a major player on the battlefield with this item in the early to mid game. So if you can continue to accelerate this champion and make it so they don't have any fall off, then Yunara is just going to be unbelievably strong in this game. Now, though, Syndicate have the ability to free up the rest of the map. They're going to rearrange the lane assignments, put Sage and All Calamity in the mid lane, and then put I almost said Ysera, put Foles on the bot side. Get this Rise. Yeah, I would be, but it feels wrong. Get Foles, though, more gold into his pockets. I feel like this is something that Syndicate have done in a lot of their games, and it has mostly been to success. It is the reason I feel Foles is so strong, even when the rest of his team might be weak. He looks for these pop-off plays because he has so much gold that he accrues from the side lanes.
Karsiak stuck under his turret right now. Looks like he'll just drop the equalizer down to
prevent equalizer.
Any further onslaught.
Yep.
Well, Quacks, I'm not sure I'm with that. I don't subscribe to that because the Herald is up in 8 seconds. So, I mean, I guess that if you don't fight for the Herald, that's fine.
I mean, if he dies, then Syndicate won't be able to fight for the Herald anyway. There'll be a man down.
Yeah, this is true. But if you're trying to fight for it, like, you should not be burning the equalizer there. So it's just a matter of if they're actually going to fight for it, in which case that would have been a bit of a mistake. We do see that he was kind of getting shoved off here. Does have that lantern to take. He's gonna.
Oh, not anymore.
He waited a little bit too long. Hook misses on Al Calamity. They're gonna get the knockup, and here comes Scion looking to disrupt here. BB is dead. It's a shutdown for the Varus, but here comes Karsiak.
Oh, Karsiak!
Everybody away. But Tau is dead. It is a double kill for Foles and Syndicate. No equalizer needed. They win the fight.
And they win the fight, and honestly, it was looking really good for Weaver at the start. They get a pick onto BB, but then the equalizer, or not the equalizer, the overheat from Karsiak does so much damage to Goku and the rest of the damage dealers on the side of Weaver that they're not able to continue the fight. It's a double for Folds. He picks up the scraps from the hard labor that his top laner did. And they get the grub, or the Herald, for their efforts. Now the question becomes, where are they going to use it? You have to imagine the mid lane will be their target. There's Dragon coming up in about a minute, Yanni. So Syndicate, not only did they have the objective, but they have the empowered recalls to get back onto the map sooner and get onto that bot side river quicker.
And for Weaver, they're in a bad way right now, Quacks. You know, Yu is not really that strong. He's got, you know, his Phage, and he's got his Sundered Sky, but he doesn't have upgraded boots.
No.
And it really, realistically, no matter what boots you'd go, you'd be having a gap somewhere else. Sendy is strong, but not as strong as what you see on the other side right now. With Rise having his tier item completed, having these boots of swiftness to be able to just run around and cause mayhem. And Syndicate are one big fight away from, I think, putting this game out of reach.
I think Syndicate just need to approach this fight with caution still. Sendy has flash. Batao has ultimate. So if you are careless with your engage, if you go just a little too aggressive, that could be rebounded onto you by Weber, who have started up the dragon. Pay attention.
From Karziak as well.
Yep, they're bursting it down.
Getting in. Yeah,
oh my god, is BB going to do it again? Is BB going to do it again?
All right, he's going to go in for Goku here as he wants him, but he gets forced away. Good equalizer down. It's splitting the gap. Yu is dead. Bitao has to flash away, but Goku is running, but he's run out of room to run. He's stuck in the Cataclysm, and guys appeared from behind him with the Realm Warp. They wipe Weber off the map. A 3-0, and the dragon will be theirs.
And BB starts up the fight and is just hitting Weber with the alley-oop Cataclysm. Flash out of the Cataclysm, flag and drag back into the Cataclysm. This man is going back and forth, rolling heads on the side of Weber State. Dragon will be secured. Otacon up in about 2 minutes. It will spawn on the bot side. The fact that they not only get the Drake, but take control of that part of the map is so consequential for Weber. They have to look for a pick to try and rebound this game, but those chances are fading, Yanni.
Quacks, I don't know if they have it in them. Goku, in 3 minutes time, maybe a little bit less, will have that fully stacked Rod of Ages, but I'm not sure if that's going to actually make the difference in this game. Yu has been completely shut down. Sendy had to build a Serpent's Fang second because of the sheer amount of shielding that you see on the Rumble and on the Jarvan and coming from the Melio. And of course, with the Rise, with the Archangel's upgrade, I mean, it's so difficult for them to try to play out the rest of this game.
Karziak now getting closer and closer to that second item. Yu wants to look for a play on the top side, but I feel like if you're not able to actually make use of this, you're sacrificing so much space on this bot side that you want to be controlling. So this is a risky play that, if it doesn't pay dividends, could be super bad for Weber. They might just try and force a tower dive, but they will be waiting. Ooh, hang on.
Oh, the equalizer on top. It wasn't perfect, but Goku, nice job there to try to turn out from the petrifying gaze, but they will be able to get the kill regardless. Flying Dragon not going to knock them up out of the Lantern, but they find what they're looking for.
And now Herald dropped in the mid lane. Top tower very vulnerable. A lot of sitting gold is available for Syndicates on the map, and they're going to be able to claim most, if not all of it. Now Sage, though, maybe in a little bit of trouble. All right, the U-turn.
That's called that a U-turn, bro.
Okay.
Oh no, they caught. The shutdown goes to Thresh, though. Our Calamity will fall as Sendy gets credit for that one. And now we're looking for BB.
Oh,
another
wait.
nice hook landed from Mystiquez as he's getting knocked up over on the side. He's getting very, very low. We're seeing shutdowns come out. Hold on. We're seeing a lot of weird stuff going on with the feed right now. I think Weber won the fight, though.
I think FNAF took over the broadcast again.
Shibby and I called this the Udyr dimension back when Udyr was meta.
The Udyr dimension? Why is it the Udyr dimension?
Because Udyr forces you to just play the game so much differently, and the way you play the game as Udyr is so different that it's almost like you're in a different dimension when you're playing against him.
So, like, okay, I think I get.
Realistically, we called it the Udyr dimension because the first time it happened to us was the game that Udyr was in.
All right, see, now that makes more sense, doesn't it? Regardless, yeah, it does.
You know, you remember ZZ Rot Portal?
I do remember ZZ Rot Portal. May it rest in peace.
That's a new dimension. That's a new dimension, right there.
Yeah, it's the void. They come from the void. So is it the void dimension?
Is the void a dimension?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think it's like an alternate reality or something like that. I do know. Fun little bit of lore drop here to keep you all up at night. Scariest stories, scary edition. One time when Aurelion Sol was fighting against the Void in Shurima, there was a massive rift opened by them, and he closed it by throwing like a star at it. Mm-hmm. And as it was closing, something on the other side laughed at him.
Laughed at a soul?
Yes, laughed at Aurelion Sol, like amusingly. And he was like, bruh.
Yeah, so like lore accurate stuff, if you're laughing at Aurelion Sol, bro, what are you bringing to the table? Because Aurelion Sol is like incredibly powerful. He's like
number 2 behind Kindred, I think.
Is he number 2 behind Kindred?
Yeah, because everyone has to die eventually. No?
Except for Tryndamere.
Yeah,
All right,
somehow.
we get to go over this play again. So
All right, it's rewind time.
What's happening here. Actually, you know what? Quacks, this is your time. You have an impromptu replay.
All right.
About it.
Yeah, so, well, actually, stuff is still happening on the map. I mean, BB realistically is going to try and trade, but it might mean his life. Fools is going to try get a kill as well.
We saw 3 kills here.
Yeah.
I like the attempt of getting in range to potentially flay, but not going to happen. All right, so the dust settled is a big win for Weber.
Yep.
But a shutdown of Sage Wabe went on to your Thresh.
Yeah, so the goal a little bit misplaced, but realistically, I think the biggest loss for Weaver here is that they're not able to really threaten the Otacon, right? They lose Sendi, they don't have Patao, they don't have Goku. Goku actually doesn't even have teleport, so they couldn't get that Cassiopeia down to the bot lane if they wanted to, which means that that bot side objective will still remain. That means Syndicate will be able to pick themselves back up, rebound, get back onto the map, and continue fighting for this bot side. Drake also up in 2 minutes, so I feel like the longer we wait here, Yanni, the more consequential the fight might become, as you might get an Otacon, and if you win the fight good enough, you might also get a Dragon. And in the case of Syndicate, that's an Otacon and a Soul Point. That sets you up for 2 massive win conditions on top of the Fed carries that you already have in Fools and Sage Wabe.
All right, these teams are on a collision course, ready to go. Otacon has been started up. They just decided to go for it.
Oh, Calamity.
Okay, taken to about half HP. We're going to find the flag and drag onto you. Dodge out on the hook. Otacon doing what he can to try and whittle down Syndicate. As Weber has linked up with all 5 members. As Fools continues to push in on the mid lane here. Syndicate lying in wait, but it looks like they'll come back out. Calamity down to about half HP as Weaver are the ones that now start up Otacon. Remember what we talked about earlier in the stream. This objective, many of those
Calamity, no!
They catch out Calamity and take him out. They're going to make it a 5v3 now. It's going to be a 5v4 because the teleport came in from Fools. Sage Wabe lost that cleanse. Here we go with the Cataclysm. He'll go out on the flag and drag, so there's no ultimate for this Cassiopeia. Here comes the Equalizer. It's going to land and do quite a bit of damage, but the Otacon has been secured for Weaver. He knocks up 3, and they're taking over. Sage Wabe's got a double kill. He's got a triple. He gets a quadra kill stolen away by Karsiak. Syndicate may have lost the Otacon, but they get so much for it.
And they win the fight. BB knocks up 3 and he knocks down 5 as all 5 members of Weber. They get the Otacon, but it does not matter. Syndicate are still in the driver's seat. 7, 1, and 7. That Yunara now at 2 items, getting so close to 3. All of actually will get 3. Just purchased that Infinity Edge. The Rise is at 3 as well. This is the massive breakpoint that we warned Weber State against. They are so far down in gold at this point as well. They aren't able to really use the tools that they have to fight them on even terms, because there are no even terms at this point, Yanni.
He's just dead.
Yep. And I mean, this 2v2 is lost for Weber as well. They are just...
Yeah. What? No, this is bad. Nice sidestep there from BB.
Wow.
We're even gonna get a Rumble teleport in. Oh my goodness. So Weaver just absolutely
get out of there
on this play, Quacks.
Cowards, he says as he runs away. But Tao going to live to tell the tale. But Syndicate are the living legends here, as they are a team, a new organization who have gone up against Titans in this open qualifier, upsetting well-established, well-respected orgs like the Ducky Getters, now going up against one of the rising stars in collegiate, Weber State. Takes them to game number 3, but they are 1 step away from overcoming that obstacle as well and having another date with Lotus. You know, first date, a little bit rocky. I have to imagine the Lotus members are probably on their phones a lot, but the second date, they wanted to give them a chance here in the lower bracket. Maybe it'll have a different outcome.
I'm sure Lotus would not want a different outcome. They want to move on. They want to get back. That's a lot of players who...
Yeah, get back on Hinge, bro.
A lot of players who have been around the block for a long time, a lot of NACL appearances for these guys, and it feels like Lotus as that organization has just never been able to get over the top. They've been so close every single time, but have failed so often to elevate their gameplay, and now they want to make it happen. Foles is going to get picked off here going into the dark. That equalizer, though, was real good. Sage Wabe is here, and he's untouched. He's going to hop over the wall, looking for Goku, but he got found. The breath of life keeps him upright. Yu's got to run. Big kill for Sendy, but Yu is going to burn away and die regardless.
I think the 2 kills is maybe enough to dissuade Syndicate from actually going for the Baron, but never mind. They're actually going to go for it. They're going to rip it right away. Yup, you do. It's a fully stacked Rumble. Karziak is the truth, and Syndicate are reigning supreme here in game number 3. But there is a Varus. We've seen this thing before. Gumi Yushi play. Is it possible?
It definitely is with the items that he's built. Beitao going in, double knockup. Here we go, Sendy for the game-saving play. BB is dead. Al Calamity's dead. No! What? They threw it to Baron. They threw it to Baron Quacks. It's Weaver's Baron.
Weaver State, they're going to save it for just a couple more seconds, try and get it on a few more members that are respawning into the base. But this could be the comeback angle. The goal difference shrank. Now it's 2,000. Weaver, they just need to prevent this soul from going into the hands of Syndicate. 2.5 minutes left. If they can make use of this Nasher buff that they got, they can take down some of these turrets. They can carve out some vision around that bot side that is so dark for them right now, by the way. They can legitimately come back into this game, but it all rests on Sendy. He picked up so much gold as the Varus in that fight. He's 9-3 now, Yanni.
So many players on this Weaver roster have had some really impressive accomplishments professionally in League of Legends. You know, being on pro teams, making it to Worlds. Sendy, one of the guys who doesn't have any of that. 9-3-2 when the chips are down is showing up for his team, trying to keep Weaver in it.
He's got a bow and he's got a dream, and that's all he needs here in the open qualifier. Weaver, take down the turret. They're going to look for more plays, but Syndicate might be the ones coming to them.
All right, they're going to force him away, but not actually get anything more. Sendy really trying to push a lot of his damage. 1:40 seconds until this soul for Syndicate will be up. It being a Hextech soul means that things are going to get really, really complicated if they pick it up. That could be the nail in the coffin.
Hang on. Hang on. Yu doesn't have empowered. Yu doesn't have the empowered recall. He might be in danger. Okay, he gets out. That could have been so bad for Weaver. That would have been awful for them, but they exfiltrate their team from the bot lane. Now they're going to redeploy in the mid lane. Sendy has perfect conditions for this fight coming up in about a minute. Has flash, has ultimate, has barrier. These are the kinds of plays where AD carries can pop off. It's just a matter of if Weaver State can do the same. All of that rests on him. Sage Wabe has been the same. We talked about it as early as the game start, Yanni, how vital these ADCs were to the success of their team in the late game. And now it is a battle of who can execute at the final hurdle.
40 seconds until the Dragon. 28 minutes into this game, and just a few minutes ago, we thought that Syndicate was going to jog to the finish line, but they have been tripped up, and Weaver right in the rear view. Look at the damage that comes out. That's with 0 stacks.
That's not even stacked. Yeah, that is absolutely insane. As now, I mean, Weaver have control of the bot side river. Goku is also in the bot lane, so he'll be pushing there as well, which means that they'll be able to link up with each other around when this dragon spawns. It's a TP from Karziak, but he doesn't really... No, please don't do this to me, man.
No, this is a terrible time for this to happen. No, bro. What's going on? No, please, no, not now. Missing no is on my screen. Okay, hook missed. We're back.
Okay,
all right,
we're back, and we're better than ever.
Hook lands. And we're not going to see too much happen there to BB as the dragon has been started up, and it looks like Syndicate has realized that they have no way to actually take this dragon. We're going to see Sendy and Mysticas move up a little bit here, just fishing around a little bit. Here we go. Big ultimate.
All right, here we go.
Look, hits the rumble. Breath of life saves him, but he gets rooted up immediately. Great equalizer to force him away as they're getting really, really low on HP. Redemption trying to get upright. You trying to make a play, but he knocked him away to safety. You trying to come back, big double.
No one's dying.
To survive. Sendy's okay, but he's caught in the cage. They're all so low on HP, but now Calamity's trying trying to keep him upright. Sendy wasn't really able to cook in that fight. He does have both summoners available.
No!
Oh, no! Please! What is going on in this game? What happened?
This game. No, man, please, production. It can't die now. It can't go down now.
Not like
But
this.
still, gives us time to analyze the fight. Sendy looked for that chain of corruption, but it went wide. I think that it just delayed or, completely prevented Weber's ability to engage that fight, to give Batao a proper second punch in that play. So Syndicate, they get a good equalizer. They get good damage. They don't find everybody on Weber. And that dragon also being taken means that both squads will live to fight another day, but this game just keeps on getting more intense by the minute, Yanni.
And one thing that we really didn't talk about, but we just noticed for the first time, is that Yu's ultimate takes them out of range of Goku most of the time. Remember, Cassiopeia, not a super long-range champion, and by that I mean is a very short-range champion when it comes to landing these twin fangs. And it's so much DPS you lose.
It absolutely is. I agree with you. But now, we had our eyes on the bot side objective. Now it's time to avert our eyes from that part of the map, fixate them on the top side. Baron up in about a minute 15. Weber, at this point, the gold really doesn't matter. We're 30 minutes in, and it's so damn small. Such a small gap, which is so insane to say, given how Weber started this game. I mean, look at the score lines at the same time. Besides Sendy.
Oh, Realm Warp.
Goku.
This is a cheeky little Realm Warp. Goku is dead. What a turnaround. Karziak with a huge turnaround to avoid the petrifying gaze. Now they're going to try to make a play on the mid lane. Sage Wame, though, getting really aggressive. Took a big chunk of damage, but he will be all right and will heal up a ton.
This should now allow Syndicate to play up toward this top side. They're going to respawn their soul laners and join them up with the rest of the Syndicate squad. But I do think it was a really good steal away there by you to take away that Scuttle Crab. So at the very least, Weber will have some vision of their own for the time being while they wait for Goku to respawn, and so they can get those numbers up together. We're just waiting for the straw that breaks the camel's back here, Yanni. We thought it might have been the dragon, but Syndicate, they were willing to give that one up. The question is, whoever doesn't have control of the pit, are they willing to give up the Baron? And I feel like that is a solid no from both of these teams.
Pink ward is there to be able to spot out these wards that are getting placed and immediately deactivated. This game is getting really intense. Quacks. Karziak is 25 stacks on the Medjais once again. He's at 4 completed items. He is so damn strong right now. These equalizers are going to be doing ridiculous things, provided that he's able to land them flush right now. They have total control of this top side. Just making sure they're able to get in. Now they're clearing out some of these wards too. Sendy is trying to get in as much poke as he can. Baron has been started. A poke going down. So onto the jar, but he gets knocked up with the breath of life. Healing. No! Yeah, the equalizer went down and it ruined the damn screen. Quacks. Sendy is able to get a kill. He's on a rampage. He found Al Calamity. I don't know what else he found.
I don't know either. We're going back to the Udyr dimension.
We're in the Sendy dimension right now, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sitting down. I don't know if y'all could tell. I'm not feeling too well today. I'm a little sick. Let me stand up. All right. Yeah, I got the sniffles. I got a little bit of congestion, and as spicy as this game has been and these series have been, it hasn't done enough to go clear up the nostrils. And it's too late. I can't actually go and take some Dayquil right now. It's too late in my day. It's 10 o'clock at night.
This has been a very long day of games. I think we have been live for...
Karziak just came into chat and said I ulted the whole screen.
Well, I guess we know that fight probably ended the game.
I don't know. Maybe he's dead. And he's typing while he's dead. You shouldn't be doing that if you are.
All right, here we go. Okay. Now, scratch his record. You're probably wondering how I got in this situation.
Okay, hook goes down. Beefy getting flayed. Knocked up with the breath of life healing. Gonna be enough. Oh my goodness. That equalizer was pretty nasty, bro. Sendy. Oh! It was was the chains of corruption that did so much with the stacking of the passive. Sagewabe getting tagged up as well. You getting very low. They're keeping this Baron tethered. Quack's BB is taking the portal to go over the wall. He wants to get on the backside.
But Tao's dead. Their front line is gone.
Tao is dead. He's got nothing left. He's Sagewabe beating the crap. Sagewabe is going to get away with nary a sliver of HP. Now you taking the portal over the wall. He's overheated as the Rumble, but look at all the damage he's putting out. But then I'm going to turn around on him because he's got nothing left. He's still shielded. He's still trying to run away. Is he going to escape? He is taking a full retreat back to his base. Holy cow, this game has been insane. Sendy has the lantern.
Oh, they got the flank.
Quite land. This is a big flank. Another chains. Sendy stepped up too far. Sendy's dead. But here's a hook coming down onto Foles. Foles walking it out.
Oh, BB.
They can close it out.
Foles
with a triple kill. TP to the top side. Total ace. Syndicate looking for another fight against Lotus.
And they've got 4 members. They've got a wave. They've got 40 seconds to try and end the game. Not only that, but they also have the teleport. Foles is going to reset. He's going to get his health to a good place. He also has the realm warp. He can circumvent the time it takes for the waves to get to the towers. But Tao is the only one holding the line. Can he do it for 20 seconds against 5? I think not, Yanni. This is going to be Syndicate. They are going to be taking down the turret.
It's it. It's over, Quacks. This game is done.
Syndicate with their rematch against Lotus. It was a long road. It was a difficult road. It was filled with trials and tribulations, ups and downs. But they are back to where it began, where it ended for their upper bracket against Lotus. And now the stakes are that much higher. Winner of that best of 5 tomorrow will qualify to play in the promotion tournament alongside AMI and Zenshi Gaming. And the winner, I believe, as we do have... I actually don't have the Battle 5 for that.
That's okay. I do. So here are our matchups. We have Cupid versus the Flamingos, Lotus versus Syndicate. The winners of these games
beat Reppy Bars.
Oh, they 2-0'd Reppy Bars, bro.
Wild.
Have you looked at Flamingo's team?
Yeah. Hold.
That tells me that you haven't looked at Flamingo's team.
All right, I see it. Okay. Interesting team. I don't know a lot of these players.
Yeah, bro. Just all you got to do is go ahead and just look at their Leaguepedia pages, and these guys have a little bit of competitive salt. And
holy moly, they're all Brazilian.
They are all Brazilian.
Wow. Okay. If they qualify, I feel like that'll probably make RMC and 4x4 really happy.
Oh, these guys are going to be doing flips, let me tell you. You know who else is doing flips? Syndicate, man. Wow, what a game to close this out on. I mean, you know, they had an early lead, and there were times where it was a little iffy. There was that Baron throw that they had, and you said it, Quacks. It's these late game objectives. Their early games are so good, but it's these objectives that sink them just a little bit. And you know what? Today they did not right the ship. They really did not right the ship with that play right there. We see that this is the same team that's been making these mistakes. This is the same team that lost to Lotus, I think. And I agree. Really need to take a long look at themselves and go into tomorrow and say, we need to be better. We need to not be the same team that lost to Lotus if we want to have a shot at winning. They're going to get to do it. It is going to be a best of 5. This is their opportunity. Let's see if they can get it done.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what they have in store for us tomorrow. I'm excited to see what their game plan is going forward. You have to believe that Lotus didn't expect to see them again in the lower bracket. Very, very rarely do those rematches actually occur, especially this late into the tournament. So I feel like we are very, very excited to see just the storyline between these two teams going forward. Lotus, obviously, you highlighted it in the game, Yanni. That's an organization that has come so close to getting into tier 2 in the past, took a year-long break after failing last year against Polestar, and now come back to that same position, find themselves in a similar boat. The question is, will they be able to sail away into the sunset, or will that boat be struck by lightning, that being their opponents here in Syndicate. We'll have to wait and see, but that is going to do it for us here on the Aegis Open Qualifier stream for the day. We will be back tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me, Yanni. Thank you so much to Caddy on production through all of the technical difficulties on the 6.5 hour day. Tough day, but we got through it. Thank you to Syndicate. Thank you to Weber State as well for a banger series to end off the day. We will see you all tomorrow. Have an amazing night.